right, we're ready?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh!
Woof.
Ani-Monday. Animation with balls. So crazy, it has to be drawn. A steaming pile of awesome. Ani-Monday. Just effing watch.
Hey, you're tuned in to the Wolf's Den podcast, and today is something a little different. It's June, and I wanted to do something special. So instead of covering a single anime on a Monday, Ani-Monday is not going to be your thing for June. We are extending this throughout the month to cover a specific topic. With me, of course, and as usual, is my ever lovely co-host, Xeiren.
Hello.
And she's gonna join me in our attempts to survive this and escape this never-ending month of June. So, welcome, my friends, to Higurashi Month. Roll the opening. So yes, we are covering Higurashi. So we're only going to cover the first half this time. Don't worry, we are going to return to the town of Hinamizawa.
This is a very extensive universe in a very small town.
Yeah, so it's amazing.
I won't lie, like Hinamizawa, like I grew up in the middle of farm town BFE,
Mhm.
but this is a whole new level of like isolation, small town vibe kind of thing. They call it a village, and it really is just that, a village. Like,
Yeah.
no real like police presence or like local government, none of that stuff. This is just a clusterfuck of houses, a small school, and a small group of people in a shrine. Like, that is fucking it. You don't get more isolated than that.
Indeed.
It's still call yourself a town.
Oh yeah. No, you don't. So, yeah, we are going to cover, specifically this time around, we're going to cover the first 2 seasons, because that covers the actual plot. So, that's going to be 10 chapters, one special, 2 reviews of the entire seasons, and a complete overview of the entire series.
Help, he's overworking me.
So 14 days spread out throughout the month. And what better place to start than the beginning? So let's dig into Onikakushi 10, or as most people know it, Chapter 1, Spirited Away by the Demon.
Which, oh god, like, it's a good thing that this is the starting point of the series, because honestly, I don't think this would be a strong story if it wasn't placed at the beginning.
Yeah, no, it's a great introduction to what's to come.
And the thing is like, okay, just to forewarn everybody, I was in university when this originally started making its way to the US via piracy.
Mhm.
I saw it forever and a day ago, back when there was no dub. um, God, it was at least 10 years ago.
Yeah.
God, like the game came out in like 2006. So, yeah, I'm really dating myself there, but yeah, it was 10 plus years ago when I saw this series for the first time. I have a confession. Like, the first chapter is nowhere near my favorite chapter. It follows, for me at least, it follows too many of the beats that you find in just your atypical scary movie.
Yeah.
But because it's put right at the beginning, and especially if you go into Higurashi completely blind, it's a really good way to introduce the characters within tropes you're familiar with. It's a good little taster for what's to come.
Yeah. Speaking of the characters, maybe we should give a little bit about each of them first.
All right, jump into it, man.
So, pretty much the first character you're introduced to is the main protagonist, quote unquote, Kiichi Maribara, who is just kind of your typical student. You learn that he just kind of recently moved to the town, although more on that later. And just crazy shit starts to happen to him after he starts to uncover a plot, I guess you could call it, that basically the history of the town. He starts to learn a little bit about the history, and shit goes completely pear-shaped at that point.
Mm.
Then we have the
The not harem, as I like to call them.
the not harem slash harem kind of sort of, because this anime falls into an odd category.
It's like, okay, he's got nothing but like female friends surrounding him, and honestly, the first time I saw Higurashi, I'm like, oh god, here we go with the fucking harem. And then it turns out, as you keep on watching, no, not even close.
No, there's only like 2 girls that actually like him.
Yeah, and even then, it's like
3
it's not even.
technically, but that's for another chapter.
Yeah, that's for later.
Yeah.
But no, like the first time you're watching this, you're like, oh god, and he's got 4 women around him, and one of them is just like sooning all over the place, just soon, and I'm just like, oh no, and as you go farther ahead, it plays with your expectations a lot.
Oh, it does. Yeah, this series is great at that.
You got the bubbly one.
Rena.
Rena.
You've
Oh
got
my god.
Oh god, Rena. So much to cover
Cute.
later on. That's the thing about this chapter.
Oh my god.
There is so much that's going to get
adorable-
covered later.
She is the most freaking adorable Yangire ever.
Oh my god,
Like,
yes.
there's a reason why when you look up that term, it's always her fucking picture
Yeah.
that goes with it. And for those who, because I know this is like a thing that, if people are discussing it down in the comments, they're going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay. To clarify, yes, later on you learn Rena's fucking psycho, but she's not a yandere. Her need to be completely unhinged and psycho does not hinge on Keiichi at all. It all has to do with like her own past trauma and shit. She does not kill for senpai. She just kills because she's triggered.
Yeah.
So, know your terms, kids.
Yeah.
And then of course, there's Mion. She's the oldest one of the group. I lean more towards her. Like deep down, I'm a lot like Mion.
Oh, Mion's great.
Like she's the most senior of the bunch. She's very outspoken. Takes great delight in messing with her friends, kind of thing. Loves to play jokes about how she's way old and all this other shit. And then you should probably take the next two.
Then you got Sadako. Sadako Hojo she's your typical bratty little sister, which comes into play once again later on. God, there is so much that gets covered later.
It's okay. I mean, we're gonna cover the entire series, dude. There's gonna be bleed over from chapter to chapter.
Oh, there is. In more ways
Mostly
than
because
one.
I know we're not gonna be able to keep it all straight.
No. She really is just like that bratty little sister. You eventually find out kind of why she's bratty, but in this chapter, you're just like, okay, so you've got this little blonde girl who is really she's just a brat. And,
oh yeah.
And even Kiichi treats her like a brat. Like there is no, yeah, it's
like I said, she's sooning all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah. Not too much to cover with her because she doesn't get talked about too much in this one.
Nah, she kind of gets glossed over. Not as glossed over as the little blue-haired one, whose
Rika.
name I can never. Rika. Yeah,
Rika
I can never
Furude.
remember Rika. I can never fucking remember Rika's name for some reason.
Yeah. She is a special case, and I'm not going to spoil anything in this chapter, in this first episode.
No, yeah.
All I will tell you is
she's the sweet one.
She's the sweet one, and there is a moment where she seems to let on that she knows something. Mm-hmm. She seems to know something the others don't. She has this. She does a good job in this first chapter of like not giving anything away, of like just seeming normal, and you'll gloss over her reaction to certain things. But yeah, she's the youngest of the group. She is also I think she's supposed to be like a shrine maiden. Actually, yes. She's the shrine maiden of the group. She has she also has a big history with this town.
She's the one who does the rake dance during the cotton drifting festival.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, during the cotton drifting festival, she's the one who initiates it.
Boom.
And again, not much to say about her because she doesn't
really come into play until much later.
No.
But yeah, breakdown of chapter 1 essentially goes, hey, I'm the new guy in town. These are all my friends.
Nothing strange happens here.
Yeah, nothing strange happens here. It really opens up like, well, not really. First clip is him, fucking beating people to death.
Yes, that is the thing about this series. Each chapter opens with a just, what the fuck? A gruesome scene.
Yeah.
And then it goes
jumps
on.
Right into, this is a slice of life.
Yeah. And in fact, this chapter in particular only it actually, the opening connects to what's going to happen later in the chapter. Some chapters, you won't see the explanation for that until another chapter.
Yeah, which honestly kind of annoys me, but regardless.
Well, it shows you just how fractured this story is, which is the whole point.
Yeah. It is the fucking king of the fucking hell for like a fucking braided narrative series.
Yeah.
Just, oh my god, like it's so all over the place. So, for people who don't realize what that is, a braided narrative is when you hop back and forth between time frames in a story. It's not time travel, it's just time jumping. And so the story's being told out of order. The
Yeah.
only real order to these is the chapters themselves, where you get a bunch of what commonly was referred to when I was watching it the first time was question arcs.
They are
and
commonly
then
referred to as question arcs, and then you get
and
answer arcs.
answer arcs. And
Some leaving you with more
basically,
questions.
oh yeah.
Chapter 5, for example.
And not only is there, the braided structure within the chapters themselves, but then each chapter tells its own time jumpy story.
It does. It
So you
really
got braided
does.
narrative on top of braided narrative. If you're the kind of person that can't really follow that shit very well, I still recommend this one simply because it does everything it can to make sure you know exactly where you're at any given moment. It doesn't go out of its way to confuse you. It just tells you its disjointed story because that's actually the best way to tell it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we got Keiichi, these four girls. They're doing pretty well in school. They like to hang out. They have this club where, oh my god, I love the club. I freaking love the club.
Yeah.
It's just the five of them playing, games like, cardboard games, little competition games, all these sorts of things. And these bitches do not play fair, and I love it.
No,
It
they
reminds
don't.
Well, I love it because it always reminds me of like this old group I had back when I lived in Phoenix. We would always meet up at the hookah lounge, and we would bring decks of cards and board games and shit. And we would be particularly ruthless when we played card games. The motto of it was, "We're not friends when we play cards."
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're friends as soon as we put the cards away, but we were just cutthroat bitches.
Yeah.
Whenever we were playing cards. We were nasty to each other. And the thing was, though, if you play nice, it's not fun. And I love how these girls just relish that. I mean, right down to coming up with silly little competition games for the festival itself. It's like, oh yeah, who can eat like their snow cones the fastest, and oh, who can do this little challenge, and they really as a group of friends, they're just really lively. It's not your typical group of friends you see in a lot of anime series where you're dealing with this very like real world setting where it's just like, oh well, we hang out for lunch and some of us walk home with each other, and we hang out every class break. No. This group of friends knows how to party, or at least they know how to have fun.
Nice. Yeah. So moving forward, I'm gonna go ahead and just let you know this whole series of videos is going to be spoiler heavy because there's no other real way to talk about this and get across what you need to.
Oh yeah.
So let's move into the story. Spirited Away by the Demon. There's a reason it's called that.
All I know is every time I hear the English title, I actually just want to watch Spirited Away, but that's beside the point.
Yeah. So we're introduced to these characters. It's all fun-loving. Then we get to the end of the first episode. We're introduced to another character. And this is the photographer Jiro Tomatake. Now, he plays a pivotal role, as you'll find out in this series.
He brings on the ominous at the end of this episode, though. That's for damn sure.
Oh, God, does he? Yeah.
It's like, la 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 la. Remember all that blood and guts you saw at the beginning? Yeah, that matters.
Yeah. Rena, she has an obsession with cute things.
Oddly cute things.
Oddly cute things. Like anything she just sees as cute, she wants to take it home. And she loves to, one place she loves to look for treasure, as she puts it, is the local dump.
Let's face it, if you're the kind of person that likes to go treasure hunting, you know how invaluable a dump is.
Oh, yeah.
The
Oh, yeah,
things people
definitely.
throw away, my God.
Oh, God. Yeah. So many of
And
my, so many of my books came from the dump.
and what's even stranger, at least for me, when I see that scene, is I've had friends who've lived in Japan.
Hmm.
So this also is another one of those little nods they give you to let you know how isolated the town is. Garbage management in Japan, especially in the cities,
Hmm.
is very meticulous. And you have to, sort things out into like 7 different categories. Some things you have to compact, some things you have to burn. Like, it's redonkulous, the level of just meticulousness that goes into dealing with your freaking garbage.
Yeah.
And yet, this village just has a dump
Yep.
on the edge of town where you find old rusted tools, displays from old restaurants.
Yeah, which is one of the...
Freaking Kenta doll, which is just a Colonel Sanders
It
that
is.
used to stand out in front of a KFC. She has decided this thing is adorable and needs to go home.
Yeah.
Fucking weird ass Rena, man. And
You know what? One of the things I asked at
piles of
the
old
end...
piles of like bundled up magazines and things like that. Things you just wouldn't normally find
Mhm.
in a dump on the edge of town, at least not in Japan. But because this town is so isolated, they just have this dump they take things to.
Yeah.
Just anything and everything gets dumped there.
Yeah. One of the things... And this is my funny, just what the fuck moment of the series. At the end of the chapter, and this just shows you how lovable Rena can be. At the end of the chapter, my first, well, my second thought, my first thought was, what the fuck? My second thought was, well, maybe third. First thought, what the fuck? Second thought, how is this only episode 4? And then third thought was, did Rena ever get the Kenta doll? I hope she did. I hope she got to enjoy that for a little bit. That's how much I love Rena. Like, oh my god, this character. And even when she goes psychotic, oh man. But that's digressing.
Oh yes.
Yeah, so Kiichi runs into Tomitake and he offhandedly makes a joke about where Rena is and says that she's trying to find, or probably going to take care of that dead body that she murdered not that long ago to try and finish it up. Tomitake very seriously goes, that was a really horrible murder that happened. And Kiichi's like, wait, what?
Probably not something that you should joke about.
Yeah. And Kiichi's like, what? And that's when he realizes, wait, there's a history to this town. And that's when things start to unravel.
Yeah, we always unravel as soon as whatever protagonist character is in charge of that chapter. You unravel with them because there's so many layers to what's going on.
Mm-hmm. So we have that, and that's also when we get introduced to Rena's favorite weapon throughout the series.
Oh yeah, ooh, that thing just looks evil. I don't know if it's actually called a hatchet, but for the sake of the dub, they called it one.
It's not exactly a hatchet. I think it's called a bell hook or something like that. I actually have one.
It's one of those things. It's one of those multi-purpose tools where it's like it can cut wood, it can cut grain, it can be a tip for like a wood splitter.
It can cut your friends.
Yeah. It can disembowel your best friend.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I actually have one very close to that. It's actually homemade. It was actually like fat. It was I guess you could call smithed. I actually have one. My dad made me one.
Nice.
Yeah. Uh, I love it. But yeah, that's her favorite weapon. So you move on to the next episode, and that's when you have the festival. Uh, you have like a scare for Kiichi, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
Uh,
Y- You
because she
know,
shows
you
up
know.
behind him with it, and he freaks the fuck out.
Oh yeah. I think my favorite part with episode 2 is like riddle me this. So the whole reason for these murders starts because the town was gonna be lost because people wanted to come in and build a dam
Yep.
that would have flooded the entire town. Everybody would have had to be relocated. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And in fact, that's one of the reasons they give for the demon being so the demon that protects the town being so pissed off and causing all these mysterious murders to happen.
Yeah. Oh, Yashiro.
Which
Yeah.
oh Yashiro, yeah, which I think is like, okay, first time you hear it, you're like, oh, a demon that protects the town, huh?
Yeah.
Sure.
But there's far more going on there.
It's like, okay, that's what I mean by it sounds like a little cliche to me. It's like, oh Lord, are you serious?
Yeah, the first chapter can be quite cliche.
Like this sounds just like oh so many like bad Japanese horror films I've seen. But luckily it doesn't go as cliche with it as it could. Because you don't actually ever see it.
No, you never actually see it.
Here's the thing that gets me. So this whole thing happens because of wanting to build a dam.
Yeah.
And yet it's the Cotton Drifting Festival, where you literally take all the cotton from your old futons and your like padded kimonos and all that stuff, and you bundle it up into little balls and you send it downriver. They do this every year. How is that place not dammed up and flooded by now? Cotton doesn't disperse very well. Doesn't sink
My
very
guess
well.
is they have
I'm
to have
surprised there's not a bunch of beavers that found out about this, migrated to Japan, and said, we are going to build the greatest dam ever, purely out of cotton. Like, this sounds like... this sounds like a fate that should have already befell this town just because of this fucking festival.
Yeah.
Like, really? You're gonna send your old furniture and clothes down the freaking river, and this is supposed to be okay for the environment.
See, this is why I think there has to be like somebody who has the job of like, okay, motherfucker,
Yeah, somebody has to have the
now you
job
have
of
to
cleaning
go,
that
now
shit
you have to
up.
go clean that up. I hope he gets paid top dime. You know, I actually lost our place.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, we have now completely lost all track of our minds because some fuckhead rang my doorbell and tried to sell me his Prime Select meat. So,
Yeah.
I think we were talking about like how it's like somebody's job to
Oh,
like, clean up
yeah,
cotton,
somebody's
stuff
job
like
to clean
that
up the cotton. Yeah.
after the Cotton
Yeah.
Drifting Festival and all that shit.
For all
But
you
yeah.
interested, that's definitely gonna. What happened is gonna be in an outtake. It's gonna be its own separate outtake video because, yeah.
Oh my god. But yeah, so like, and you find out after Mr. Photographer guy, because I suck at names.
Tomitake.
Tomitake, yeah. Like, you find out on the night of the Cotton Drifting Festival from Tomitake that somebody dies every Cotton Drifting Festival ever since they tried to build this fucking dam.
Yeah.
And there's this weird woman with him
Mio. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but we only find out her name
Yeah, Mio Takano.
in this particular part of the story. She just shows up, helps explain shit with Takano, and then you never see her again
Yeah.
throughout the entire first chapter. And it's just like, well, you came and went real fast. What the fuck are you about?
Yeah, I think it's the start of no, I think it's the end of the second chapter. Either the end or the start of the third, because there's 4 episodes. I think it's the end where we find out, like, yeah, after the festival, uh, Kiichi gets he gets pulled aside after he leaves. He
Oh,
walks out of
that's
class. Hmm?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. There's not too much there. Like, yeah, there's some plot that gets thrown together, and then yeah, he gets pulled aside, and it turns out that he needs to. It's Detective
This
Uishi.
old, yeah, this older cop dude who is honestly hamming up the old grizzled cop thing a little too hard.
Oh yeah, but that's although not this chapter
Like
though.
right down to the whole cliche of like, that bastard is only like a year away from retirement.
Yeah,
Like that gets brought up.
chapter 3 goes all the way with it. But
Well, yeah, but
yeah,
we're not
chapter
there yet.
1. Yeah, chapter 1. He
Like he just kind of like keeps popping in, keeps asking Keiichi questions, blah blah blah, and he's like, "Oh, who did you talk to last night?"
yeah.
And turns out Takano's dead.
No. It turns out that Tomatake is dead.
Tomatake.
Takano
Yeah.
Takano
Yeah.
herself is missing.
Like I said, I'm bad with names.
And that's when we get the full reveal that when somebody is that when at the end of the festival, after every festival, somebody dies
and
and somebody goes missing.
AKA gets spirited away by the demon.
Yeah, and this has been happening for 5 years now.
And so throughout the rest of the 2 episodes that are left in chapter 1, this slow spiral starts to happen where Keiichi keeps talking to the detective. The detective keeps spoon feeding him this information while simultaneously asking him questions. He finds out more and more and more that each one of the disappearances and each one of the murders is, killings, I should say.
Yeah. Connected to the girls.
Are connected to each one of his female friends, especially Miss Bratty Pants, who lost her brother. Which he seems to be the most mysterious one out of all of them that the detective brings up, because he's one of the ones that goes missing.
Yeah, Satoshi Hojo.
All of a sudden, unbeknownst to Keiichi at all, he just borrows this random bat from the school property, and he starts behaving super paranoid and, starts distancing himself from the girls the exact same way Satoshi did.
Yep.
Now, keep in mind...
It's even his bat.
Yeah, it's even his bat. Like, his name's written on the freaking butt of the handle.
Yeah.
And as the last 2 episodes go on, it keeps jumping back and forth between the girls being super, super sincere and caring about their friend to suddenly acting very mysterious, like down to the point where their eyes go cat-like and they start to behave very, very strangely.
Which is a common theme in this series, the cat-like eyes to represent...
Yeah, either madness or delusion.
Yeah.
Keiichi just starts slowly just losing his mind over the next 2 episodes, right down to the point where he thinks Rena and Mion specifically are out to get him.
Mm-hmm.
at one point they bring him food and he finds a needle in one of this sticky rice balls,
Mm-hmm.
and he starts thinking that Rena's poisoning his food that she brings him, and he starts to become unhinged as he thinks that the girls are going to come after him because they know he's talking to the detective,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and that something's going to get found out that they're covering up, and even goes so far as to completely crush Rena's hand
Yeah.
in the door at one point, which I've had my hand slammed in a door.
Oh,
Ow!
God, that hurts. Yeah.
And it becomes very clear that, something's not right within the town, but as he's consistently becoming unhinged, the girls go back and forth from seeming unhinged to being just normal, caring friends.
Yeah. There's a
And
reason this is called
this,
a question arc.
and so you're sitting there the whole time going like, what is going on with the girls? This doesn't make sense.
Mm-mm.
Why do they keep going back and forth while he's constantly just becoming more and more paranoid? And by the end of the very last episode of this particular chapter, the girls seemingly try to inject him with some sort of
Drug.
poison or drug
Now,
that's going to force him to kill himself.
before we do this, before we say this, we need to cover exactly what happened to Tomitake. Because
I was,
this leads.
well, yeah.
Yeah, this,
It's one of those things you can actually mention like simultaneously.
yeah. So,
And so,
go on.
yeah, go. No, you do it, dude.
Okay. So, yeah, he has gotten increasingly paranoid. He is swinging the bat. This upsets Sadako.
A lot.
Yeah, before we get into exactly what happens in the last act, this is the lead up. Sadako starts getting very she shows concern about this and she walks away. Rika also shows concern, and this is one of the moments where if you pay close attention, you'll notice something up with her. She tries to play it off as saying, "Oh, well, I'm glad to see that you're really getting into sports and wanting to like take care of yourself, but be careful." That's she has these moments, and they become more frequent as the series goes. So, and even Mion is like, "Why are you doing this?" And this shows like the real concern of a friend. Like this is where things start to not add up because she is showing true you can tell it's genuine concern for his mental health.
Yeah.
Like she points out like, yeah, no, you're scaring us with the way you've been ignoring us. You're walking to school on your own now, and you always have that bat and you're always practicing, and we know you're not into sports.
Yeah.
On top of that, there's been other instances of the paranoia. There's a point where he's just walking down the street and somebody tries to run him over in a white van. That comes back later. Again, he
And that's
never.
one of those things in this particular chapter that doesn't actually get answered at all. Like, not even remotely. It's like, who the fuck are you two?
No, it doesn't. That's actually something that's not going to get answered till a lot later, like season 2. He gets home. Well, actually, what ended up happening is later on he's walking with Rena, or he's walking home, and Rena's behind him, and he freaks out because he starts yelling at her like, "Why are you following me? Why are you doing this? What are you gonna try and kill me now?" And she just kind of very like concerned and freaked out says, I have to go this way to go home. And he's like, fine, you walk in front of me then. And so she starts to, but again, she's kind of reluctant, and then she stops. And this is where, again, she starts to act whatever word. I can't say the,
Peculiarly.
but yeah, peculiarly. She does first just show that concern of like, why are you doing this? And it's like, I don't have to answer you. Like, no, why? Why are you doing that? Why am I doing what? Why are you swinging that bat like Satoshi did? Why are you doing everything Satoshi did before he went away? Or as she puts it, transferred.
Yeah, sure. Transferred.
Yeah. And then she starts there's these moments of insanity. They go back and forth. There's a very creepy Rena laugh.
Oh yeah.
Then he runs off into the forest, and that's when he ends up running into more of these people who are trying to hit him with the van. And he tries to get away, and then a third one shows up behind him, and the next thing he knows, he's unconscious.
Yeah, that's the last you see of them, by the way.
That's the last you see of. No, actually, you do see. I think you do see them when he leaves the house.
Yeah, driving off, but you don't see them, the three people.
No, you don't see the three people. You see one guy who points out, like, "Hey, he's trying to escape out the back."
Yeah.
He wakes up, and he has Mion and Rena. Well, he has Rena sitting over him, and then Mion comes up. They're telling him he's trying to figure out what happened, and like I think they barely even mentioned the fact that he got injured. And they kind of say it's like, yeah, we had no other place to take you. Your parents weren't home, so we just brought you home, and we got you inside. And we've noticed how you've been acting. And he's like, what? Like, well, you've really been showing initiative with the bat, so we've called the coach. Now his paranoid mind goes, who is this coach? Either he knows nothing of the sports team, of the sports team of his school, or he is just on the deep end right now. He's off the deep end.
Oh, by that point, he's so off the deep end.
Yeah. So they're telling him, yeah, no, they're not giving him a straight answer. And they're going back and forth between sounding their normal selves
and giggling like freaking mad.
And their eyes keep shifting. Finally, they go, well, we need to give up something. The coach will be here soon, but we still have the punishment game to initiate. Now, this is something that they did with that you are introduced to when they do their first game. They have punishment games, or punishments to the games. First time he gets his face drawn on, and he gets to look like a kitty cat.
No.
Yeah. Which is actually a theme throughout this series. Cats have, while it's called When the Cicadas Cry, cats have something to do with this too. So they decide to initiate the punishment game, and that's when she pulls out what looks to be what was seemingly a needle.
A syringe and a needle.
A syringe, yeah. Takes off the cap, squirts a little bit of it to show that there's something in there, and he's trying to figure out what they're trying to do. Rena holds him. Mion slowly comes up and injects him.
It's at
Cut
this
to the
point
opening.
he loses.
Yeah.
He loses his fucking shit.
Yeah. Cut to the
Which,
first
let's
scene
face
you saw.
it,
Yeah.
anyone would.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, cut to the first scene. He is bashing their heads in with the bat. They are just a bloody mess in that room.
Yeah.
So he escapes and manages to get a hold of Oishi. Oishi. He's in a phone booth. Now, here's the thing about Tomitake. They explained that when they found him, his throat had been slit. But not just slit.
Clawed out by his own hands.
By his own hands. He got dug until he hit an artery. And bled out.
Which reads a lot like an animal attack.
Yeah. Well, and they couldn't find any trace of drug. They figured it had to be a drug, but they couldn't find any trace of it, and they couldn't find anything.
Well, they couldn't identify.
Kiichi calls up Oishi, and he's telling him that the curse of Oishiro, which is a thing that's been going on, been talked about.
The demon everybody's
The
being
demon everybody's
spirited
talking
away
about.
by.
Yeah, is real. That he can feel him behind him, and that he's constantly getting one step closer.
And they lead you to think that there is something actually behind him in the phone booth.
Yeah.
But the next thing you see after Keiichi quits talking is just his bloodied fucking corpse.
Yeah. He does start to choke, and yeah, you find out over the phone call, and that's when the detective realizes he's clawing his own throat out. They find him, they find all the blood everywhere, and that's it. They find the note.
End chapter 1.
Well, yes, they do. They find the note, and a part of it tells the first part that yes, it's like I'm Kiichi Maribara, and somebody is trying to kill me.
Yeah.
This does a few other things, and then the middle part is missing, which is the part talking about the syringe.
Yep. It was redacted.
It was redacted, and then the other half saying if you find the person who I don't know who they are, but one of them owns a white van. And if you're reading this, I'm probably dead already.
Yep.
Also, the syringe is missing. They can't tell us that there's due to the tape that's sitting there. We know something else was here, but it's been taken. End chapter 1.
So, needless to say, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
A lot to fucking unpack. And what's really sort of the interesting thing about Higurashi is that we're not going to get this resolved until chapter 6 during season 2.
Nope, season 1.
What?
Chapter 6 is the end of season 1.
Oh. My bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Strike that.
No worries. But there are some other things that don't get explained till season 2. As an introduction to the series, this was good as an introduction.
But it does get stronger from this point forward.
Oh yeah. Especially when we move into chapter 2 and realize, wait, these characters are alive again.
Yep.
What? Yeah. That's this series in a nutshell. That's the first experience. You go through, if you go in blind, you watch the first chapter, and then you go, what? Wait, this is how it ends? And then you start the next chapter, and everybody's back.
Hence, the never-ending
Month of June. So, yeah, not much I could say about this. I do think it is one of the weaker chapters. But again, it's a good entry.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah. Anything else you want to add, or should we just wrap this up?
Honestly, man, it only gets better from here.
Oh God.
There's not much you really can say about chapter 1 other than, well, I'm in.
Oh, most definitely. That'll do it for chapter 1. I highly recommend everybody check out this anime. Yeah, we spoiled stuff, but it's still the experience. You can be told it all all day long. I had a friend who wouldn't shut the hell up when he decided to tell me, hey, you should watch this anime, and then spoiled the crap out of it for me.
And yet,
there
was always something new to find.
There was always something new to find, and I still wasn't prepared for how it did it.
Yeah.
So this is definitely an experience. In all honesty, nothing can actually... while the ending can be spoiled, at the same time, the trip cannot.
Oh,
The,
yes.
the ride through it is always worth it. So until next time, my friends. Xeiren, where can people find you?
All links down in the doobly-doo.
And you can find me here on YouTube under Ten-Tailed Ookami. We will see you in Chapter 2, where we get a
At
little
the
deeper
beginning
into
of,
this.
at the beginning of June.
At the beginning of June. Good night, everybody.
Ow!
See, this is why I think there has to be like somebody who has the job of like, okay, motherfucker,
Yeah, somebody has to have the
now you
job
have
of
to go,
cleaning that
now you
shit
have to
up.
go clean that up. I hope he gets paid top dime.
Pause, dude. I have to answer the door.
No problem.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Bid fucker trying to sell me meat.
What the fuck?
Prime Select, we do bulk food. The only reason I went down is because I ordered stuff from this clothing company in fucking England, and they said, oh, our courier may require a signature. I don't answer my door anymore unless I'm expecting somebody.
Ah.
Or unless it sounds like the kids from my fucking neighbor's house, because they ring the doorbell constantly.
Mm-hmm.
But since I'm expecting that freaking package, I'm like, oh, I gotta go check to see if it is. And he's like, God, like, I hate people who, like, stand away from the door, and then as you answer it, they, like, approach real slow as they're trying to sell you something. Trying to, like, tell me, like, oh, you look familiar. No, you talked to my husband before. I remember your fucking brochure. He made me look it over. I told him it was dumb and expensive. Oh, well, you know, are you the chef of the home? No, because I wouldn't consider myself a chef of anything. Well, you know, women sometimes have the culinary arts. Like, uh-huh. I wish I had said everything I'm saying right now, but it's like, dude, I'm in the middle of recording something. I go, maybe if I come back in an hour or so, I'm like, no. I hear that doorbell ring again. He ain't getting shit from me. I'm like, fuck you. I got all excited and winded over fucking nothing but your fucking sales pitch, which honestly, I know you're selling meat and everything, but could you, like, not swing your hips forward when you walk? Something tells me this is going to be on a blooper reel.
You know what? Yeah, sure. I think I'm gonna keep it.
Jesus Christ. Like, note to self, man, when you're trying to sell me meat, don't do it with your dick leading the way. Just saying. Don't do it. Don't do it. There's so much to live for. Anyway, okay, what exactly were we talking about? I lost spot. Seriously, man, like.
Okay, this outtake's going on a separate video. It's just gonna be an outtake.
Well, that's what I thought.
Well, you know how I sometimes put them at the end, but yeah, no,
True.
this is gonna go like on a separate video that's gonna get released the same day.
On the end of at the year end. Anyway.
All right. So, 2, 1. You know, I actually lost our place.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Just so you know, we have now completely lost all track of our minds because some fuckhead rang my doorbell and tried to sell me his Prime Select meat. So,
Yeah.
I think we were talking about like how it's like somebody's job to
Oh,
like, clean
yeah.
cotton,
Somebody's
stuff
job
like
to clean
that
up the
after,
cotton. Yeah.
after the Cotton
Yeah.
Picking Festival and all that shit.
You didn't think I'd grant you that third wish, did you? Silly, silly boy.
You're tuned in to the Wolf's Den podcast, and welcome back to Higurashi Month. So, moving into chapter 2. Yeah, cotton drifting.
Which I still say sending cotton down a creek is bad for the environment, but no one in this particular village listens to me.
So, let's get into this. With me, of course, is the lovely Xeiren.
Hi.
And we're still trying to escape this town.
There is no escape from this town. This town is everywhere and everything.
Pretty much. I mean, of course, it could be worse. We could be on an island.
But it is an island. It's on an archipelago, dude.
I mean, God damn it, you messed up my foreshadowing.
Ha ha ha! I have foreshadowed the foreshadowing with shadowing of a conducively conflicting. Where's the next consonant alliteration word? Do not mind me, audience. I had no sleep and a shit ton of caffeine.
Yeah, I wasn't even aware of this till now, so somehow this slipped our minds when talking about what's been going on.
It's okay. I remember enough about chapter 2 that we can still totally talk about it.
Yeah,
But
so moving into it, let's just get this out of the way. We're not going to have a whole lot to talk about in this chapter. That's
nope,
going to get saved until chapter 5.
because there's just not a whole lot to talk about until you get to chapter 5. Simply because, goodness, this chapter feels like a setup of random event to random event to random event, and it does keep a loose tie of everything together, simply because in this chapter, more so than any of the other chapters I've seen so far, nor that I remember from the past, this chapter focuses more on Keiichi's relationships to the characters involved, and he plays a much more passive role in this particular story arc. He's being drug along by the story because others in the story are more heavily involved, and he's seeking to comfort and be there for them, which is vastly different than the paranoid little, pants shitter we saw in the previous chapter.
Yeah. One thing I would like to note, before we get in, this, just in case we forgot to mention it, This one does once again give us a little like nod or hint towards the mysterious character of Satoshi Hojo.
A little bit.
A little bit. We figure out that one of the characters, we think it's the same character, Answer Arc, loses her shit and starts talking about him
Yeah.
and how he didn't deserve the crap that happened because his sister is a little twit.
Yeah.
And that's all we get.
Note to yourself, kids: do not shake a ladder when someone is standing on it.
No. I learned that
That is
once,
not how
too.
you spot somebody.
No, it's not. It is how you give them a heart attack, though.
Yes. I mean, the fact that Keiji didn't just drop dead in that moment as fucking Mion's shaking the shit out of a ladder while he's right next to the second story of a house is just beyond me. Because that would make me do one of two things. Either I drop from the ladder and break my neck due to having a heart attack, or I jump off the ladder, stomp on her face, then she'd be dead.
Oh, yeah, no, I was thinking that the whole time. It's like, in that situation, I'd be like, okay, you have 2 seconds to stop this before I just drop kick you.
Right?
Before I just come down with a fucking pile drive into your fucking face. Like, this is... I will curb stomp a bitch. If I get shaken on a goddamn ladder.
Yeah. Fear of heights is real, people.
Yes, it is. I have to deal with it every day in my work environment.
Oh God, I don't blame you, man.
Yeah.
But so in this particular one, yeah, Keiichi's a lot more passive. You kind of just get thrown right back into it. He wakes up in the morning, time to go to school. The routine is slightly different this go around from last go around, which is something that I notice is a little touch. It's like they don't follow the same path to school, nor do they follow the same, you know, I meet up with this person here, I meet up with this person here, and then we walk to school together. Like, it happens a little differently each time. So while they're clearly waking up in the same world, there's always something about it, even in the day-to-day minutia, that's a little different.
Yes.
And you watch it enough times, you pick up on that shit.
Oh, yeah.
But, that's actually not how the episode opens. Like we said before, like, it always opens up with something really freaking gruesome.
Yeah.
And the thing is that with this particular one, unlike chapter 1, where the gruesome part at the beginning, you know, gets shown again at the end of the chapter, the gruesome part at the beginning of this episode, Rika stabbing herself constantly over and over in the head with a knife.
Which is something I would like to note. It's so sort of well known.
Yes.
It is so well known that multiple lists, you can find the scene all over YouTube and all over the internet. And it is so well known that it is made top 10 lists of most disturbing deaths in anime.
Well, yeah.
Or most gruesome deaths in anime. It is on all of them. It is always at least somewhere in there.
I mean, good Lord, I forget how old Rika actually is.
8.
In the end. 8. Yeah, I mean, no one wants to look at a little girl that looks like she's between the ages of like 8 and 10, sticking a knife to the side of a wall, and then repeatedly jamming her temple into the pointy end.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Meanwhile, some teenage girl sits back and laughs maniacally at her behavior, which is something I noted here when we were watching it. What she's doing exactly is semi-censored.
It is.
Because you see the head banging, you see the blood spurting, but you don't know what she's actually doing. Not until the answer arc much later.
Yeah, then you see the reason why, kind of, sort of.
And so that's what makes this moment particularly strenuous, is that it opens up this chapter with something that doesn't even get fully explained or fully exposed until much, much later, and it's not answered by the end of the chapter. So your brain is left with a sinking feeling in the back of your mind of, why the fuck did I have to witness that at the beginning of this?
Yeah.
Which is one of those things that Higurashi does to you. It keeps you on your toes with that shit because you're just like, why was I exposed to that particular bit of gruesome information at the beginning of this chapter? That makes no sense until way later.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this and the next chapter are notorious for that.
And so after that, you know, we go through like the basic, like get up and go routine. Things are slightly different. If there's one thing I will say is so jarring, is that Ren is just back to being 100% her sweet old self.
100%. She does
Through
not.
the entire fucking chapter, she never goes crazy. And she is like the Yangire poster girl.
Mhm.
And in this chapter, she doesn't give any of that. And like Keiichi is just like known for that whole like paranoid thing that he does so often throughout the series. And yet in this chapter, he doesn't do it at all, which is what makes this chapter so fucking weird.
Now,
And why it's really hard to talk about, because so like seriously, like the first half of it is just dedicated to their whole like day in, day outs, like knowing their lives, him interacting with the girls, suddenly realizing that Mion has a crush on him,
mhm.
which kind of feels like it's out of left field compared to the last chapter.
There's a theory as to why, and I think it actually may actually come down to the game, which is something that we'll talk about in just a moment. There is a theory as to why Rena in this moment is suddenly, like throughout this particular storyline, is 100% her cutesy self. Because he gave her the doll.
Ah, yes. That telltale moment in the chapter where you realize this is based on a computer game.
Yeah, they're playing a game. They're playing one of their usual little games, only this time it's out in public. And it's a matching card game. Where,
Oh, God.
Like the winner gets however much money. It's a lot of money.
It was like 50,000 yen or something like that.
Which I can't remember how
Which
much
would be
that is.
which would be right around, I think it's like $500.
Yeah,
Which is a lot of money to a teenager.
especially for a card game. Yeah, they do the matching and the shenanigans ensue. You need to watch that yourself. It's funny.
Oh yes, it's so cute. It's so cute, especially the way he manipulates those other kids.
Oh God,
my
yeah.
God.
And the ending to that is that it's down to him and Mion, and suddenly the clock strikes, and she goes, "Time. Well, we gotta call it because I gotta head to work." And it's like, well, wait a minute.
Kudos to her for being responsible,
Sure.
but at the same time, it feels like such a manipulated moment.
It is. Yeah, and he's like, oh, wait a minute. And he's like, no, it's a tie. It's okay. He's like, but, and then the guy says, no, the guy running it says, no, we'll continue it another time. For now, here's the consolation prize. And he gives him a doll.
Yeah, like this really frilly
Freaky
porcelain
looking China doll.
Yeah, just, dude, why are you giving this to a dude?
Yeah, it's like, okay. And then he gets, he's standing between Rena and Mion. Mion is looking at him, kind of expectantly, and Rena says, "It's so cute."
She's still being her sarcastic self, though.
She is. She's still being her sarcastic self, but there's just this moment where she's just quietly standing next to him, while Rena is gushing over the doll. And
oh yeah,
they're like, well, so what are you gonna do? This is the moment where I'm like, this was a choice in the game.
Oh, most likely.
This particular chapter of the games, because the games are also split into chapters, this was a choice.
Yeah. It's clear as day.
Yeah. And in this instance, for the anime, he gives it to Rena. Now, Mion she kind of looks at him, and he says, like, well, besides, it's not like she would want something as frilly and stupid as this, right? As girly as this. She laughs it off, but you can tell it's strained.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, no, what would I ever want with something like that? It's like, so this already sets you down the road. This already sets you down the road for what's to come.
Well, and here's the thing, boys. I want to let you know something. If you're stuck between two women, and you think like, oh, this person wouldn't want me to give them this, it's junk in their eyes. So I'm just going to dump it off on something else. And you think that person even slightly has a crush on you? Like, there's even the slightest telltale sign. Do not give shit to other people. Don't do it. Don't freaking do it. Because even if in her mind it's not something that she particularly would want or enjoy, it's about the fact that you chose to give it to her. That's what matters.
Yeah.
Because I've actually seen guys like watch this scene and go, what's she gonna do with that? She does not into any of that stuff. If anything, she should be praising him for knowing her taste in things.
It's the thought that counts.
Boys, you clearly don't get it.
Yeah. It is just the fact that you gave it to her is what counts.
Even the sarcastic tomboy knows this.
Yeah, and I feel so bad for Kiichi in this one in particular, because
oh god, yeah.
Here's the thing. We already could tell from the first chapter that Rena probably has a thing for him. So already right off the bat, he is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Like, do I give it to Mion, the girl who I know probably isn't going to like it, but she does seem to be showing signs of liking me? Or do I give it to Rena, the one who's into cutesy stuff and I know likes me, or I don't know likes me, but I know I like? Because he does. He likes Rena. He doesn't realize Rena likes him.
Yeah.
He's fucking clueless. Honestly, either choice, he was screwed. Either choice. Especially in this universe.
Oh, yeah.
So really, definitely. You can't blame him, but except you can blame him for his response. He should not have said that out loud.
I say why not have both, but I don't create the rules of society.
Yeah. Honestly, if it was me, that's because that's just how I am. I'd have given it to the one who I know is into cutesy shit, but then offer to buy the other one something else that she may like.
You're like, nah, I'm gonna keep the doll, but you two free to go to ice cream? Yeah. Oh wait, you're going to work. I'll pick you up after work.
Yeah. I know how to do things to keep my ass alive. For the most part. My mouth still gets me in trouble.
But, you know, that crucial moment aside, which is one of those things where it's just like, anybody who knows anything about otaku culture at that point, like, it becomes very clear what these chapters and this whole anime is based on at that point. It's just a funny little telltale moment that in the first chapter you don't quite see any of those moments, but in the second chapter, good God, is it clear as day. And from this moment forward, after that choice, you can tell that this is a choice in this particular chapter that is a pivotal one.
Yeah.
Simply because from this point forward in this chapter, Keiji is led by the nose down a series of unfortunate events that essentially just ends with Mion getting revenge on him and then telling him at the end of the chapter that it's all his fault because he gave the doll to someone else.
Yep. So let's briefly, okay, we're not going to cover too much in this one because, again, I want to kind of keep this one a briefer chapter. But let's cover
Well,
the.
and anything that we bring up at this point
Mhm.
is just going to be rehashed come chapter 5, and we know that.
Yeah. Well, let's at least
But
cover Mion, or not Mion.
But-
Let's cover the hidden character.
Little Miss Shion. There's a twin. Say what now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a fucking twin. It just randomly turns up. He goes to.
And the thing is if you watch the opening credits to the show carefully,
You can see
you've
her.
known since the beginning. The problem is there's always that dual imagery that takes place in like so many fucking anime openings
Yeah.
that at first you think, oh, it's just Mion with a mirror image of herself with a slightly different hairdo. No. One's got a huge scar down her back, the other one doesn't.
Yeah.
So we've seen Shion since the beginning, we just didn't know Shion was there.
Yeah. So yeah, enter Shion. It's Sonozaki. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's the names. Yeah, enter Shion Sonozaki. Kiichi thinks that Mion is fucking with him.
Doing the whole, oh, I have a twin sister. Yeah, sure you do.
Yeah,
Because
because she
his
doesn't.
first interaction with Shion is him essentially sexually harassing her at work.
At a maid cafe.
Oh no! That's just a diner. The Angel Cafe is just a family restaurant.
Really?
Yeah. If you look closely, one, it's in the main town, and two, that's the one place everyone goes to eat.
Yeah.
It doesn't cater to a particular crowd like cafes do.
Okay.
But they just have this bad habit at the Angel Diner making their waitresses wear pretty salacious looking uniforms.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, he's at the diner, runs into her, harasses her.
Like full on verbally sexually harasses her.
Yeah.
Because welcome to the early 2000s, people, and people didn't really think much of this shit.
Yeah. And yeah, shenanigans ensue. Eventually, it's like, oh, he finally sees them in the same fucking place. Now, throughout this, you also can't tell who he's interacting with. You think you know, but you don't know.
And it's really hard to tell from moment to moment. And
Especially
this is
later
one
when they
thing
make
that
Sorry.
and well, this is the thing you figure out in chapter 2 about halfway through. Shion is super manipulative in the beginning.
True. But you don't know if that's Shion.
You do for the first 2 episodes that she's in. You know when it's Shion and when it's Mion. As you get towards the middle of episode 2, you start questioning shit a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And by the last 2 episodes in the second chapter, you're like, I don't know who the fuck I'm dealing with anymore. Is this Shion? Is this Mion? Is this the demon? Because yes, his weird shadow character ass makes another appearance. Only this time, instead of lurking in the shadows, apparently now he's possessing people.
Well, actually, they even say it's
Which-
not even the same demon.
Well,
They're just saying that there was a demon in their blood.
yeah, Village of Demons, blah, 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 blah,
Yeah,
blah,
so
blah.
that there's multiple demons.
Regardless, in previous chapter, in chapter 1, the only demon that is referenced is treated as a completely separate entity from human beings. Now there's this weird sort of blending of demon DNA and talks of possession and shit like that.
Yeah.
So it's like, now it's like, it seems like the universe almost has a completely different set of rules. And you're not sure if the rules are being made up to aid people's psychotic behavior or if it's true.
Honestly, after watching the most of the entire series, like the second half of season 2, and knowing what I know, I still don't know.
And that's the weird thing about this whole story is like they're especially in this chapter 2, it just leads you along so quickly from event to event to event. You don't know what the fuck is up.
Yeah, you feel like you are missing crucial pieces of information.
Yeah,
You flat out feel like it this time. At least in the previous chapter, there.
and if they didn't have the whole, Rena Mion Keiichi thing, and then moving into the Keiichi Shion Mion, if they didn't have the two triangles going on
Mhm.
throughout this entire chapter, this chapter would make no bloody sense.
Yeah.
If they didn't have the relationships carrying the chapter, you'd be so fucking lost.
Oh, most definitely.
Because of how it just jumps from event to event to event to event. Although this is the first time we really get some genuine emotion other than, I am happy, out of Rika, because she gets one moment where she's really disappointed that Keiichi did not see her entire dance. Because he's like, oh no, it was flawless, but she knows that she made a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So she knows he's lying.
Yep.
And so you're just like, okay, yeah, what? Oh, dang it, I'm a fuck up. And the whole time it's like, oh yeah, why did I do this? Oh yeah, because Shion convinced me to walk into the secret shrine on the edge of the property to get a load of an eyeful of a statue with a missing hand and a bunch of fucking torture tools.
And not just Shion convinced him.
The other two corpses, they don't interest me.
Yeah, we do get a little more look into their character, though, at least. A little bit. Like, they're
like,
more than just a couple of words.
Like, you're back into it again with, Little Miss Dead Eyes and Mr. Photographer. Because
Oh god, are her eyes dead in this one.
her character design bothers me so fucking much. Like, I know it's meant for you to just genuinely distrust her and make her unnerving to look at.
Yep.
I get the intent they were going for, but from someone who draws quite often, I just want, every time I look at her on the screen, I just want to take an eraser to her eyeballs and recenter them.
Yeah, because they are so fucking unfocused.
Oh, God,
especially in this one.
If you didn't know that she could see, you would assume that her character was blind anytime she was standing around talking, because she's literally staring at nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no.
Some people find this unnerving and creepy. I just find it triggers my OCD.
Yeah, and once I finally noticed it, because I'd never noticed it before, when I finally noticed it, I went, that's distracting, but I get what they're doing. I get how this is another hint.
Yeah, something ain't quite right with this woman.
Yeah. So they sneak in. Blah, blah,
They
blah,
see a
blah
bunch of shit. They tell a spooky story.
Exposition. Yeah. Pretty much.
Time to divulge half the plot.
Yeah. Pretty much. Now, there is... Yeah, Rika has her little moment where it becomes aware... Or it becomes apparent that this chapter, that she's a little more aware of something not right that's going on.
Yeah.
Because she particularly says she knows that Keiichi was in there. She kind of flat out tells him.
They have this whole thing where they're talking back and forth in metaphors about a cat that snuck into a barn or something he wasn't supposed to be in. And she's talking about, him as the cat and how everyone knows, including, this character and this character and this character. And basically
found a bunch of dogs is what she says.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's just all these dogs are going to come to get the cat eventually, but she'll do everything she can to protect the cat. And it's just like, girl, who are you? This is the first time where you realize something is really weird.
Yeah,
about Rika.
She knows far more than she should.
Oh, most definitely. But yeah, basically the whole thing ends because it is so disjointed. I wish we could summarize this better.
Yeah. So,
but the actual elements of story that lead up to the end are so disjointed and so sparse that they had to have this whole relationship thing with him and the girls, motivating it forward. Otherwise, it wouldn't have propelled any other direction.
Mm-hmm.
Although I do think it's kind of funny how we get to see this sort of hopelessly loyal friend and kind of hopeless romantic side come out of Keiichi in this moment.
Yes.
Because
yeah.
like he gets to this point where it's like, I don't care about anything, Mion has done. She's still my most wonderful friend. Basically he does everything but say, you're my number one person.
Yeah.
Which is nudge, nudge, hint, hint, in Japanese culture kind of thing. As like he's about to walk into the torture chamber willingly.
Oh, and you get to see the aftermath of some of the shit that Mion's been doing.
And here's the thing that always gets me.
But no corpses.
Yeah, like one, no corpses. She said she dumped them down a well. There's no evidence of a well. There's like all these freaking cages, and you're like, and here's the thing that always just makes me go, what the fuck? It's like, I thought this was a town thing. Like, they keep pushing this idea that the whole cotton drifting, aka, gut exposing because kanji is weird.
Yeah.
Rituals and festivals and things like this, all these, like, torturous behavior is something that the town would take part in to appease the demons and to protect the city and do all of this for the sake of everyone. And then somehow we take this weird left turn at the end of chapter 2, and for some reason it's all on the Sonozaki family all of a sudden, to the point where they have their own torture chamber underground with all the same tools. But this particular torture chamber is very active. Like, there's fresh blood, there's evidence that, things have been done recently, there's actually somebody in one of the cages, so on and so forth. This is the thing that irks me about chapter 2, is like, how did we go from this being a town thing to a Sonozaki thing?
Yeah, I honestly don't know.
And it's that leap that almost, like, I get, like, if you're totally focused on the character relationships in the story, how you could kind of gloss over it and not really notice what's happened.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, wait, we went from whole town being involved in this shit and everyone being guilty to now all of a sudden it's squarely set on the Sonozakis and their Yakuza ties and their ties to the demon. It's like, wait. What? How? Why?
Yeah.
Why? I don't understand.
Oh, the entire climax is just a what? Yeah, what?
The entire fucking thing is just like, huh?
Because I like to bring up my last. Now we'll see. Maybe there is an answer, and I just never noticed it. But let's just go ahead and run through the ending so that we can wrap this up. Because we have far more to talk about in the answer arc. Chapter 5.
Yes. Yes.
So she catches Keiichi, gets ready to torture him. Particular torture is completely fucked up. She's going to pound nails into every joint on his fingers, on both hands.
15 nails, each hand. Then death.
So he just tells her, okay, I just have I just have 2 requests. And it's like, oh, okay, getting kind of bold here, but fine. What are your requests? And he requests that she lets Shion live, that she lets Shion go, and that the demon leaves Mion. And this baffles her, because not one of those requests was selfish.
Yes.
And then, so she's like, well, wait, I thought you would have asked to save yourself. He's like, okay, then I have a third one. Don't kill me. And she's like, yeah, that's not happening. He's like, I didn't figure it would.
And the first 2 requests, that ain't gonna happen either. Things have already been set in motion to where that would never be possible.
Yeah. So.
But nice try.
Yeah. So he gets. So it's basically, she can't do it. that's what happens here. He gets out. She can't do it because Mion takes over for a moment, and so he gets out. He ends up in the he ends up not really in the hospital at the time.
Yeah, he gets taken to the hospital after
he gets taken there twice. Yeah, he gets taken to the hospital, and then he ends up going. No, what it was is they take him to the hospital briefly, and then the next time you see him, he's at home, and he's just bandaged up, and he's thinking about what happened and everything, and then he sees Mion outside of his window.
No, dude, that happens in the hospital because when you see
No. There's two times because he sees her the first time. When she puts him in the hospital.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot.
She had warned him, if you ever see me again, I'm going to kill you.
Yes.
Like, this is the last time you'll see me on okay terms. He's like, do not approach me. So he does the exact opposite of what she says and approaches her. And
gets stabbed in the gut.
Next thing he knows, he's in the hospital. And,
again.
and the cop is talking to him. The Detective Uichi is talking to him, who is a lot gruffer in this one.
Which is fine by me, because I always felt like his, I'm a friendly old man was so put on in the first chapter. Oh, God. Yeah.
So he tells him, he's like, yes. He's like, now, are you sure that it was Mion who stabbed you? Well, yeah, I saw her. She stabbed me. Well, that's interesting because we checked.
We found her. We found the well.
She'd been dead prior.
For days.
She'd been dead for a while. So even the person who captured you could not have been Mio.
Oh yeah.
So he's like, wait, what? It's like, yeah, and Shion just recently died. Oh, I'm probably not supposed to tell you that. That's my thoughts anyways. I'm probably not supposed to tell you that the person you saved, is now dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, fell out a window.
Oh, we've got more dead, we got more dead bodies than we should, considering how many people have interacted with her in the recent 2 days.
Yeah, we have more dead bodies walking around than we should, is what he says.
Yeah, that's what he says.
And then there's this moment where he's trying to grasp what's happening, how that was possible, and then a hand comes up and grabs his wrist from under the bed.
Yeah,
Mion comes up, covered in blood, has a hammer, grinning like a psychotic maniac, like this image you're seeing right now. And says, you didn't really think I was gonna let you go, did you? Nope! Grabs the nail, takes a nail, and whack! And that's all you hear. You see a blood spatter across, you see the screen spatters red. It cuts to black and red, and you hear a crunch sound.
And you go into the end credits going, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
This one earns its title as a question arc. Because with the first chapter, you can kind of, because of how the story goes and the tropes it uses, you can just say, oh, well, the demon got to him or the drugs got to him, one or the other, that's how it all happened.
Yeah. But he might have gone insane. You can kind of see it that way too.
Yeah, or he just psychologically snapped.
Yeah.
But in this one, there's literally so many loose ends, you can't justify anything that happens in it.
Yeah.
By the end of the second
supernatural
chapter.
shit happening.
Too much supernatural shit, too much psychotic manipulation.
Yeah.
Just what the frick is going on? Kate, and this has to be my least favorite chapter so far, simply because Keiichi is being so led by the nose. He is being so passive. He's literally just along for the ride in this one.
Mm-hmm.
And so you just feel really lost at the end.
Yeah.
But, I mean, out of the two we've seen so far, this is my least favorite. Yes, audience, I know I watched these years and years ago, but my brain only has room for so much. It feels like I'm watching all of these new again. So Out of the two I've seen so far, like this one, well, it has its moments. I'm sure I'm going to enjoy its answer arc far more.
Oh, so much more. Oh.
Simply because, God, this one was plot holy as fuck.
But even then, from what I remember, and this is just a tease to what's to come, I feel like from what I remember, the answer arc still leaves you with questions. But we'll see what happens.
We'll see about that.
We'll see what happens. It's been a while. But we are out of time. So, final thoughts on this little chapter.
Frankly, it is entertaining. They do keep enough interest between the whole Rena, Mion, Shion thing and enough, like, mythos and world building exposition going on to where you feel like you're really starting to get to know the universe a little better. You feel like you're getting to know the characters a little better. It's just that so far as actual plot and story motivation, this chapter was complete shit.
Yeah.
But it feels like at the end it's done so intentionally and it's trying to cover its tracks. And because we know how the series is going to go, at least by design, it still leaves you feeling satisfied that you watched it. It just sucks that we're doing this in this particular form, and I didn't get to binge watch like 10 more episodes just to get to the end of chapter 5, where I knew a lot of this shit was going to be answered, and I've been sitting on my thumbs for days.
We'll get there soon. Yeah,
I know.
Honestly,
it's part of the production process.
This story as a whole, on its own, I feel, yeah, it's an interesting little adventure. It's disjointed as all hell.
It's weak.
It is, but combined with the answer arc, it is one of my favorites. It is like my second favorite story.
Really?
Yes, it is my second favorite story. What's coming up though is my second favorite chapter.
Ooh.
And you'll get to find out why this is my second favorite chapter. When the curse finally catches up with us.
Alrighty then.
So until next time, Xeiren, where can people find you?
In the doobly-doo. Down below.
Yeah, and you can find me here under Ten-Tailed Ookami on YouTube. Good night, everybody.
Do.
Start recording.
The caffeine is kicking in. The caffeine is kicking in.
Are you trying to make outtakes now?
Wait, we're recording?
Yeah, I hit record.
Oh. No, you are.
That wasn't even my intention. Okay. All right, well, fuck it. We got it out today, people.
Oh, I'm always a goofy jackass. Everyone knows this. I'm that dude at the party while having tits.
Well, alrighty then.
I get away with murder.
Damn straight. All right. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Satoko.
Satoko?
Hey, what's wrong?
Sato, are you all right?
Hey, Satoko, what's going on?
Satoko, what's wrong with you? No, I can't do it anymore. I can't.
Satoko,
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
Satoko.
You're tuned in to the Wolf's Den podcast, and welcome back to Higurashi Month. So, we move into chapter 3 now.
Oh my god, chapter 3.
Curse killing.
Curse killing my ass. Like, this thing's titled all wrong.
Well, I mean, because, well...
The curse does not die.
Oh,
The
well,
curse
yeah, the
does
curse
not
doesn't
die.
die. The curse kills everyone.
Just... Oh, crap. So,
Yeah, we're just gonna dive into this.
we're back to Keiichi being, like, an active participant again. And it seems like every time he's an active participant in this story, he goes fucking nuts.
Yep. And I have a theory about that, but I'm not gonna say anything until chapter 6, because...
And you better not, because when you told me you had a theory, I'm like, spoilers.
Yeah. No worries, I'm not gonna spoil. We're gonna wait until
But,
chapter 6 for me to go into why that happens.
Crap, like seriously, this is like the him and Sadako chapter.
Oh, big
Like
time.
the Mion and Rena almost get like no real screen time in this. Like, she has one little freak out Rena has one little freak out moment because, you know, they talk about her history with the curse, at least vaguely this time around. But most of this is just focused on Keiichi and, you know, identifying way too much with Satoshi yet again, but in a completely different way, because now it's all to save Sadako versus just being eerily similar, which just, oh my god, save her from this piece of shit uncle. I will tell you this much, like I am not a big fan of like the whole trigger warnings thing, because well, frankly, I took psychology in college, and for me, being triggered actually means it by the psychological definition, like you see things or experience things that bring back a, you know, like a flooding back of traumatic memories, and sometimes even like full-blown like flashbacks to where you have a hard time distinguishing, you know, reality from the past.
Mm-hmm.
And with Higurashi, it's like it's always so brutal and weird and over the top that I wouldn't really throw a trigger warning on it, because really there's not a whole lot of people who have experienced this shit firsthand. However,
This chapter.
for chapter 3, it gets a little too real and a little too close to home because good God, this poor girl.
I'm gonna say that I'm gonna let you know this right now.
If you
The
have
open-
any sort of history with being abused in any way, shape, or form, do not deal with this chapter.
No.
Because, oh my God, her uncle and just her trail of bad luck.
Oh yeah.
This poor girl. I every time Sadako was in a scene in this chapter, I'm like, I just want to hug you. It's okay. It's okay. It's not gonna be okay.
For at least season 1 of these, I'm using right after the Wolfsden logo. You'll hear audio. These are taken from each chapter, usually the opening. I'm going to let you know right now, for those who did watch this and thought, what the fuck, I apologize, but that is one of Sadako's freakouts that I used.
Yeah.
I think you know exactly which one, because it ends with her constantly going, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And that one was brutal to watch.
Yeah, and it's so real because in that moment nothing really bad is happening. But that's like the textbook definition of someone being triggered.
Oh yeah.
She receives a simple pat on the head that reminds her of her brother, and it just sends her fucking spiraling
Yep.
into every single bad emotion, association, and memory that is tied to Satoshi.
Oh yeah.
To the point where she is just breaking the fuck down. And that is so tough to watch. Even if you haven't experienced it yourself, but you've known people who have.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is probably one of the most raw and just disturbing moments of the entire series because it's done so well.
It is done so well and so
It's
realistic.
so real.
Like, props. Like,
Fuck yeah.
but bravo. Holy
It's-
shit.
It's raw. It's fucking raw. So, yeah. Whereas, like, there's a lot more brutal things that happen in Higurashi. This is the one I'm like, for most people, I'm like, if you can't handle this kind of shit, don't go near this chapter.
Moving right in. Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about Sadako's uncle. This piece of shit.
Douchebag.
Yeah.
Supreme.
Every time he dies in this series. Because, yeah, spoiler, he gets killed in this chapter. I
At least
adore it.
that's what.
I'm so
At
happy
least
when it
that's what-
happens.
At least that's what we're led to believe.
Yeah.
And then by the end of it, you find out there's been even more death, which we know got him eventually. But oh man, so in all the previous chapters, we have noted that Sadako and Rika live together. We find out in chapter 3 the reason for this is because her uncle, who was Sadako's last care provider, just skittered off to be with some woman. So she was left completely abandoned, and so she lives with Rika because Rika also lost her parents, yada, yada, yada. They take care of each other, whatever. It actually starts off pretty happy in that regard. We find out, well, one, we finally get to meet who the coach is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the coach,
So-
Irie. Yeah.
Irie, which,
I like that character.
what a nice guy.
Yeah.
Seriously, he's trying so damn hard just to be the best to, like, everyone.
Yeah.
And then it's so funny too, because I actually remember watching this years ago and somebody going like, oh my God, he's so nice. He's so wonderful. He's this, he's that. Why isn't he married? And I go, because he's a doctor and a baseball coach. This man has no time for himself.
Yeah. No, he doesn't.
let alone a fucking wife.
Yeah, he's busy helping others.
I mean, we find out, later in the series, because he is that rural physician, like he makes house calls. Jesus Christ, what doctor makes house calls anymore?
Yeah, exactly.
So, he's trying his best to like just do right by everyone, and it's so hard to like meet a more sincere character in this story. I think he's definitely going to be one of my favorites by the time this is all over.
Oh, he's great. Yeah.
We finally get to meet the coach. We finally get a little more exposition on Sadako's situation. After we learn about her uncle, like literally right after we learn about her uncle just being like, fuck this, I'm going to go be with some broad in another town. Within minutes, that motherfucker's back.
Yep.
No explanation, just, oh, I'm back in town, so yeah, Sadako, you're not living with Rika anymore, you're coming here and living with me. Oh, and you're going to do all the chores, and you're going to do everything I say, and you're going to run to the store and get me beer on your bike, which, you can't fucking carry yourself in the freaking basket that's on the front because I'm an alcoholic and a shithead and a gambler and all these other horrible, awful things before you even get to the fact that he beats the shit out of her.
Mm-hmm.
Constantly puts her down and mentally and physically abuses her at every turn. And really, my only issue with Sadako's uncle is this. I wish they would have made him look more traditionally Japanese.
Yeah. Because
they give him that whole punk loser aesthetic.
Yeah.
To sort of hammer in just how much of a terrible, horrible person and how like much of a trash person he is. But I think it would have been more had he actually looked like most of the other citizens in town. Yeah. But no, they gave him the stupid Hawaiian shirt and the blonde hair and the piercings and
yeah.
But it still drives home the point. This man is no good. No one wants this person around.
No.
But and you find out soon after, it's like Sadako, like a lot of abuse victims, feels like they just have to bear through it. Otherwise, they are weak, or that whatever sort of light at the end of the tunnel they see in the future, they will not receive said reward unless they go through the pain and the torment. And oh my God. Like at that point, you're just like, somebody do something. And it sets up the entire plot of the chapter so damn well because Keiji does decide to do something.
Yep. And I do not blame him for it. While it is fucked up that he automatically went there, I don't blame him.
And just like most honest, good-mannered, red-blooded men I know, he does the one thing you're all thinking of.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if nobody's going to step in, not CPS, not the, white knight of a doctor, and not the friends, and not the teacher, well, I guess it's just my job to fix it. And the only way to fix it
is to make him go away.
Yep. This is where things get a little psychologically interesting, though. Because they also established this whole thing, even way back in chapter 1, that Keiichi is some sort of Satoshi replacement.
Yes.
Not just in the story at large, but specifically to Sadako. And so he starts assuming that every action he's taking based on little tidbits of information from the past, and everything he's feeling about the current situation is also things that Satoshi felt in the past. And he starts taking these wild actions, preparations, and making all these plans to get Sadako's uncle out of the picture. And it's not correct. It's not said at any point during chapter 3 that he's corrected assuming so, but he assumes that all of these things that he's thinking and feeling throughout the entire chapter was also Satoshi's feelings throughout the entire past.
And what happened?
And what led to
aunt.
and led to their aunt being beaten to death. He assumes that it's Satoshi that's done it, and these are all the reasons why. And now it's just his turn to get rid of the uncle. His turn to get rid of the uncle now.
Which, going into this blind, yeah, it's a possibility. Knowing I didn't finish season 2 yet. That is part of the that's one of the things I'm going to do when we get to it.
Yeah.
But it's possible that might have actually happened.
And they present it in such a way.
100%.
It's plausible.
It is very plausible.
It is very plausible that is exactly how it went. I don't think Keiichi is insane for tying those things together and coming up with the theory that that's how it went down and how he killed his aunt, or how his aunt died.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still very heavily presumed. And this is one of those things that just made me go, like, the part that gnaws on me, at least so far as the mystery is concerned with this chapter, is with all the heavy associations that others put between Keiichi and Satoshi, why is Keiichi always so quick to assume that they're true?
That I don't know.
That's the one thing that in all of it, because you know, maybe it's just me, but when they're like, whenever somebody's like, "Oh, you're just like so and so," like my first instinct is to be like, "No, I'm not."
Mm-hmm.
But Keiichi is always way too quick to assume that whenever somebody says that, they're being 100% honest and they are correct. It's like he keeps falling whenever he is basically in charge of the motivation of the plot,
Mm-hmm.
and he becomes a very heavily involved protagonist versus just the drug along protagonist, the reluctant protagonist. That's the word I'm thinking of. Whenever he's the active protagonist, he's always very just falling into Satoshi's archetype, which is very strange. And whenever he's being drug along by the plot by the nose, he seems more genuinely himself, which I find very intriguing.
Yeah, there's once again a reason why this is a question arc.
Oh yeah, I don't plan to answer anything until we get to answer arcs. It's just these interesting little like layers that you see in the different chapters.
Yeah. So, okay. Moving on. Let's move it. Okay, there's just a few little things that I have left to say about Satoshi for this chapter. First of all, okay, we got the return of Shion. Shion is officially in this.
Yeah, she's not just some one-off from chapter 2. Mm-mm.
Yeah, no, she exists. And Keiichi has that moment where he's like, "Oh, Mion," and go, "Oh, god damn it, no, you're her sister Shion." Yeah, he even has that like, damn twins.
Mm-hmm.
She has a past with Satoshi. That much is clear. Because she reacts the most to the whole Satoshi thing. She has the sharpest reaction to it, in my opinion. Of the
when
friends.
when that happened, I couldn't help it with my own like sick mind. I just went, well, someone's being sensitive over the dick she used to suck.
And there is that slight bit of, I would say there is still a slight bit of resentment towards Sadako. You can kind of see it from what was left over from Mion's reaction in chapter 2.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Keep that in mind when we move into chapter 5.
And it's so weird that they blame her because you find out at the end of chapter 3, she does nothing but blame herself. And usually when somebody's, going around going, you're to blame for this, and you're to blame for this, and you're to blame for this, it doesn't usually stem from someone who already blames themselves. Usually people are quick to blame people who are very defensive over their own actions, which Sadako is not defensive about anything that's happened, which is just very odd.
Yeah.
When all things are taken into consideration. But one of the more interesting things about chapter 3 in particular, you actually get flashbacks through both Sadako and Keiichi to before the entire events of the month of June happened. You get some flashbacks and you see at least the silhouette of Satoshi, actually interacting with other characters.
Mm-hmm.
And you get a little bit into Keiichi's backstory before he moved to Hinamizawa. It turns out he's really intelligent, but he got poor grades, and the whole reasoning is that he's very bad at theoretical problem solving. He needs a practical scenario.
Yeah.
It's not even necessarily a learning disability. It was just a quirk into how his mind works. Although I thought it was really interesting how they felt the need to set up the idea that he is hyper intelligent. I have a feeling that comes into play later.
It does.
And so, he was bullied, he was misunderstood. They moved to Hinamizawa, and all of those flashbacks end with him meeting the 4 girls and feeling like he belongs again. Keep in mind, dear audience, that the only thing that repeats is the month of June. So any flashbacks you get to previously before the month of June, regardless of how the month of June plays out, are all true.
Yeah, they're all solid. They're all true. Nothing. Yeah.
So whenever somebody says, well, if this happens and this happens, then, most likely this is going to happen, you can just tell them that's not how it works in Higurashi. That's for damn sure. No. Just because you have a particular kind of past does not mean your future is going to go any one particular way.
Yeah.
But I digress. So... And this is the first time in the series where you really get that sort of concrete past detail.
So, the lost hand.
Oh my god!
In chapter 2, we made
can I make one little comment on that whole flashback to the lost hand?
Go ahead.
Good lord! If you thought that Sadako and Rika were not already chibi and adorable enough, we go back a few years into the past, and it's those 2 girls and a bunch of other kids playing hide and seek at the shrine. Sadako does the dumb thing, gets on the roof of the shrine where all the ritual tools are, hops into the shrine, and oh god, as she's trying to get out, has a klutz moment.
Yep.
An epic klutz moment. I need to just restate this. I identify with Sadako a little too damn much. It's like, she's feisty, but she's a klutz. She makes a lot of mistakes. She blames herself a lot. I'm just like, girl, stop making me identify with you so damn much. And slips as she's leaving and knocks this tool from the ceiling that lobs off the right hand of
The
Oyashiro's statue.
Yeah.
And so she uses this moment as the starting point for her string of bad luck. Because immediately after this statue loses its hand, Rika's blamed for it.
Yep.
And so hand loss, bad things immediately start happening. And good Lord, I never wanted to see a 6-year-old beaten with the Japanese equivalent of a riding crop.
No, never wanted to see that.
It's like, it doesn't take it to a creepy place in like any sort of like sexual way, but it is brutal as fuck.
Yeah.
It's like, nope. Poor Rika. Oh God, and at the end! Poor Rika!
Poor Rika, but we will get to that. Moving down the line, I'm gonna cover some key points that we will, because we will go deeper into this chapter and the first chapter when we get to chapter 6.
Yes.
Takano. We learn a little more about our friend Takano.
In a very vague sort of way.
A very vague sort of way. She is still aloof until she's not. And the moment when she's not is disturbing.
Yeah.
After Kiichi kills her Sadako's uncle.
Yes.
Because that's a thing. That happens. It's gruesome, but it is so satisfying. Then he struggles with trying to, well, here's
get his bike and shovel home in the rain.
Yeah. See, he talked to his mother. There's this scene where he talks to his mother because he's trying to figure out how to do this. And he asks her if in any of her crime novels that she's read, did anyone ever not get caught? And she says no.
Commit the perfect crime.
Yeah. So, no. And she explains how you go about committing the perfect crime, which includes, at the end, making it look like it never happened. But that is very, very difficult to do.
Yes.
And then he runs off, and she doesn't take that as any red flags. Okay.
His parents are just fucking idiots.
They are. They really are. So,
they're plants by the government. They are the lizard people.
So he goes through with this, and then now he's like, shit, now I gotta make it look like it never happened. He manages to he loses the hole. That was interesting.
I think that's some interesting phrasing.
Yeah. God damn it. He loses track of the hole that he dug. So he has to dig a new one. And he buries him, and then he's trying to walk his bike back in the rain and trips. Someone pulls up behind him in a car, and it turns out it's Takano. So she helps him. Although she's kind of creepy about it.
Yeah.
She kind of questions him, like, well, what are you doing out here in the rain? And the way she's saying it, it's really off.
Everything about this woman is off.
Yeah. And so
It's
finally,
awful.
she's like, I guess I can help you, but you're going to have to leave your bike and come and get that in the morning. Because there's no room. The back, he's like, well, why? Can't I just put it in the trunk? Like, my trunk is full. And my back seat is occupied. Yeah, so is my back seat. Okay. So he gets in the car. As they're driving, he happens to notice the bike in the back, which was Tomatake's bike. We once again see them come into the scene. And I laughed when I rewatched this, because it's like, oh, Tomatake literally rode into the scene on a bike.
Yep.
It's like exposition. Like, oh, okay. So,
In a lot of ways, Higurashi is not very subtle.
no, it's not.
It's just very good at omitting specific details.
Oh, definitely. So he talks to Takano, or he points out, it's like, that's Tomatake's bike. Like, well, why on earth would you say that? Like, because I saw him riding it. Like, well, yes, he was riding it, but that was my bike.
He picked it out for me, so of course it'd be similar to his own.
Yeah, it's like,
Oh, by the
okay.
way,
Yeah,
were you able to bury the body?
but I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you correct.
When she's like, oh,
Yeah.
oh, by the way, were you able to bury the body? Talk about a cliffhanger.
Yeah. Oh no, I was repeating his line.
Oh.
Yeah.
God damn it, Ookami.
Yeah.
You had me going there for a
Yeah.
second.
He's like, yeah, I don't think I heard you correct. And she's like, oh, I'm sorry. I said, were you able to bury the body?
Yes.
This ends
And
an
that's when
episode.
you realize, holy crap, every time Tomatake winds up dead, she had something to do with it.
Yep.
And the fact that she goes missing in almost every instance of the month of June, we know it's tied to Tomatake directly at this point.
Oh yeah. Yes. They definitely spell that one out. Well, not so much spell it out, but they present it.
Yeah.
So one last thing, his last interaction with Takano is an interesting one.
Yeah, basically,
Because-
this didn't happen.
Yeah, this didn't happen. We didn't meet. We didn't talk.
I did not give you a ride home.
Yeah. Okay. Can I ask why?
No.
Yeah. You need to you need to stop asking questions and start doing things for yourself for once, boy.
Yeah.
And then she kicks him out. And it's like, what the fuck just happened? That was a complete heel turn of that character.
Oh, yeah.
That was a complete 180, because usually, yeah, she's aloof and yeah, she has some creepy moments. This is flat out her. She didn't have that blank look on her face. She didn't have any type of, she just had this like sneer almost.
Yeah.
Like she was a completely different character. Oh, we also learned that she is the school nurse. Or not the nurse, it's school nurse. She is the nurse of
The clinic.
of the clinic. Yeah. So yes, that's where the
Oh, goodness. And so, between his odd interactions with everybody else, between that and just wanting some sort of acknowledgement for saving Sadako, Keiichi starts to lose his mind. All freaking over again. Starts feeling like everybody's out to get him, that most people know what he's done, or the people that he has told what he's done don't believe him and think he's going insane.
yeah. To be honest, I wanted to smack him upside the head like every other scene. Mostly,
Oh, yeah.
a lot of the time I was watching and I would suddenly shout at the TV like, "No, stupid! Don't say that! Don't do that!"
Well, and then he starts wishing people dead.
Yes. And then they do.
And then people wind up dead. The very people that he wished to be dead. Now, I kind of never have been a big fan of this particular thing in stories because the explanation as to why these despicable people wind up dead, it never has anything to do with the wish itself. It sets itself up like that. I don't know how it's going to knock it down later, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be like, ooh, you wish? Okay, master. Like, I don't think that's going to be
no,
the
that's
situation here.
No, that's not it at all.
But it does, add a whole heaping level of that just paranoid level to the end of the chapter, where it's just like he finally starts opening up to Sadako after, saving her yet again from the clutches of her uncle, which, yes, we all know he's supposed to be dead at this point, but no one can find his body, so you kind of assume he might be alive.
Yeah.
But we never get the answer to that. Thank
Which-
you, question arc.
Yeah.
But
Which, by the way, just want to say, during this scene, this is just a tidbit, we see as he's looking around the house, trying to figure out where Sadako is, and if the uncle is actually still alive. Because, yes, there's this theory, this, everybody, the uncle didn't stay dead, supposedly.
yeah, which wasn't handled very well.
No, that shows that it's somebody, it's more paranoia.
Yeah.
It's clear at that point.
But
But
yeah,
he
I
finds
know.
the lunch.
Yeah.
And this is just a tidbit I want to cover just for a moment before we get back into this. The date on it is 1983, June 20th.
So when you're going to watch this, just be aware. That's why nobody has cell phones.
Yep.
Anytime you're thinking to yourself, hey, why don't they use technology to find this thing or take pictures of that or do this or do that? Sorry, kids, we are in Stranger Things territory and people didn't have that shit back then.
Yeah.
Although I do think it's interesting that they wait this long into the story to establish what time frame it's all in.
Yeah,
It's very interesting that they wait this long.
they've only hinted before that it was June.
Yeah,
It's
but
an
June
offhand-
sometime in the early 80s?
Yeah. Find out that, it's in the 80s. So, yeah, that's just something to keep in mind.
That also explains that weird-ass half Aladdin vest.
Yeah.
that Keiichi's wearing all the time.
Yeah, it really does. Goddamn 80s fashion.
Like, they keep it very subtle.
They do. They really
But
do.
once they reveal that all of this is taking place in the early 80s, so many things that you question in the first two chapters just kind of click into place.
Mm.
In fact, the first time I ever read the label on the lunch, I went, was that thing in the freezer? For like, God knows how long? Like, how long have they had that lunch? And then I had to, and then, later on you realize, nope, this is all taking place in the 80s. This
Yeah.
makes complete sense.
Yeah, Keiichi even says that's yesterday's date.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, this is from yesterday. So, wait, yeah, there's his whole paranoia acting up. But yeah, no, this is a glimpse. This is them throwing an answer at you right away. They're throwing you a huge piece of information
Oh,
that
yeah.
you don't even realize is that big.
Well, that is just kind of funny to think about how, like, if these characters were real people, they'd be older than me
Exactly.
in present day,
Exactly.
which is really, really weird for me to think about.
Especially once you realize what's going on here. Yeah. Yeah, that's an interest. Yeah.
But to kind of just wrap things up, because while this one was a little all over the place, the ending. Oh, God, the ending.
Oh, man, the ending.
The ending begins with his confession to Sadako that all these people he keeps wishing dead wind up being dead, which he had no intent of them being dead. They're confirmed deaths. And yet the one death that he actually sought out to achieve is a complete and utter mystery. And for some reason, her uncle keeps, like, mysteriously having effects on her
Mm-hmm.
post-mortem and all this stuff. But he fully cops to killing her uncle. She freaks
Yeah.
at this, but not as hard as when she finally puts on some fucking clothes, because this whole time she's running around in a goddamn bath towel.
Which is when we find out that Dr. Irie is dead. Died of an overdose.
Sleeping pills, which bullshit. I call bullshit.
Yeah.
But
Rightfully so, but moving on.
But moving on. And while Sadako's running up to Rika's room to get some spare clothes that she left there, he discovers a bunch of crows nomming on a corpse. Rika's corpse, to be exact, right in front of Oyashiro's shrine.
I would like to say I'm not sure. Okay. At this point, yes, he freaks the fuck out. He drops the axe, like
In the blood!
Yeah. Oh, by the way,
Trying to shoo away the birds.
He went to Sadako's house with an axe, planning to finally end the uncle once again. At this point, subtlety was out the window.
Yeah, at this point, Keiichi
Yeah.
is just he's murder happy at this point. He's like, no, I'm gonna kill it and I'm gonna kill him dead.
Yeah. So he's swinging he drops the axe in the blood. So now it's a bloody axe. And then he starts swinging it around to try and get rid of the crows. Then Sadako turns up.
Full blown fucking freak out.
She automatically yeah.
And they wind up on this this rope bridge that we've never seen before. The creek just outside of town, which I don't even think has been mentioned in the previous 2 chapters.
No, it hasn't.
She is freaking out because not only did Keiichi admit to all this shit, but so much of it parallels things that she remembers from the past. She goes into why she's a cursed person and how she just wants... She's now become convinced that Keiichi's possessed.
Yep.
And that this is part of the curse, and that the curse is taking Keiichi away from her through these particular means. She pushes him off the bridge, which, by the way, every time little Sadako pushes anybody, I swear she goes full-blown She-Hulk.
Yeah.
I don't know. She knocks him over that rope bridge when the threshold height for the rope bridge was head height for him.
Yeah.
To be lobbed over, and every time she pushes him in the classroom, she literally pushes him across the entire classroom.
Yeah.
She-Hulk. She's a little 8-year-old She-Hulk. Which, oh god! And then he's hanging on by a fucking set of 4 fingers.
Yep.
And she starts screaming and freaking out. Similarly, just going on and on and on, just like Shion and just like Mion, blaming herself for what has taken place and shaking the shit out of the rope bridge to get him to fall into the creek below so he'll die. Because if she can't have her Keiichi, then he might as well just be gone. He falls in, hears her last words to him, and then we just wind up in some other town in a ramen shop watching a news report. And this is the part that still just throws me about this chapter, because this is the first time they ever bring it the fuck up. And I'm going to let you take it from here, because they just had me scratching my fucking head.
This is an event that comes on in season 2. But they talk about it in in at least this chapter at the very end, and they slightly mention it in chapter 6. This is what's known as the Hinamizawa disaster. Apparently, overnight, there was a volcanic eruption, I guess, is what it is, and it caused volcanic toxic gas to leak up from because I think there's a swamp. There's a swamp. So it caused it to leak up from the swamp and into town.
And kill everybody.
And killed everybody except for one person.
Dun dun dun.
Keiichi is alive. Keiichi is in critical condition, but he is the last living person that they can find.
Yeah, with like the death toll at over 1,000
Yeah, and
at some
counting.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then TV breaks down or someone shuts it off to be an asshole, and it's
Yeah.
just like, that's the end of chapter 3, and you're like left scratching your head going, what? What? Why this?
Yeah.
Why this ending of all endings? This is
Yeah.
that explains nothing. I don't know why they put this here. Just like I don't know why the first opening scene is just somebody poking trash in a goddamn canal, but okay.
Also, yeah.
Not a particularly gruesome opening, but definitely confusing.
Doesn't get answered until later.
Oh yeah, just like everything else in this series. Just to kind of like frame this for the audience. Like, I went and watched this chapter last night. My husband was in the room with me. He's like, "Oh, what are we watching?" I'm like, "Higurashi," and he's like, "Oh, like, is it the beginning?" I went, "No, it's chapter 3." He's like, "Oh, well, am I going to be lost?" I went, "Yeah, but you're supposed to be."
Yeah.
That's Higurashi in a nutshell for you. You're like,
Yeah,
"Oh, am I going to
yeah.
be lost?" Yes, but you're supposed to be.
Yeah. So, I would like to bring up one last thing before we give our final thoughts on this chapter. On Rika's death, I would like to note that even though, yeah, Sadako immediately freaks out thinking that he chopped her up with an axe, I'm curious about those injuries on her. Because they do not match up to an axe. They do not match up to a lot of things.
No, they match up to the gut ripping out diagrams you see in chapter 2.
Yes, they do.
Which is also that really weird scene from the movie The Cell.
Yeah. Yeah,
The same torture. It's just like, oh, pull out your intestines super slowly, and
so you feel it the entire way.
You feel it the entire time, and you're traumatized by it before you finally pass out from loss of blood.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't die until it's finished.
Which also, like, leaves you wondering, because it's like, if that is how she died, then obviously she didn't die right there. That's just the dumping site.
Yep.
For the body. So, more likely than not, if she was killed in that particular manner, then it was done in the ritual shed where the statue of Oyashiro resides, the one with the missing hand that we know from chapter 2.
Perhaps.
And then was dropped in front of the public shrine where they actually held the festival at in chapter 1.
You're heading in the right direction. I will say that much.
And so it's just like, okay, but why her?
That is the question. So many questions, so little answers.
At least until we get to chapter 5.
Chapters 5 and 6. Yes. But
no,
yeah.
Yeah, just to kind of wrap up my thoughts on chapter 3, it's a rough watch if you have any sort of associations with trauma, like real common, unfortunately so, kinds of trauma.
Yeah.
But it's done in a very respectful and very realistic way. So as long as you can handle that, dive right in, and it's gonna leave you just wanting so much stuff answered, but it doesn't feel plot holy like chapter 2 does. It feels like everything it leaves out, it does on purpose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, honestly, this chapter in particular feels like it could be done on its own.
Yes.
This is a chapter that I feel is like a self-contained story. A story that leaves you with questions about certain things, like any good mystery.
Yes.
But if somebody were to adapt this or make this into like its own little, like just an OVA, like an offshot, if you were to introduce someone to this anime, this chapter could be seen as its own little thing.
Oh, yeah.
As long as you lop off that final ending, then yes, I could totally see it done that way. And it helps that it's like 5 episodes.
Yeah, it fleshes itself out rather
Yeah.
nicely for
So
a questioner.
it's already feature length if you put them all together.
Mhm.
So
I
my-
really think that's all we can say, though, at this point.
that
'cause-
really is. We still need more answers.
Damn you, Higurashi!
The only thing I will say is yes, like I said, as disturbing as this one gets, as like just raw this one gets, this is my second favorite chapter.
I can totally see why. By the time we get to the end, I'm pretty sure it's going to be one of my favorites, too.
Yeah. Once you piece them together, I think, yeah, you'll see why it makes up my #1 favorite arc.
But I think that's where we draw the line on this one.
Yep. So, until next time, Xeiren, where can people find you?
All the links down in the doobly-doo.
Alrighty then. And you can, of course, find me here under Tentailed Ookami on YouTube. I also realized I forgot to do our introduction earlier. My bad.
I think they know who we are at this point if they're keeping up with Higurashi Month.
I know. It's just, I have a formula.
I know.
When I
It's
break
okay.
from it, it messes with my
It's-
OCD.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll make up for it in the next one.
All right. And next time, well,
Chapter
Hopefully-
4.
chapter 4, and hopefully we won't be wasting your time.
You're an ass.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Ow.
Ooh, nice.
Well, you should be glad at least.
Glad for what?
Glad that now there'll be peace in this village once again.
Peace? In this village?
Yeah.
But every year from now on out, gruesome things are going to happen. Not peace. In a few years, someone is going to kill me.
What are you talking about? Who would kill you? And why?
It's already been decided.
Been decided? What kind of monster would decide something like that?
Akasaka. This place is full of people who think nothing of taking another life. It's possible that what I'm about to tell you will change nothing. But maybe it's the right stone to be tossed on the surface of the water to crack the reflection of the moon staring down on us like death.
What are you talking about, Rika?
You're listening to the Wolfstead Podcast, and welcome back to Higurashi Month.
Welcome back to the never-ending month of June. Which
Indeed.
we're actually gonna go back quite a few Junes.
Yeah, we
this
are
time
actually.
Oh God.
With-
Chapter 4. Oh Lord.
With
Anyway,
me,
to
with
satisfy
me,
your OCD, introductions,
yeah.
please.
Thank you. With me, of course, is the lovely Xeiren.
Hello.
And that's all I needed to do. I know it's something simple, but god damn it.
Aw, you hold me in such high regard.
Yes, I do.
Oh, my shucks. No.
So,
Anyway,
Time
chapter
break.
3. Oh God, chapter 3 was a doozy of a chapter. However, chapter 4 is a doozy in a completely different way.
let me say this.
Uh-huh.
Despite the title, this is not a waste of time.
Oh no.
This is actually very crucial information you need.
I mean, if anything, any time wasting that happens is Rika wasting this detective's time with very specific intent.
Yeah, which I think that might have been the reason why it was called that. I think it was one of
Yeah.
those subtle titles.
Oh yeah. Because even I was confused by it, and I was like mulling over it last night, going, "Why would they name it that? Why would they name it that? I don't understand." And it kind of hits me. Oh wait,
Yeah.
it's not my time that was wasted. It was a specific character's time that was wasted. Okay, that makes a bit more sense.
But with specific intent as to why.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. So yeah, in this one we go back several Junes, and we are right back to ultra tiny, ultra chibi Rika, and this is before any murders take place. We go all the way back to the June when Hinamizawa is still fighting against the dam happening.
By the way, I just wanted I want to take little Chibi Rika home with me.
Oh, right. She would fit in a backpack.
She would.
She's so tiny. I mean,
I have a little
it's
pocket
kinda-
Rika.
I mean, if you did the actual math from the time of like the present, when she, according to chapter 3, kicks the bucket in 1983, I believe this particular one is in it's like 79.
Something
Correct?
like that. Because she's like 3
Yeah,
or
nice-
4
nice-
at this point.
Yeah, she's itty bitty, teeny tiny, and she's just allowed to run all over town. And
She's a
the
little
thing
kitty cat.
is yeah, exactly. And the thing is, a lot of people might find that weird for somebody who's like 4 years old to be running around all over town. But funny thing about it is like this is the late 70s in a very rural town. Now, I grew up in a very rural town in the mid 80s.
Mhm.
And I can tell you this. Nobody freaked out about kids running around anywhere.
Yeah.
As long as they were within a line of sight, no one gave a shit.
Yeah.
And even then, sometimes they didn't care if they were in a line of sight. Like, so take my word for it in the past, this chapter 8 is like weird as it seems. At least in that regard.
Yeah.
So this detective, is meant to come in, try to get some details, spy on the town a little bit, try to move things forward with the dam project. I'll see if he can get some details, because the guy who's like trying to push for the dam, his grandson's been kidnapped, and they want to get the kid home safe, but at the same time they don't want to like turn the entire thing on its head and cause a bunch of huge political uproar and whatnot. And I didn't do this for chapter 3, but god damn it, like this police chief that keeps getting dragged in, I keep forgetting his name. He was a douchebag in chapter 3. Like, grade A
Oishi.
douchebaggery.
Fucking Oishi. Oh my god.
And yet, here in chapter 4, he's like the sweetest he's ever been.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not gonna do anything to risk his retirement.
Yeah.
Just trying to get things done peacefully. And I'm like,
Oh,
What is this goddamn yo-yo effect with goddamn cops?
yeah. With what Kiichi said in chapter 3 to him, I fucking cheered. I clapped. I was like, yes, dude, that
Oh.
would exactly be my reaction.
Oh, the like his stuff it pig or
Yeah,
whatever the heck
stuff
he
it,
said.
pig. Yeah. Like, yes. That's...
Well, yeah. If the cop is grinding your face into the mud, at that point, I think you have complete carte blanche to call him whatever the fuck you want.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
abuse of power right there.
Oh, yeah.
But no. So essentially, this detective comes to town, meets Rika, gets to see the sights a bit, realizes how charming Hinamizawa is, and realizes kind of quickly, like, no, like, this town really needs to stay. And he finds not only the town super charming, but he finds Rika particularly charming, and her
Who wouldn't?
plea, her innocent little plea of, we can't survive in the big city, where will we go if they make the dam?
Yeah.
Just this voice of a little kid just going like, I don't understand things outside of my little world. What do you mean my little world is going to disappear? Please don't let it disappear, mister. And just like, oh, my heart. My heart.
I just want to hug you and tell you everything's gonna be okay.
And what makes it even worse
I'll take
is
you
that
for
this
ice
guy
cream.
this guy is expecting a kid, which
Yep.
throughout this whole story. So you can tell why he's, just so head over heels in adoration, sort of like cutesy, oh, they're there with Rika, because I mean, he's about to be a dad.
Mm-hmm.
We find out that in the past, the matriarch of Rika's family knew a whole lot, had a lot of ins and outs. She knew about the grandson being kidnapped, but to her credit, she's like, hey, I just want to scare the shit out of the planning commissioner guy. I don't want to actually like ruin his world. So yeah, I'm cool with the kidnapping, but there better not be any harm that comes to that kid.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, the people who were in charge of saving Hinamizawa from destruction, they weren't monsters. Not by any stretch of the imagination.
No, they were just desperate people.
Yeah, desperate people trying to save their home, whom they revered like, a lot of native tribes do with their own places on the planet. They revered it like a mother, like a parent figure.
Mm-hmm.
And to see it go would mean like not just the death of their lives and livelihoods, but the death of the very thing that gave them life to begin with. And so you understand their position a hell heck of a lot better. And while they are willing to play hardball, they're not demonic about it in any stretch of the imagination. And all of the chapters leading up to this has kind of painted this picture of either the townspeople being involved with demons, or specific families being involved with demons, or it's always this demonic force that's protecting the town. But when you're in this past, there's no mention of demons. There's no real mention of curses. Like, not in the same way that all the other chapters do. This feels a lot more real in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
And you find out real quick in Rika's interactions with people, she is scarily good at predicting the near future.
Yeah.
And a lot of people around her kind of revere her as a tiny little prophet.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least a soothsayer of sorts.
Yeah. Tiny prophet.
Tiny prophet. Just tiny little prophet.
Tiny little prophet. You pay her in candy.
You pay her in candy as she dances around in a little sundress, running barefoot all over town.
God, I love little Rika.
I know! Little Rika's so cute.
Like, I swear to God, I would watch, like maybe a 13 episode or something, like just a short anime of just little Rika. Just the adventures of little Rika. Oh my god.
Oh my god, so cute. I'm one of those women that doesn't want kids.
Yeah.
But if somebody was just like, here's this poor little girl who now has no family, and will you take her in? And she just looked at me and go, Meepa. I'd be like, mine.
Mine. Yeah.
I will raise her. I will love her, and she will grow up to be a wonderful little human.
Yeah.
Like she's just so kawaii, it hurts.
Yeah.
I've got diabetes now.
Yeah, honestly, I'm in that boat of like, I really don't want kids. I don't see that in my future. But I have always thought if I did have a kid, I want a daughter. I would even adopt a little girl. I don't know why. I think I don't know. Maybe I got a complex and I just like the daddy's girl thing. Daddy's little girl.
No. You just tend to just revolve your entire life around feminine energy. I mean, dude, you adore your mom and you run a podcast with a bunch of other women.
This is true.
I mean, I won't make any harem jokes at this point because I know how you hate the genre. But let's face it, man. If you were gonna have kids, if you had a son, you treat him like a little snothead. If you had a little daughter, you treat her like a goddamn princess.
I probably would, yeah. There's no doubt there, because, yeah.
But, like, just the first episode, not a whole lot happens, except for a lot of weird moments where Rika slips into this almost adult voice.
Yep.
And she starts unloading these bits of tragic information yet to happen, and how the fate of the town is already decided, and how certain people will die, including herself,
Mm-hmm.
in the near future. And by the near future, I mean the next few years. And how everything's already been put into place for Hinamizawa to survive. But she does warn this detective during the first episode, you need to go back to Tokyo or you're going to regret it. And he doesn't. He continues on with the job as is.
Yep.
They eventually, him and police guy, Oishi, they get around to, finding the doctor, found out he made a house call in this abandoned town, which was fucking weird for this little kid. They put two and two together. They realize it's the, committee, the damn committee guy's grandson. They save the grandson. The detective gets shot in the process in the shoulder, which not a fatal wound. It does bleed like a bitch, so you do worry for his life just a little bit. And
yeah, because you're like, oh shit, yeah. If you you think back and go, he's gonna regret it. Oh god, is he gonna die here? Is that what's gonna happen?
Yeah, and then
but no,
he survives. Everything's fine. He gets up in the middle of the night, go call his wife, and the payphone line is cut at the hospital. That's weird. He goes out into the plaza where the hospital is at, goes to that payphone. Phone line's cut. Odd. Goes all the way to the dirt road, where we see Keiichi die in the first chapter.
Yep.
Goes to that phone booth, and that phone cord is cut. Now, this is not a coincidence at this point.
No.
Who should show up outside of the tiny little phone booth other than our little chibi little bit of wonderful?
Yeah.
And he puts two and two together real fast. He's like, you did this. And she's like, yeah, but calling would have just made you sad anyway. Hey, do you know how to get back to the hospital? Yeah. Thoroughly creeped out, but still, suckered in by her cute charm. He heads back to the hospital. Her house is the same direction. She walks with him and was like, oh, by the way, I live here at the shrine. He kind of already knew that. And she's like, oh, there's the cotton drifting festival going on tonight. You want to come? And then you go see what the Cotton Drifting Festival used to be,
Mm-hmm.
which is literally 2 tables out in front on the little walkway up to the shrine. It's just a bunch of old dudes drinking. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of old dudes drinking. Like, there's nothing for kids. In fact, oddly enough, there are no other kids around. There's no real festivities going on other than just a bunch of adults, getting drunk together. And Rika seems to be the only kid around.
Yeah.
He goes in, he sees what it's all about. He spends one last night, basically in the charming little town of Hinamizawa. And he finds out later, or actually finds out right before all this happens, that because of how negotiations were going over the whole dam project, he didn't actually need to get shot and save the grandson. A deal had already been put in place for the grandson to be returned home. So
Yep.
it's like, okay, I saved this kid for essentially nothing.
Yep.
But I still don't regret that I did it. I'll go have some drinks with these guys, head back home, blah, 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 blah. We jump ahead a little bit of time.
Yep.
And not only does he's talking to Oshi, it's years later, and he finds out about all the fates of all the people who died in Hinamizawa. And this is compounded by the fact that he already kind of knew it was going to happen, because the reason why Rika cut all the phone lines was because earlier that day, his wife, who was up on the roof praying for his safety every night while he was in Hinamizawa, on that night, fell down the stairs, lost her life, but luckily his unborn daughter survived.
Mm-hmm.
When he finds out about the fates of everybody involved, Oishi's like living in Sapporo with his mom, like he's retired, he's moved on, but he feels this sudden pain of guilt and anger when he finds out about all the people who have died in relationship to that dam project every stinking June, including Rika.
Yep.
At the very end, before the gas creeps up and kills everybody else off in town. And he's the police chief is like trying to be like, hey dude, it's not your fault. If she knew all that information, why didn't she reach out for help? He's like, but she did, because she told me everything, but I didn't believe her. And now it's like, okay, kind of creepy that she predicted the whole wife thing, but that should have told me back then. I should have gone back and fixed it.
Yep.
I should have done something. And it's called the time-wasting chapter simply because Rika's the one wasting his time to protect him at the end from the decision he made to not go back to Tokyo in the first place. And it's definitely a lot of look into the past. It's a bit of an exposition chapter. But the one thing that stands out above all else is this is basically a chapter for an analysis of Rika up until the point we've been seeing her over and over and over again. And that is, something clearly isn't fucking right with this kid.
Yeah.
Adorable as she is, there is something eerie going on. And throughout this entire chapter, outside of the grandson that gets kidnapped, there's no interaction with her and other kids in town. You don't see any other kids in town. It's kind of eerily devoid of life in comparison to the never-ending month. And every time she sinks into that very adult voice, it's very clear that in this story, whether it's just sort of like a possession of herself from the future, or if it's some other entity feeding her information about the future, she in this arc is clearly possessed by something. Or at least that's how it's portrayed.
You're on the right track.
And so it's one of the cutest and most endearing and frankly most interesting chapters in the series so far, because of the fact that it goes far enough in the past that this happens. These entire 2 episodes happen regardless of whatever takes place from that point forward.
Yeah.
And all of her predictions come true in every never-ending month, regardless of what else happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It is one of the cutest but simultaneously creepiest arcs of the entire series.
Mm-hmm. This is why I honestly cannot wait for us to get to, like, not the first chapter of season 2 because it's only 1 episode, and it's actually an answer arc to this chapter,
Okay.
but the next chapter, particularly the end of the second chapter of season 2, because there's only 4 chapters. The end of the second chapter of season 2 and the beginning of chapter 3. I cannot wait for us to get to this.
You're probably banking on me screaming about something.
Oh, several things.
Okay.
Several things that are gonna make you go, "Oh my god, how did I not see this? How did I not see this?" Like, or even go like, "Where the hell did this come from?" And like, yeah.
But yeah, like, seriously, like, that's the entirety of chapter 4. It's essentially 2 episodes of exposition and a few questions, but nothing that really plagues you too much other than the fact that, okay, we have not had any severe focus on Rika up until this point. We've had a lot of focus on Mio and a lot of focus on Rena. Chapter 3 was essentially a fuck ton of focus on Sadako, and you felt like Sadako was like the most maligned one.
Mm-hmm.
Until you get to chapter 4 and you realize, no, while Rika has had a lot of interactions in the first 3 chapters, nothing has really focused on her up until this point.
Yeah, when we get to the summary for the season, yeah, I got something to say about the focus. Nothing bad, actually. I actually like it. But we will get to that, like how I picked up something I picked up on. So
while this is going to be a sublimely short chapter review, I mean, it was also a sublimely short chapter.
Yeah. This is about as long. It may be like 2 minutes over the length of a single episode of the show. So
yeah.
That about wraps this one up.
Same as always, if you want to find me, go check the links down below.
And same as always, you're listening to me right now, so clearly you found me. And we will see you in chapter 5. And let me tell you, it's a real eye-opener.
Yeah, we're finally going to dig into some answers. Finally.
And still have some questions, because if I remember right, I didn't get an answer to something from chapter 2.
Well, we'll see how that goes then.
Particularly, yeah, we'll get to it.
All right, everybody. Good day, good night, good morning.
Bye-bye.
Keep watching fucked up anime.
Exactly. Later. Oh, no wolf owl this time?
Ow.
Nah, you can do better than that.
Ow.
There we go. Good night, everybody.
What's the matter? Has your right arm finally gone numb? Then let's switch to the left one.
You're tuned in to the Wolf's Den podcast, and welcome back to Higurashi Month.
I wish I could mimic the sound of a cicada like you can, like with crickets.
Really?
Just chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp.
All right.
Kind of hard to do that with cicadas. You just your mouth would be vibrating like crazy.
Oh God, yeah, I can imagine.
So,
Half the time while
chapter
doing
5.
this. Yeah, chapter 5.
Oh my God, we're finally getting some goddamn answers.
By the way, every time I go outside now while we're recording this, since we've been recording these, every time I go outside, I end up shouting at the cicadas to shut up and quit trying to haunt me.
Oh God, we had cicadas real bad when we lived in Phoenix.
Yeah.
Those things literally just take over cities. They're just so goddamn loud.
All right, so moving into chapter 5, eye-opening chapter.
And boy howdy, wasn't it?
Yes.
I just can't believe I said boy howdy on the... See, that's the problem with fucking Higurashi. It reminds me too much about Roots. Small town hunk of bullshit. Anyway.
So this is
yeah.
Sorry, but
it's okay.
Yeah, this is the answer arc to chapter 2.
Oh God. So yeah, all those things that we said previously were plot holes and didn't make sense. Well, no shit. We find out that Mion and Shion are constantly trading places, like at ridiculous breakneck speed. And throughout the rest of the story, you find out that at times Shion is just rapidly switching between her own person and her Mion persona without even checking in with Mion half the time.
Mm-hmm. Which starts to cause problems.
Big time, which totally explains why Keiichi was so confused. Whenever it's like, no, well, you said you talked to so-and-so at this point, and you said that you came over at this point. And it's just like, Mion has absolutely no idea what's going on half the time.
Especially later.
Anytime, when he's genuinely talking to Mion in chapter 2 and she's confused, that's the real Mion. And whenever random shit that doesn't make sense is coming out of Mion's mouth, that's most likely Shion in those moments.
Yeah.
Trying to spin her own story and doing nothing but confusing everybody else.
Yeah. So go on.
You learn quite a bit on why she's having to do this, mainly that twins are considered unlucky because how can you have two heads of the family? Because the Sonozaki family is fucking batshit crazy in this chapter.
Mm-hmm. Which something we will get into. We will definitely be getting into that.
So, in the old days, if they had twins as firstborn, they would normally just kill the second one that was born, but modern times being modern times, that's just not excusable anymore. So Shion has lived most of her life abroad, like either in another town or in private schools, like, towns and towns away. Anything, Granny can do to keep Shion away so that way she can groom Mion into being the perfect family head, Granny is done, which has left Shion just really a fractured person.
Yeah.
Even right from the get-go, you realize this girl ain't right.
I'm gonna point this out though. Or I'm gonna at least mention this. It is heavily implied that while those traditions have gone away with the times, that Granny still tried to strangle her out the womb,
Yes.
but failed somehow, and then just decided to ship her away.
Someone probably stepped in to stop her.
Probably like a doctor or something.
Like a doctor, her mother, maybe it was that bodyguard guy of hers. I can never remember his name. But
is it Kazai?
Kazai,
Yeah.
I'd like to think it was Kazai.
Yeah, I like to think so too.
Just because she so heavily depends on him later.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it was the uncle who gave her the job at Angel Mort. Who knows?
Could have been both.
But it could have been both. But clearly somebody saved her ass from dying at birth because Granny's fucking crazy.
Yeah. Before we get too heavily into this, perhaps we should just start to cover some key points that we learned from this.
Okay.
First thing I noticed right out the gate. My note was marked as rule breaking. This chapter seems to break all of the rules formally established to this series. For instance, that everything before that fifth year of June is canon. That's all that's happened. Because most of that stuff I don't believe actually happened. Except in this world.
Well, the thing is like, that's why I mentioned from the get-go, clearly something ain't right with Shion because of how she was ostracized this whole time. One, she lacks intimacy with the situation. Like, everything that happens to her is very egocentric.
Oh, very.
And her perspective is very narrow. And so a lot of the things that you said, like, are they don't seem to have actually happened that way, and they seem to break all the rules. Because it's all happening from Shion's perspective, I have to wonder if a lot of those things actually did happen, but because her perspective is so skewed and so self-centric that it's the angle we're getting wrong, not the event itself.
Well, for instance, like, this chapter very much implies, not even implies, shows you that what Keiichi assumed about Satoshi is in fact correct. That he killed his aunt. Because you see it clear as day in this chapter.
Yes.
He fucking lures her out to a cabinet to show her
in a dumping ground.
In a dumping ground. And it's like, yeah, here's a...
Not the dump, just some dumping ground.
Yeah, that there is a, like, cabinet or pantry or whatever that's like, hey, we could probably use this. It's like, yeah, I guess if you just clean it up, but I guess it'll be fine. But where is that boy? And then hits her with a bat. until she's dead.
Because of how little we learn about Satoshi throughout the entire first season, like, yeah, I'd be willing to believe that a brother on the edge of his fucking rope, just on the end of his fucking rope, would do such a thing. The problem is for some reason, in both Chapter 2 and Chapter 5, it's heavily implied that the aunt was the only problem, and then the uncle only became a problem after the aunt was gone. That it was the aunt who was actually considered the worst offender of the two. And yet we see much more of the uncle's sins later down the road.
Very much so, yeah.
And it's just like, because there's that giant, like, information gap, again, I feel like it's just one of those things that's just heavily colored by Shion's perspective. She has this tendency to take what little information is given to her and just run a fucking muck with it. Even when she's still sane-ish at the beginning.
Yeah.
And then as Chapter 5 continues, the more and more delusional and paranoid she becomes with everything that's going on around her, you really at that point can't trust a single thing. She's basically the queen of unreliable narrators. And Chapter 5 is dedicated to filling in all the holes from Chapter 2, where essentially we didn't know who was playing the twin switcheroo game. Because that's essentially the entire explanation for all of the plot holes in Chapter 2, which really isn't enough to cover all the plot holes in Chapter 2.
No,
to be fair.
You have to actually, I figured out as I watched it, you have to actually fill in some of those yourself with little bits of information they give you.
Yeah.
And figure it out yourself. And I managed to. I did manage to.
Good.
I also figured out exactly what point, I would say this, my assumption is that the point where she officially stops being the even close to reliable narrator and just went off the fucking deep end, and I don't blame her for this, it was the nails.
Oh, yeah.
It was the fingernails. Now, for those who are very...
Yeah, who haven't seen this yet.
For those who haven't seen this and are very, very squeamish, I do not recommend watching this scene. I recommend skipping this scene.
Even with all the blood and guts and the stabbings and all that shit that takes place in Higurashi,
and there's some
because of the way the tension is built up in this scene, you feel it. Like,
and trust me, some much more horrible shit happens in this chapter. This, though, is what had me, like, cringing, and actually, like, going, no.
You're, like, holding your hands.
Oh, I was. I was holding my
body,
hands.
and,
I was trying to look away while not.
Cupping every single one of your fingernails, like, no. And that's the thing I give Higurashi, is that it doesn't rely solely upon blood and guts factor to horrify you. Like with Chapter 3, it was all about that emotional and psychological rawness of dealing with the abuse that Sadako's going through. And that's that hits so much closer to somebody because it's so much more easy to relate to that than it is to relate, having your guts spilled out onto the floor.
Yeah. Even the nails.
The nails does the same thing, but it actually does it for, like, it has more of an effect on, like, your physical feeling as well as the psychological and the emotional tension of that whole scene.
And even in the presentation of the nail ripping, by all technicals, it doesn't actually show. It shows you right as it's about to happen, and it shows you the second
Immediate.
after.
Yeah, it doesn't actually show you the process of this machine literally taking your nail and shoving so much force upon it from underneath that it rips up at a 90-degree angle and then breaks off. Because here's the thing.
I'm still freaking out over this.
my husband and I were watching this particular chapter together, and he's just like, wait, are her nails gonna grow back? And I'm like, because of the way they were ripped off, yes, they will. And I'm glad that they kept that little detail in there for like a year later.
Yeah, like they showed them like in between,
they showed
like
that her
partially
nails had
growing
grown
back.
Yeah, they had shown that her nails were already grown back by the end of the chapter, because this chapter takes place over a long period of time.
Like three years at least.
Yeah, it covers a lot of ground because it literally sets up everything involving Shion. And I told him if it clamped onto the nail and then ripped it out from the base, then most of that nail's not coming back. But because this rips up at an angle and then breaks it off, yes, it'll grow back. So, and you can actually see that in when, oh God, this part's always the worst. When she smacks the second nail and it only halfway comes out.
Yeah.
And then they show it halfway hanging off. And you're just like, no.
I'm sorry for my reaction, audience, but that's the power of this scene.
And so, I mean, that's when she goes from being kind of, I wouldn't say she's disillusioned with reality at the beginning, but her perspective in the beginning of the story, while still very unreliable because she's, like I said, she's not intimately involved with everything that's going on, she comes at it like an outsider. And as she gets closer and closer and closer to everything that's going on, the more she turns inward.
Yes.
To search for her own answers. It makes it very revealing for her as a character study, but you learn almost nothing about what's going on in and around the town and what's going on with the other characters during this chapter because of it. And once she does go through distinguishing herself and has the 3 fingernails ripped off, she's fine for a period of months.
Yes.
And then when she realizes that the nails did not cover the debt that she thought that it covered, and she goes through missing Satoshi more and more and more and more because she's developed this very one-sided, possibly unrequited, it's never fully confirmed, love with him.
Yeah.
And she realizes that there was literally nothing in what she went through that could have saved him. That's when she just breaks with all reality, completely turns inward, and starts having completely schizo symptoms. We go from skewed perspective to full-blown insanity.
Yes.
And everything everyone tells her from that point forward, while it does fill in the blanks for chapter 2, it does nothing more but propose more questions about the universe in general.
For instance, some of the things that fucking Takano says to her.
Yeah, like, huh?
Once again, Takano knows too much.
Oh, yeah.
There is just something very wrong with that character.
Takano always knows too much. And Tomitake seems to just go with her every whim, like a little henchman.
Mm-hmm.
Is this like, and why is it always those two that get the ball rolling? Like, this happens literally in every fucking chapter of season 1.
Yes, like,
It's
yeah,
always,
every chapter.
in every chapter, Toмотaka dies, scratching out his own throat, and Takano either goes missing and no one finds her, or she goes missing and they find her body in a barrel previously on fire.
Yeah. And it's always revealed that she died 24 hours prior,
Yes.
meaning she could not have been there for the festival.
Which means every single time you see her, I think outside of one instance in chapter 6, it means every time you've seen her in season 1, she shouldn't have been there. She's supposed to be already dead.
Yeah.
So it's literally a dead woman walking.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, outside of that one instance from chapter 6, but we'll get into that next episode.
So, basically, yeah, we've already covered the fact that they're twins. And there's definitely a dynamic between the two of them, although it is very fractured from what it
Yes.
should be.
Well, and Shion flat out admits that in their first conversation
Yeah.
on screen, is that, if we didn't have our family constantly getting in the way, we'd be just like every other set of twins. Like, I genuinely love and care for my sister. It's just all this other BS that has gotten in the way.
Yeah.
And so they actually do their best to go with their instincts and be just like every other set of sisters. And they try really hard to be like just every other set of twins. But because of that fractured and crumbling foundation, it's nothing they can ever truly build something real off of, which is very tragic.
Moving on, the demon it plays a part in this once again from chapter 2. Although it's not in Mion, it's in Shion.
And here's the thing about, I was being very specific when I was talking about schizo behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Because even down to the auditory hallucinations that Shion has of hearing the footsteps of Oyashiro behind her, every single bit of what she's going through, symptom-wise, as she starts to lose more and more touch with reality,
Mm-hmm.
the paranoia, the delusions, the hallucinations, the everything circling back to her, it's a downward spiral into schizophrenia.
Yes, it really is. She's
at the proper age for it too, which makes it just fucking brilliant.
Mm-hmm. Now, first of all,
and they never actually come out and say like any like mental illness runs in the family or anything. So you only really recognize it as that if you know the signs and symptoms of it.
Yeah. The demon is a representation of her insanity.
Yes.
And to be honest, I told you before we both sat down and really watched it, or before I finished watching it, that by the finger ripping, at least with when it comes to the Sonozaki family, I was 100% on her side.
Mm-hmm.
Those people deserve everything that happened to them. Maybe not so much Mion, but then again, Mion was still pulling some shifty shit.
Mm-hmm.
But her insanity took over. And partially due to the Sonozakis.
Yeah.
They pushed that. You could tell just from them separating her like that, she was already unstable.
Yes.
But
very
they
much
pushed
so.
her right over the edge. Like that. Yeah. So.
Yeah, the other thing in this chapter that really gets me is after she tases Mion and tases Oreo, their grandmother,
Mm-hmm.
and she is just so livid that she literally starts beating the ever-living shit out of her grandmother's corpse with a bullwhip.
Yes.
And they only give you little partial cuts of the full image
Mm-hmm.
of like what it's done to this old lady's flesh after she's been beating it for God knows how long. Because it's very hard to judge time in this chapter. They do give a few instances where you're allowed to sort of like catch up and go, okay, that's where we're at. But if you're just going solely on Shion's perspective, it's really hard to keep track of how long certain things are taking place because they linger real long, but then they cut away, and then they linger for a while, but then they cut away for like a bunch of scenes, and then it's kind of weird. But that also adds to the intensity of her insanity.
Mm-hmm.
And so she rolls Grandma up to Mion, and Mion is just, from the audience perspective, is only seeing little tidbits of the damage that's been done. And a part of me just goes, I wonder how gruesome that image is in the graphic novel, or sorry, the visual novel, because you know in visual novels, like, the art is just always way more detailed.
Well, on top of that, like the manga at the time too. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
oh no, I have the first two chapter. I have the first two. I have the first chapter in manga format, which is split into 2 volumes. And yeah, going back to that for just a second, the image of Rena getting her fingers slammed in the door,
So much more gruesome in the manga, I'm
so
sure.
much more gruesome. Oh my God, is it so much more gruesome? They make a point of that he broke the skin
Yeah.
and I crunched several bones. Yeah, it is. So just the manga alone, I bet that scene is way more gruesome.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, so but
But yeah.
it's the psychological aspect of this anime that I love. Like even the visuals, they just show enough to get your mind going with it.
Oh, yeah. And it just lets your mind run amok.
Yeah. So then there's then there's what I took the audio clip from. Because as the audience knows, each of these chapters has an audio clip before we start talking about it.
Yeah.
That is from the torture of Sadako.
That is the one thing I cannot stand about chapter 5. Like, in 2, it was a little meh, but I could deal with it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But the portrayal of Sadako in chapters 2 and 5 is just so far. Like, it goes out of its way. And this is how you know it's so heavily skewed by one person's perspective. Because she is so fucking one-dimensional in both of those chapters.
Mm-hmm.
She's seen as this insipid, helpless little creature who is nothing but a weight around Satoshi's neck.
Well, until her demise.
Which
she has some eye-opening.
Because of how that all goes down, it feels like it comes out of left field, because it's like it's only in this intense moment as Shion is literally eviscerating Sadako on this cross through bludgeoning, which, holy crap, to actually get like someone's like innards to spill out and you're just literally beating them to death.
Oh, she wasn't beating her.
Oh,
She was stabbing her with a knife.
oh yeah, that's true.
She was stabbing her with a
My
knife
bad.
over and over, in the arms particularly.
Yeah. And yeah, just eviscerating someone upon a cross. And yes, a cross, not a St. Andrew's cross, just a cross.
A cross, yeah.
Like, it's only in that moment that Shion can't ignore what's being said by Sadako, and you see a few flinches in that moment, causing her to think, oh crap, I'm actually killing somebody who's human. Because at this point in the story, so many people have just become monsters to her.
Yeah. Yeah, the ending to that I'm not going to spoil, but holy shit. That was one of my favorite freak out moments of that scene.
Oh yeah.
And honestly of this chapter, because that was fantastic. It went through so many emotions. Her realizing just what she'd done and everything. Again, I'm not going to go into that one.
No.
That is for you to find out on your own. But let's move into another one that I'm okay with spoiling because it started at the beginning of chapter 2. That's how the chapter started. Rika's demise. And what it set off, because I've thought long and hard about that demise and scene, and I think I've realized why chapter 2's ending made no goddamn sense, even with the ending to this. So we have Rika. We have Shion trying to lure Rika because she figures she's another one of the people who's in on all of this. Because this entire time, she's more obsessed with just trying to find out if Satoshi is alive or dead, and if he's dead, who killed him.
Yes.
And getting a bit revenge for that. So she comes to the conclusion that it's the two families.
Yeah.
It's the two main families, and Rika is a part of one of them. Rika Furude is a blood family in the village. She is the only remaining member, but she is.
Yeah, for the Furudes.
Yeah, so she thinks that she eventually she keeps telling herself she's too young, there's no way. And yeah, Rika is honestly, I'm gonna say it, she is honestly fucking with her in those scenes.
Oh yeah.
Rika knows
Majorly.
what she's doing. Like, she thinks, oh, well, it's just that she's like, maybe she had something to do with this. And then she talks to Rika and goes, no, you're just an annoying, cute little kid. But then Rika will look at her and say something, and she'll be like, wait, what? What'd you say? And then she'll act innocent again. You're not sure if it's Shion's insanity, but knowing what we know later, it is all Rika.
Oh yeah. There is definitely a dual entity thing going on, whether that's a split personality or, multiple, like, it's not dissociative. So it's not multiple personality disorder. So please, audience, do not get that confused, because if it were dissociative, then cute Rika would not know about crazy Rika, and cute Rika clearly knows about crazy Rika.
And honestly, what happens, I can't even call it crazy Rika, because this gives a major hint as to what's to come.
Yeah.
You have to pay close attention to her wording.
Oh, all the time.
So she lures her, as we found out, yeah, the whole soy sauce thing. Lures her, goes to give her the soy sauce, which I think it looked like she actually was going to give her the soy sauce.
Yeah.
So that wasn't a lie. But then Rika maces her
Yeah.
and tries to attack her with a needle. So during this whole fight, eventually she gets it. Rika accidentally gets maced herself, gets the needle stabbed into her, and yeah, there's
Starts going crazy.
starts going crazy. Yeah, and Shion the entire time is laughing at her and be like, "Okay, what are you gonna do? There's nothing you can do now." And she grabs a knife and she's like, "Oh well, if you really think you're gonna get out of this alive, then or if you really think you're gonna get out of this, then I don't then you've got another thing coming." Then Rika smirks.
Like, oh, I can let you torture me for days, or I can just leave right now.
Yeah, I can just leave right now. It's like, I don't know how you plan to get out of here. Oh, you and I have two completely different ideas of what getting out means.
Yeah.
And starts to stab herself.
Repeatedly.
That scene. Yeah.
In the neck.
The scene of slamming the knife onto the wall and slamming her neck against it.
Dun 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 dun. What is love?
Oh, God damn it.
Don't hurt me no more.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. Every time I see that scene, I have to do it because otherwise I have to acknowledge the fact I'm watching an 8-year-old stab herself in the neck.
Okay, if I decide to do something, if I decide to, I'm not sure if I'm going to include that in this. I might.
I'm pretty sure it was part of an AMV hell at one point.
Probably. I might just go ahead and remake that myself and throw it in. We'll see. We'll see how tasteless I decide to be, audience. You'll find out. If I didn't, I'm a better person for it. I'm a much better person than I thought. So, yeah, she's dead. Then there's the whole Sadako thing. Now, here's the thing. The whole fact of Rika killing herself like that has repercussions to the rest of the chapter. And chapter 2. I think I figured it out. Because nobody ever outright says it. Everything that happens afterwards, from Shion's full-blown insanity to that ending, where after they're both dead, one still comes back and kills Keiichi. Was that world falling apart? Because it is implied with what she says. She said a couple of times, the idea is that this scenario completely fell apart at that point. It was deteriorating. Now that she was not there to hold it together. So suddenly crazy shit starts to happen.
Right.
Now that is kind of a spoiler for the next chapter, but again, this is the first chapter that starts to reveal that, especially if you pay a close attention to the dialogue.
Yes.
It starts to reveal the idea that these are multiple scenarios, that these have happened before. And this was the time of that. As soon as she did that, everything fell apart. The supernatural could happen at that point. That's what that was.
I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah, it makes a hell of a lot of sense at the end then. Now, I will say this, though. The last 10 minutes of chapter 5 feel rushed. They literally feel like there should have been an extra episode there, but they had an episode limit on the season.
Yeah.
And they realized just how many episodes it was going to take to tell the story of the final chapter. So they couldn't give this 7 instead of the 6 that they gave it.
Yeah.
Because some of the motions even feel like they're on fast forward.
A little bit.
Like, especially at the end, like the wrap up. Like that.
Which I felt like it was just a total fucking shame at the end, because it's like, okay, things are going a little bit faster, and you follow things up, and everyone you expect to be dead is dead, but it never, chapter 5 never explains who popped up at Satoshi's bedside at the end of chapter 2.
Or Kiichi's? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, Kiichi's.
Yeah. Yeah, Kiichi.
I'm sorry, the man is just a dark-haired replacement.
Kinda, yeah. Yeah, that's why I think that's, even though it goes left unsaid, that's what that was. Was the story unraveling at that point. Was the world itself unraveling, and that's why just suddenly a corpse was able to pop up.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay, I'll take it.
Or maybe he lost his mind. I mean, he is known to do that.
Yeah, but honestly, like, as much as Keiichi loses his mind throughout the first season, Shion takes the batshit crazy award.
Oh.
For the entire fucking series. Just, oh my god.
Yeah.
That was just...
Congratulations, here's the keys to the nut house. Yeah, exactly. That is... Yeah.
She is #1 crazy bitch.
Yeah.
And considering how much of a pussy Keiichi is, that's saying something.
Yeah. So overall, I'd say that about covers that chapter. Other than, like, some things very much implied to me that even though these characters are just that, they're just characters who get caught up in the shit.
Mm-hmm.
I got the implication that every single one of them in their life has something that keeps them from being considered innocent.
Yes.
And so it comes down to, that's why this shit is happening to you, because nobody's innocent.
Which almost makes you wonder. Because our most innocent character seems to be also the most devious. So you kind of wonder, it's at this point you really start to wonder, Rika, what are you doing? But
yeah,
you really don't have that confirmed until chapter 6.
No. And even then, not everything is confirmed.
Oh, no. I mean, just that little suspicion of, like, little girl, what are you doing? What are you doing? Really? I mean, you're super cute and everything, but seriously, what's going on with you?
So, that's chapter 5.
In a nutshell, really.
It is my second favorite story. Because 2 and 5 put together make an actual and very interesting story to me.
It does. It really does. And while I feel that it is an excellent story, because I haven't seen the rest of it, because once we get through chapter 6, that's all that I'm going to be, quote unquote, rewatching. Like, once we get into season 2, it's all going to be brand new to your girl.
Yeah, for me, like, the first half of it will be, or the last half of it will be brand new. I did watch the first half of season 2.
So
but it was a while back.
This, so much buildup. I'm so, like, over the whole thing.
Trust me, we get a lot of answers. So that the series does actually answer itself. So
But yeah, like I won't be able to say how I feel about chapter 2 and chapter 5 and really until we finish season 2, to be fair. But yeah, it was really good.
Yeah. So that'll do it for this one. Xeiren, where can people find you?
And down below.
And you can
Down in the fathoms below. No. I don't know why I'm in such a singy mood today.
Okay. And you can, of course, find me here on YouTube under Tin-Tailed Ookami. And we will...
Ookami.
Hmm?
How can they not know how to find you if they're already here?
That is the question.
I just hope we're not in some weird, never-ending loop.
Let's hope not, because this June needs to end at some point.
Exactly. All right, I'm done goofing off.
Yeah. And so join us next chapter as we cover the final, the finale of season 1. And trust me, there is a lot to atone for.
Oh, yes.
Good night, everybody.
Ow.
Ow!
He did it.
I'll be the first to say it.
Say what?
This was kind of fun.
It was fun. You're right.
Eh?
You're tuned in to the Wolf's Den podcast, and once again, welcome back to Higurashi Month. So, our 6th step on this journey through Hinamizawa. Dive right into it, I guess. With me, of course, is Xeiren.
Hello.
She's not leaving my side during this one.
Oh, no. No, I'm stuck here. I'm stuck here reliving these freaking chapters over and over and over again. What? Oh, sorry. I wasn't supposed to know other chapters had happened. Oh, wait! The characters now know this.
Now they do.
Specifically, Keiichi and Rika. What the fuck just happened in this chapter?
Yeah.
We talked about, chapter 5 having moments where, the world was unraveling. No, the world literally starts to unravel. Keyword, starts.
Yep.
To unravel in chapter 6 at the end of the fucking season. God damn it. I know it's question and answer arcs, but literally the answer arcs leave you with more goddamn questions every fucking time. Ugh. So yeah, last chapter was basically Shion's chapter, and for the most part, chapter 6 is Rena's chapter. A good 80% of it is just about figuring out what really is making Rena tick. Now, we've been given a lot of different explanations as to why Rena goes crazy at times. And when you look at her from essentially her whole, she's not a trope character, but she's a really good example of a trope well done. And I know I mentioned this at the beginning of our analysis where it's like, okay, she's a yangire, which means like she doesn't go crazy because somebody's fucking with senpai, but she has shit in her past that when she's triggered into remembering those things, it causes her to snap and go violent.
Mm-hmm.
And the beginning of chapter 6 really explores this.
It does.
Her, basically, what it all comes down to, her favorite parent, her mother, decides that she wants a divorce. And of course, she goes about it doing that sneaky little thing of like, oh, remember when we went to the movies with this other person? Which, woman, are you fucking crazy?
Yeah.
You're still married to her father, and you're taking your kid out on essentially family audition dates. And you haven't even mentioned that you want a divorce yet.
But don't worry, fun for the whole family.
Yeah. What the fuck? You know, at least, I don't know how it works really in Japanese culture, but at least over here, the typical rhythm goes, hey, you find out your parents are getting a divorce, and then you gotta worry about who they're dating after. You're not always, you know, you're at least not privy to the relationships they have on the side while it's going on, usually if you're below a certain age.
Yeah.
Now, granted, Rena's most likely in her early teens when this is all going on, because she looks no different. It's not like when you go back into Rika's past and you're like, oh my god, she got super tiny. No, it's not like that.
Yeah.
Like, this only happened a few years ago. But still, her mom takes her out on this date and then asks her later, oh, did you like my friend? Yes, I thought your friend was very nice. Oh, well, I want to leave your father. And how would you like it if this guy became mommy's new husband? And Rena's just at a complete loss. Because, like, that's a lot of information to unload in such a casual, frankly, manipulative manner.
Yeah. Yeah, even before that, yeah, she asks, like, who do you love more?
Yeah.
Like, she asks that, and of course...
She's like, oh yeah, I love my mom more, which is very typical of children. They tend to identify more with their same-sex parent. You know, not everybody is, you know, the adorable little daddy's girl like I was. But...
I'm a mama's boy. I'm a mama's boy.
Yeah, we've got that whole thing in common.
Yeah.
But it's like, for the most part, you know, kids overall tend to identify more with their same-sex parent. And so Rena's just going through the normal motions of things, and then she just gets, her mother steps in with this very manipulative behavior and completely twists their relationships, and then digs even further by going like, well, basically, there's absolutely no way that this divorce thing is not going to happen, and you can't stop it from happening because I'm pregnant with this other guy's child. You don't unload that on your kid like that. Just, oh my god. It's so funny too, because I have to think to myself, like, if this was the thing that caused Rena to break and start having massive anger issues, I can only imagine all the other little ways her mother manipulated her and twisted her arm into doing things throughout her entire childhood, especially when you consider later down the line in chapter 6, because this actually sets up something interesting, because Rena starts to manipulate people in a very similar fashion as the chapter progresses. She, holds people emotionally ransom the same way her mother did.
Oh yeah, very does it like hardcore to Kiichi.
Oh, big time.
I felt so sorry for him in this chapter at that point.
Oh, she might as well have just like went nails first into his scrotum and started playing, how hard can we twist these balls?
Pretty much, yeah.
But at the same time, like, one, to protect her own sense of family, but also specifically to protect her father, the fact that she went with him instead of her manipulative mother made a whole lot of sense. It's just like, no, at least I know my dad's not going to lie to me like this and not play me for a sucker.
Yeah.
Like this. So I get that. But this is also why she tends to be very lonely, because very clearly they established in the beginning it's not like her and her father are particularly close. She just went with the more virtuous parent. She's clearly a lot more like her mother and clearly spent a lot more time with her mother. And so it starts to make sense why Rena starts breaking things and having these outbursts and is so adept at being alone and handling herself all the time, because her father, while she does love and adore him, she's not particularly close with. And so she's literally had to be her own support system from the get-go. And whenever anybody mentions anything that can break this, freaking house she's built around herself, made of all these like little stacked shards of glass, like she just goes nuts because she knows how fragile her inner emotional ground is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is walking on a fractured glass floor
all the time.
Yeah,
all the freaking time. And so
and
it
it's
becomes
a long fall if it breaks.
Yeah, every fucking time. Oh my god, is it? Like, she even, explains later in the story, like to Takano, how while she was gone, she had these suicidal tendencies that, again, Higurashi loves to just delve into the hallucinations thing, don't they?
Yes. Oh my god, the maggots.
Yeah, where she had these suicidal tendencies where she wanted to cut herself open, and it was like she had parasites and maggots, just falling out of her, and it itched like crazy. And it's all those pent up emotions that she's never allowed to let out because she has repressed all this anger at her parents' divorce, at her mother's manipulation, over her lack of an ability to identify with her father. And the fact that she feels like she can never truly be honest with her friends. And even when she does do something terrible and her friends are there for her, she's never inclined to fully believe that they would 100% support her, because she never had that from any adult figure in her life before that.
Mm-mm. Yeah, one thing you could definitely say about this chapter, it is the most, like, emotionally heavy.
I think this in chapter 3.
This in chapter 3.
Could battle it out for that.
Yeah. Battle it out. We'll get to that. It works out because chapter 3 did center on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, speaking of her emotional instability, now in this chapter enters Rina/Ritsuko, which isn't the first anime to have a character named Ritsuko who turns out to be a totally manipulative bitch.
No.
I'm looking at you, Eva. I do like that anime very much.
But
So,
not like,
yeah,
oh goodness, this woman.
her scams, her badger games, as it were. Oh,
Which, ugh, it's a disgusting thing to play. It's so funny too, because once Rana finds out what's going on,
actually, should we explain what a badger game is?
basically what it is that girl comes into some poor sucker's life. Usually this guy has money. And she dates him for a while. It's like, oh, you're the only one. And then the guy she's actually with barges in either when the guy is alone or something, and basically beats the tar out of him for sleeping with his girl, and that essentially the only way that you can make up for it and get him to stop beating the crap out of you is to give him fuck tons of money, because at that point he goes from boyfriend to pimp. It's stupid. It's so freaking stupid.
It's stupid,
and
it's disgusting, it is.
And honestly, I've never seen such a thing really work out over here that wasn't blatantly a prostitution setup.
Yeah.
Which makes it even more slimy that, she's tricking him into what feels like a legitimate relationship. And this woman attempts to manipulate Rena's father in such a way that's very reminiscent, but also worse than any way her mother manipulated her father.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know what happens when this sort of thing happens.
Oh, and
Rena
yeah,
fucking snaps.
and Rena goes that one step further with her game. She went that same step that her mother went, that Rena's mother went.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, I'm here to. This is gonna happen because I'm pregnant.
Yeah.
Now,
And
Rena for a second does not believe it.
No. And it's heavily implied that Rena didn't believe it from her own mother either. It's never confirmed whether or not Rena's mother was actually pregnant with this other guy's child. But Ritsuko is definitely playing that game of like, oh, well, I'm pregnant, so now your daddy is trapped.
Yeah.
So
Which
yeah, I'm marrying him whether you like it or not.
I'll give Higurashi this. First of all, when Rena snaps, it's fucking glorious.
Oh yeah, every time.
Every blow to Ritsuko was therapeutic to watch. Harsh. Especially after, because yeah, little sailor girl uses a lead pipe
To bludgeon the ever-living shit.
and we get to see the corpse after.
I know. Oh.
Now here's the thing. I will give Higurashi this. Definitely this. It gets points in my book for this. It had every opportunity to, right after announcing that she was pregnant, to go the school days route.
Yeah.
And it didn't bite at that. It didn't take that card.
Nope. Not even close.
And I'm proud of it for that. Because you could have done that. For those who don't know.
Yeah, she could have just looked at this bitch and gone, well, I guess you need to get an abortion then.
Yeah, the freaking school days route. For those who don't know, there's a character who claims to be pregnant during that. And when this character gets killed by one of the other girls, the other girl cuts her open to find out if there was a fetus.
Oh yeah.
Now, it turns out, no, she was full of shit. But the fact that she even killed her
Quite
first
literally.
and then checked
Yeah.
was horrifying. Thankfully, they didn't go that route. They could have gone that route with Rena.
They could have.
I mean, she
But
had
no, she
had the
just
blade to
flat
do
out
it.
doesn't. She just flat out doesn't believe it and bludgeons her to death.
Yeah.
It's like, how dare you tell such a lie? I'm going to kill you now, chop you up, and stick you in a fridge.
And
In the
that's when
dump.
that's when we come to how this chapter opened.
Yeah.
We do get that. That's also the
it's-
explanation of what happened at the beginning of chapter 3.
Yeah.
That was the hint, finding those bags.
But it's at this point, it's when things take an interesting turn because, like, the first half of chapter 6 is all about, you know, figuring out what makes Rena tick, why all these things happened. She not only kills Ritsuko, but she also kills Sadako's uncle, but for completely different reasons because he's the one helping Ritsuko run this racket.
Yeah.
It's not out of revenge, it's out of protection.
It's out of necessity, honestly,
It's-
at that point.
Yeah. At that point, like, for her, it's very necessary for her to protect not only her father, but herself
Yeah.
from the intentions of these two people, and so
But-
takes out Hojo as well. Now, it's at this point when the other four decide, oh, hey, we want to go see what Rena's up to. We know where she's at. And they catch her, stuffing bags upon bags of body parts into random things in the dump because she was going to bury it elsewhere and couldn't.
Yeah.
And Kiichi becomes an emotional mess. Just frankly just starts boo-hooing like crazy. And is like, you know, why didn't you tell us? We could have done something different. She's like, what could we have done different? He's like, I don't know. She's like, that's what I thought. And he's like, but still, we could have, you know, put all our heads together and come up with something. But now that everything's done the way it's been done, you know, we can at least help you hide the bodies.
So yeah,
Which-
lesson kids. Lesson of the first 2 chapters. A real friend or friends help each other out. Friends are there for each other. Real friends, a true friend, helps you hide the bodies.
Yes. And so they find a proper dumping ground for it. And it seems like everything's just gonna go on as, you know, happy as happy can be. But of course, the Cotton Drifting Festival rolls around.
Talking
And
once again.
everything goes to shit.
So, yeah. Takano once again knows too fucking much.
And what's even weirder is that not only does she have these notebooks that she gives to Rena explaining all the things she knows, later on, even more notebooks are found explaining what she knows. And is it just me? Or do those other notebooks feel like they're just runs of different scenarios that have already happened?
That's probably exactly what that was. Every single one of them, like, yeah, no, they're like, these read like dime store fan fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because that's what they are.
And it's just like, there's all these bits of conflicting information trying to explain the last 5 years of the Oyashiro's curse thing. And while all of them, you know, have enough of an explanation to attempt to explain it, none of them quite pan out right. And so Rena gets her hands on some of these via, you know, Takano just flat giving them to her and explaining, like, how Rena explains, like, how close she feels to, like, Oyashiro's curse, and then Takano just gives her this information like, oh, here, all of this has left you pretty emotionally unstable. Let me add fuel to the fire.
Oh, yeah. It's at this point, it is realized that, if not already realized before, Takano, while a mystery still at this point, is at least on some level a despicable person.
Yeah.
Because she is willing to she sees somebody who's in emotional turmoil and decides to push them further for her amusement.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Well, that's essentially what she did when dealing with the bike and the body in the trunk with Keiichi.
Yeah.
Like, every time the Cotton Drifting Festival rolls around, she is the thing that pushes our main characters further in depth into the situation, and then her and Tomitake's death are always the catalyst that sets the police in motion.
Those are the two consistencies of this, at least. Those are always the two things that happen.
And so they are essentially the pawns setting the game in motion every time. And this time around, she feeds into Rena's crazy. Rena's just starts coming up with all these, like, frankly, I have a hard time following the whole parasite explanation because it's too out there. Like, with all the random details, it's just like,
yeah,
you could just say that, Oyashiro is like based on a dude that helped heal the town from sickness, and essentially it's under constant quarantine, and that made its way and turned into, the religion today that exists in Hinamizawa. But it's gone. Like, the way Rena rattles it off, which she's rattling it off based from what she read in the journals, it comes across so conspiracy theory that it's hard to follow.
Well, yeah, then later on she even mentions that one of them says aliens.
Yeah, and then she starts talking about how aliens are involved and not just a virus, and or not just a parasite. And it's just like, girl, slow down.
Yeah.
Just slow the fuck down. And as she starts to unravel, something weird happens. Because she starts emotionally manipulating Keiichi, which you find out something weird from his past, which I'm not sure is true. Because they never deal with it in the flashbacks that they have for him. But it is based on documentation, so apparently he went through a bad phase of hiding in bushes, shooting little kids, specifically little girls, with a BB gun to, have them cry. Which is kind of sick and disturbing, but
it is.
Really, when you look at it from somebody like who is has my particular education, it's like, okay, that is clearly signs of conduct disorder. And it does need to be nipped in the bud, but the fact that he did eventually feel empathy for the people he was attacking and then went to his parents about it, and it was resolved that way, that shows that he's not sociopathic or has antisocial tendencies. He was just clearly going through some shit and, decided to take it out on other people in a very, very bad way.
Yeah.
But she holds this over his head and twists it around to make it sound like he's some sort of sick pervert because of it. And, how dare he omit that, as a part of his past, because she makes it sound like this omission is a deliberate lie on his part, not just to her, but to all of their friends. And it's just like, okay, I love how Mio, when he actually does come out and confess to the other girls, I did this in my past, and I'm terrible. Mio's just like, we all done things in our past. So what?
Yeah.
It's not like it's affecting us right now, and I don't know why you feel compelled to tell us about it now.
Yeah, you've already learned from it. Clearly you're not that same person.
Yeah. And, both Sadako and Rika agree. And it's this particular moment that causes probably the most telling part of the entire series.
Yep.
And he has a flashback to chapter 1, which up until this point, this has felt like the answer arc to chapter 3.
It's a mix. In
And
a
then
way, it is
out
a
of
mix.
nowhere, here comes this flashback to chapter 1, which chapter 3 Keiichi should have no memory of. And
Mhm.
suddenly he does. And Rika knows what's happening to him when he has this flashback. He doesn't even really explain what's happening. She just knows upon looking at him.
Yep, she realizes he remembers.
And it's like,
As
talk about your world's unraveling. Check this shit out.
Yeah,
Like,
as she puts it, do you now understand your sin? Do you recall your sin?
and that's the weird thing that gets me is like, okay, so what? Certain things from these chapters actually happened? I don't know. Is certain things from certain chapters a simulation of something that happened in their actual past that they're now recreating in order to understand what they have done wrong? I don't know. All I know is for some reason, good and honest deeds seem to bring up the truth of the universe for what it really is. And the more honest and more true people become, the more the scenario, the simulation, the dream, whatever it is that's causing them to repeat this never-ending month of June starts to dissolve.
Mm-hmm.
And then Rika's always the one there to pick up the pieces. Similar thing happened in chapter 2, because the moment Keiichi gets open and honest, at least in metaphor, about sneaking into the shrine, that's when Rika's there.
Mm-hmm.
To make sure things don't fall completely through.
No, unfortunately they did. But
yeah,
and that's because she opted out.
Yeah.
Like I said, that was the sign of that world completely falling apart. The moment she did that, that's when everything completely spiraled.
Well, she's like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
I'm out. I can try again later. What, there's a later? Yeah, there's a later. There's a next time. Yeah. So, and she is genuinely shocked that Keiichi remembers.
Yes.
Throughout the rest of this chapter, she is genuinely shocked at what he is clearly capable of.
She seems pleased by it, though.
Oh, very pleased, because she even says during the big climactic fight at the end, which we'll get into, that he might be the one who can finally do it.
Yes.
He might be the one she's been looking for.
Which automatically said to me in that moment, I went, you ran too many simulations with Satoshi and it just didn't work out.
Mm-hmm. And the others clearly ran it with each of them.
Yeah. Well, she even makes that, like, coded comment of, like, oh, Rena's going crazy. Yeah, she does this whole weird thing which seems completely, like, it seems hardly provoked, where she takes the entire classroom hostage. puts gasoline everywhere, sets up a bomb. She's about to just be like, hey, if the police don't get to work on revealing my parasite maggot virus alien theory,
Yeah.
then I'm going to kill myself and all these kids because I can.
Yeah.
And then as they're trying to stop her, which I'm not even going to go into the details on how they try to stop her because it goes full blown, yes,
Yeah.
Law and Order on our asses, and like the details of that get so fucking convoluted. You want to know every little instance of what happens in that particular conflict? Just go watch it. But they find a fake bomb that Rena has set up. She tries to take Keiichi down in that moment. Rika steps in and is just like, no. I've dealt with her before.
Yeah.
It's not my first time.
That's another clue that this has happened more than once. That this scenario
it's
itself has
beyond
happened.
clues at this point.
Yeah.
She's just flat out telling.
Yeah, that this whole scenario has happened before. And that she knows how most of it's going to play out.
Yeah.
And yeah, even Rena like teases her like it's like, "Oh yeah, what are you going to do? Like I'll kill you before whatever happens." And she goes, "Yeah, you can try, Hatchet Girl." Yeah. Yeah, there's just this moment where just suddenly she becomes this snarky bitch.
Little badass, really.
A little badass, yeah. Oh yeah, this climax is great. As a way to end the season, it's fantastic.
I mean, and then it just winds up with her and fucking Keiichi duking it out on the roof. And they're talking about the punishment game and how, like, he wants her to be a maid if he wins and all this shit. I'm just sitting, like, between her responses to it being like, oh, well, you're going to make me do this, you're going to make me do that. I'm just, like, yelling at my TV screen, just fuck already.
Which is callback to the very first episode of the chapter. Because that water gun fight, holy shit.
Oh yeah, like that was all set up to, bookend, the entire freaking chapter.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm just like, God damn it, with the maid outfits and the, be up with me in the morning, good night, before I go to bed, and your wait on me hand and foot and that cute little outfit. Oh, Master's gonna do all this stuff. I'm just like, shut up and fuck already. I'm like, God damn it.
You can tell Rena kind of wants to.
Well, yeah, at that point, she's no longer talking to him about, like, oh, you're a terrible person, you're a pervert and everything. No, she's playing into it.
Oh, yeah.
At that point, feeding his freaking fantasy while she's freaking fighting him on the rooftop.
Yeah, she's turned on just as much as he is. Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, lovebirds.
Yeah.
Can we just resolve this in a civilized way? But I did think the way it ended was sort of sweet. Was because, like, they played up with this whole, like, fetish angle with the maid thing. Mm-hmm. And then he's like, if you win, I'll admit that, everything you're saying is true. And she's like, well, that's hardly fun for me.
Yeah.
And then she's like, lose the whole maid everything. I just, you have to tell me good morning every day, and you have to tell me good night every night, and you have to do little things to make me happy. And he's like, so we'll go back to, being okay, but we'll treat each other differently. And it's just like, I swear, if these two don't wind up together, I'm gonna cry, because that was, frankly, once she dropped the whole bullshit of the maid, face on his bet and just started explaining, like, what it's really all about and how she really feels, it's just like, God damn it, girl. You just want somebody to love. You're crazy, bitch, but you just want someone to love. Like, deep down, that's all she wants.
Yeah, it's
kind of endearing, and it takes Rena immediately out of crazy and puts her right smack dab into sweet.
Yeah.
Again, and you're just like, oh god, what is happening right now?
And it does imply, because there's the line from him because it's like, oh, the only way we're getting off of this roof now is if you slit my throat. If
She's
you
like,
bring
"I don't
if you bring
wanna."
this hatchet down, like I don't want that to happen.
And that's when, he starts to do the same thing for her as Rika was doing for him
Yeah.
before.
Do you realize
Do-
your sin?
Do you realize what you've done wrong?
Yeah.
We can move on from this. And I don't know if you've ever caught it, but watching this the second time around, boy, oh, did I catch it.
Hmm?
When he says, the only way this is going to end is if you bring down that hatchet on me, and she says, I don't want to, he looks up at her face, and you see the tears just streaming down her face.
Yep.
She genuinely doesn't want this to happen.
No, she doesn't. You can tell she's finally dropped out of her psychosis.
And the cicadas stop.
That I did not catch.
I caught it. In that moment, all background noise of the cicadas stop when you see her cry.
Yeah.
That was fucking like
Yeah.
insane.
Because
the translated title when they cry now has a bit more meaning.
Yeah. Higurashi no Nakakaroni, or When the Cicadas Cry.
Yeah, if you translate it literally, it's when the cicadas cry. But the moment you see Rena cry, the cicadas stop. And at that moment, it's like her tears have a world-changing impact.
Yep.
And
Because
so things, obviously, at the end of that whole episode, which the kids do not die, the school does not get blown up, everything essentially goes back to normal, everything reboots yet again.
yeah, so we can guess that wasn't the world changer that was truly needed, but it was a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it felt like progress, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Very anticlimactic when you get right down to it, but still, progress. And that's when the weirdness happens.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna let you take that one, because, oh my god.
So, we reset. They're once again playing that card game.
That's very similar to Clue.
It's very similar to Clue. And same lines happen. Then the teacher comes in and says, like, her same line of, like, I see you guys are having fun. But Rika has a visitor.
Instead of Rana.
Yes. Or any of them, for that matter.
Yeah.
Rika has a visitor.
And of course, our favorite detective.
Yep. She
obsessed with the air conditioning in his car.
Yeah. So they talk. He tells her that something fishy happened at the end of the festival. It happened on the night of the festival.
That same over-the-shoulder pick of Tomotage every time.
Every time. Hands it to her.
Oh, I really just need to nail down and ask one of my friends, what is it about anime and over-the-shoulder look pics whenever someone dies? But I digress. I'm sorry.
And this is when adult Rika shows her face again. Because that's what I am dubbing that.
Mm-hmm.
She mentions, I can't remember the exact lines, but she says, yes, this is all, basically saying how familiar all of this is, and that it is her turn now, and she will keep playing this game until she is satisfied.
In this month of June that never seems to end.
And that's how we end. We end on that note.
With that smirky little face.
Yeah.
And you're just like, okay, what now?
So you at least you're now told flat out she is the one who sets up these games,
Yeah.
or she starts the games. We're
But
not sure of
no,
anything else. She's made these games.
but no hint as to why
No hint as to why
or how.
or how long. Just that it's been a while, because she's, yeah, I will keep playing these games until I am satisfied.
Yeah. Season 2 is going to be interesting for me because back when this shit released, that was the last thing I saw, and there was no hint of a season 2 in sight. I was so pissed.
Yeah. So, one thing I would like to go back and cover before we wrap this up for today.
Mm-hmm.
Aliens and parasites, yeah, fucking ridiculous. I am, however, and I can't remember if this is ever addressed again. Actually, no, it is. I firmly believe in Hinamizawa syndrome.
It's not really gone into detail
Not yet,
with season 1.
no, but it does make sense. It does add up a bit that there is something going on outside of these little worlds, that there is something that could possibly lead to these types of behaviors. And it happens whenever people either are under way too much stress or they try to leave.
Yeah.
It's been implied that that's what Rena has. It wasn't just her acting out, there is a sickness going on. It's been implied that Satoshi may have had it. And it's implied that all of the citizens have it on some level.
Keiichi too.
Keiichi too, because he's been there long enough to catch it.
Well, no, and they do say, I think it is in chapter 1, that his family was originally from there. He just doesn't remember it.
They do, yeah, they do mention it. He just moved back, and he didn't realize.
He didn't realize he had moved back because he was too young when he moved away.
Yeah, it's not till later he finds out. Oh no, I've been here. Okay. Yeah, it's a thing, and it will be brought up in the next season. So, yeah, atonement, curse killing, Spirited Away. These 3 make up my favorite story. I don't have an attachment to season 2.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet. Season 1 has always been my favorite. It was what I watched over and over again. And those 3, they make up my favorite. That's my all-time favorite continuous story.
Chapter 1 for me. I need to give it more thought, to be fair.
Yeah.
But
well,
I think we can save that for the next one.
Yeah. I mean, even in this one, season, even at the end of this, or when he remembers, we find out there was no needle.
Yeah, it was just a pen. They were going to draw on his face.
It was just a marker. Yeah, it's like, okay, get better soon, because she, like, just poked him with a marker. And then was going to draw on his face. Like, I hope you get better soon. And then, yeah, he went nuts. And even Rena, the entire time, had her arms open, accepting death, honestly.
Yeah.
That just shows devotion right there. That she's like, yeah, you don't trust me, Keiichi? Please, you don't trust me, and then bam.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's heart-wrenching. This chapter does put a new light on the first chapter to me. Yeah. Chapter 1 still on its own is weak, but as a connection to this, and to him realizing what he has done wrong, it brings it into a whole new light. And even though they don't outright say it, I connect chapter 3 to that.
Oh, yes. Most definitely.
Yeah.
But
So
I think that about covers it for this one.
pretty much. Next video will be. We have 2 more videos after this before there will be a short break.
No, at least from our end.
From our end, well, no, even putting it up, there's going to be a break. It's going to be a break in a month, maybe about a week or 2. Or a
I
week.
don't know these things.
Yeah.
I'm so ill-informed.
I thought I told you.
No, you did not.
No. Yeah, the first half was going to be put up on odd days, and the last half was going to be put up on even days, I think.
So meticulous. Anyway.
Yeah. That's my psychosis. That about wraps it up. Next time you'll see us, we'll wrap up the whole season and our thoughts on it. And then we have something a little special. But I'm not going to go into it because, as we all know, it's special, and curiosity did kill the cat. So, Xeiren, where can people find you? I may be surrounded by cats, but I don't speak cat. Okay, that's a lie, I do. But...
Oh, as always, and down in the doobly-doo.
And of course, here on YouTube, under Tintailed Ookami, you can find me. Until next time, my friends, check this show out, please. Please check this out.
It may be 12 years old now, but it's still worth your time.
Oh, most definitely.
It's kind of a hidden classic at this point.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Good night, everybody.
Ow.
Ow, ow, ow! That's a lot of fun. I might continue to do that.
Good night.
なんか猫多くね。
しかもなんか怒ってるみたいだよ。どうしましたのかしら。まあ、タイトルがね。
You're tuned in to the Wolfsden podcast, and welcome back to Higurashi Month. So, we have finished season 1, but not quite. There is an extra, a little tidbit that, as far as I know, was never released on any of the DVD sets, in Japan at least, and never here. It never got a translation other than subtitling.
Yeah, because fan subs are the best.
I know, right? With me is Xeiren.
Hello, hello.
And we have a special guest for this one. Please welcome back Graveturtle.
Hi, everyone.
Ollie, mommy, pretty señorita, she is here.
So, let's just dive into this chapter. One single episode.
A chapter that's an episode, which will probably never happen again.
Oh, yeah, no, this is a one-off. This is more of an OVA than the OVAs.
Yeah. And, at least it wasn't like the obligatory, like, onsen episode. Although there is cosplay, so it kind of feels like the obligatory one-off onsen episode. Because, okay.
First,
I'll be fair. There was so much exposition going on in this that I'm only ever going to remember this episode as the, are you afraid of the dark Higurashi
pretty much.
With tons of fan service to boot. It's like, what the heck is going? Okay, like, so they.
By the way, we're talking about cat killing chapter. I finally got it out of my mouth. That's what this chapter is.
Oh god, just what the heck? Like, it was entertaining, but it was a lot to follow.
Well, I mean, if you take away like all the actual crazy supernatural stuff that happens in Higurashi, I mean, everybody getting together or telling scary stories is basically what you would have, except in most episodes of Higurashi, it leads towards something super crazy or scary happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Suspicious activities or scary stories lead to actual suspicious activities and scary
This
stories.
is kind of like the ordinary episode that could happen anywhere with anyone. And kind of having an episode like that kind of makes the other arcs seem a little bit more, ordinary and realistic, except for their craziness. I mean, it's like, this is the episode of, this is what it should be for these characters. This is what their lives should be like. But
the only thing that throws it off is when Keiichi has that flashback again, which only happens once before in the timeline, which is at the very end of season 1 when Rika's like, "Oh yeah, you remembered," and it's like, wait, why is this happening again? It felt more random in this one.
Yeah,
it really did.
It definitely did.
But at the same time, it cements its place in the timeline by doing so, because it's only at the end of season 1 that he starts to remember shit. And at this point, after this episode, I'm like, he's just going to continue to remember more shit as season 2 goes on, or at least that's the precedent they seem to be setting.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, basically it goes down like this. They play a game at school, they do the punishment game, everybody winds up losing, which is only just for the sake of just being able to giggle at everybody wearing ridiculous cosplay, especially Keiichi and a rabbit maid.
Oh my god.
And being a huge fan of Alice in Wonderland and the color coding that they had for his costume and everything, I was just like, I kind of want a plushie of him dressed like that. my inner Fujoshi squeed at the idea of Keiichi in a maid dress with rabbit ears, but that's beside the point.
We of course have Mio and the cowgirl, quite literally.
Well, actually, that seemed to be more of a reference to like the Lum series, and
oh my god, the Lum series, yeah.
Because she had the furry boots and the fur bikini, and then she had the little horns, except it was obviously a different color and had the cow ears and tail to kind of make it like, but it's not really Lum, but it is Lum.
That's an old school anime I forgot about.
Yeah. But I just love the fact that they go marching on down the road. It's like everybody else is acting super embarrassed. Mion's just got her hands behind her head, parading her boobs around like, yeah, what up, townsfolk? Just
Well, I
bouncing.
mean, you do see like the people working the field, and that one pervy guy with the nosebleed.
Oh yeah, you know he was looking at Bion.
Oh, yeah.
when that happened. Oh god.
Rika, I want to take home even more now. She cute little
Oh,
kitty cat.
yeah, you little nurse. Oh god.
Little nurse with the cat ears
Oh god.
and a fucking leash.
It's both adorable and terrible.
That's Rika and Sadako, but they're just here for the lolly crowd.
I know, right?
Graveturtle knows what I'm referencing.
But nah, and they decide to go like up to the abandoned town, which is also a big element at the end of season 1. And they start talking about, why the town was there and why it's abandoned. Apparently there's a rock quarry up there, and like they start to tell this creepy story about how there were disappearances that happened up there after Mion and a bunch of her friends were playing kick the can in the abandoned quarry. And then it just becomes everybody crouching down in the middle of the road, literally reenacting an episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Pretty much. That would, yeah. That's exactly what that was.
All they needed was like a campfire, and
Well, if it had gotten
So-
any darker, they would have.
yeah.
Oh god. If they had a little campfire and some combustible glitter.
Oh, that would be great. God damn it, Japan, go all the way.
But then again, it's like so much of it kind of just screams Japan in this episode, because like, is it just me, or is it like only in anime you see like the whole punishment game thing be very big, and that's a running gag throughout the entire show? And just sitting around telling scary stories is something that not only you see a lot in anime, but when I was part of the Japanese language program over at my college, I talked to people from Japan. They're like, no, sitting around telling scary stories is just like Tuesday. It's just something in their culture that they do all the time.
I can get behind that.
They tell creepy stories all the time, and half the fun of having friends is to freak them out every once in a while.
That's one of my favorite creepy stories come from Japan.
Yeah, it's because Japan's got a lot of creepy fucking stories. I mean, it's so funny now, thinking about Higurashi as a series and in this episode. And, it's like, there's ghosts, there's demons, there's this, there's that. There's just the freaky natural phenomenon that causes people to be scared. And it's a very wide variety of things over there that, can wind up being the subject of terror. I mean, we're talking about a culture that believes if you neglect household items that have become disheveled for too long and you don't give them like proper respect, they can come back and haunt you. Like haunted umbrellas. It's a thing.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, heck, probably the whole basis of something like the Cotton Drifting Festival is like you don't want your mattress to come back from, the dump to wrap you up and suffocate you in your sleep.
Yeah, we don't want deathbed.
Oh God, deathbed.
Watch out for him. He's on his deathbed.
Oh God. Okay, Graveturtle, we're gonna have to like get you to watch the deathbed review.
Oh God. Yeah, I don't quite recommend watching the movie because it's almost as boring.
The movie's
as
a
sin.
slog.
But yeah, reviews for it are great.
Yeah, especially Count Jacula's review of Deathbed, the bed that eats.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely.
It's absolutely hilarious. Hey, shameless plug for one of our buddies.
Yeah.
Anyway. You happy, Jack? You happy you made it into the show finally?
So, I guess all we could really talk about is, I guess the way Okay, I guess tell what the story is that is told.
Yeah, like it it seemed to just kind of be your standard, kid goes missing, now we have to have a supernatural explanation kind of ghost story.
Yeah, kid
But at
goes
this,
missing, parent dies.
yeah, but at the same time, they do come up with like several logical explanations for what could have happened, even if it wasn't a ghost, because they're all talking about like the smell of sulfur, like the dangerous gases in the quarry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing with at least in my opinion, like the best scary stories is that they do have possible logical explanations, except for that one little thing that nobody can explain. and this one seems to, ride that line very well. It's like, oh, blah blah blah. And this guy comes up to us running, but yet they said nobody was at the site, that it was completely abandoned. Well, then where did
Yeah.
that dude come from? Nobody can explain that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, with the sulfur and like, quarries just being dangerous places, and the father getting run off the road and everything smelling like sulfur because quarry and everything else. Yeah, that makes total freaking sense. Oh, well, then where did that dude come from? Like, nobody can explain that shit. And yet everyone fucking saw it.
Yeah, I almost want to put like an X-Files stinger on that.
Oh god, I won't share the torture of that with the audience now. I just finished watching all of the old X-Files, and anybody out there
Season
who's
9
seen
is such a slog.
anybody who's seen season 9 knows why I have a headache now.
Yeah, it's okay. Season 10 and 11 are supposed to be really good. Season 11's still going, I think.
But yeah, and I think that's the one thing that kind of disappointed me about this episode is that it didn't really make me want to watch more Higurashi. It just reminded me of a lot of other shit.
Yeah. Well, there is a reason why. I'm glad I can see why it was never included over here.
Yeah.
I can get behind that. I understand.
It's definitely something you have to see if you're a completionist when it comes to certain series.
Yeah.
Like you definitely got to see it because it's worthwhile to see it if you feel like you need to complete the entire series. But just to watch, it's not the episode I'm going to come back to over and over and over again unless I need to see jiggling cow boobies. Just no.
It's an episode that it's a nice bonus, especially if you're like going through like series withdrawals, but it's not something that you're gonna feel deprived of if you didn't see it.
No,
Yeah.
not at all. Honestly, I always go back to the Atonement chapter. That has always been my all-time favorite. Like, if I need to rewatch Higurashi, or if I just feel like I need to watch something from Higurashi, I just go with the last chapter.
Yeah.
Of season 1. It's great.
Although it's funny because the more I think about the last the more I think about Atonement chapter, especially the last 2 episodes, I just think to myself, somebody needs to dub over that shit with some clips from Die Hard.
I know, right? Oh my god.
Especially when like they're on the roof.
Oh my god, we just need to have fun. Cage go yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Cage. Oh god. It's like the whole hostage situation and the elaborate bomb and everything. I'm like,
oh god.
It's like it's so Die Hard it hurts.
Oh yeah. So
just and then just like put a like through Photoshop or something, put like a little Christmas tree in the background.
So does this mean we should call this this chapter, this arc, this bonus, whatever you want to refer to it as, the nostalgia-inducing, arc. It's like
Maybe.
yeah, because all it seems to do is remind you of like other chapters, other parts of Higurashi. You're like, oh yeah, I should watch that one. Seems to be like that episode you would watch to figure out which chapter of Higurashi you really want to watch.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason this is called cat killing, and yes, it is called cat killing chapter. No cats get killed. There is a joke at the end about a bunch of angry cats because they hate the title. But I get also why they call it that. It's supposed to be subtle. Because curiosity killed the cat.
Well, that, and it's also a callback to chapter 2.
It is.
Because when Keiichi and Shion, as well as Takano and, fuckface photographer guy, because I can never remember his name when I really need to.
His name is Tomotage, but all right.
Tomotage, yes, Tomotage. They're referenced as 4 little kitties.
Yep.
That got in a situation that they shouldn't have been in.
Yep. Once again, curiosity killed the cats.
And then what actually dies in the cat killing arc? 2 people who were in places they shouldn't have been.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's super damn subtle, but it's too subtle for the cats at the end of the end credits.
Yeah.
I guess. Because there seems to be this repeating theme of just boundaries. There's certain boundaries you should never cross.
Mm-hmm.
And it just continues to come up over and over and over again.
Yeah. And even, the ending is kind of the only thing that really... The ending and the fact that he remembers seems to recall what he did in chapter 1. Is the only thing that kind of makes it a part of the series.
Why chapter 1? That's my only thing, is like, why chapter 1? Chapter 1 just it's not my favorite.
Well, it's because it's kind of like the most horrible thing he did.
Yeah, but
I mean, yeah, he killed Sadako's uncle in chapter 3.
But he was a shitbag, so we don't care.
Yeah, exactly. He went completely nuts and killed his best friends in chapter 1. So that was the thing that he should always remember.
But it's like they keep trying to cement this idea that it really happened, and I'm just like, I'm not convinced that it wasn't just an early simulation. Because that's just what I'm going to call them at this point. They're simulations, they're scenarios. It's like, why does he keep remembering that specific one? That's what irks me.
Here's a hint.
Nope, don't do it.
It's not...
Don't do it.
It's not a spoiler.
All right. Don't do it. Not for me, not for the audience. Shush.
No, it's seriously, it's something you've been touching upon this whole time. It's something that you kind of should have just realized. I don't even think it's truly a spoiler for season 2, because trust me, there's way more going on there.
All right.
The idea that these are simulations, scenarios, yes. But they are living them out. They themselves are still experiencing these things. So, yeah, that would stick with them.
All right. I'm still glaring at you.
That's all I'm going to say.
Still glaring at you.
Not even having... Even if I hadn't have seen parts of season 2, I still kind of would have come to that conclusion.
Hmm.
Glare all you want, you know I'm right.
You know me.
But trust me, no, I've not spoiled anything for season 2.
Good.
Oh god. But that's for another time.
That's
So,
next time. Oh, okay. So for anybody who's listening to this and they recall any of the times Ookami and I mentioned that we were going to do a season 1 roundup, we decided against it.
yes, this is the last of
Because
season 1. We're just
this is the last of season 1, but it's one of those things where really season 1 is just a giant setup for season 2. And so to really give season 1 justice, we need season 2 to answer it.
yeah.
And so we're going to do an entire series roundup at the end of the month. So we apologize for promising an episode that is never going to happen.
Yeah, no, my apologies. But in 2 weeks' time, we will be back. In 2 weeks' time for you, because everybody knows we pre-record. Oh, it's a lie.
Yeah.
Everything you know is
You've
false.
deceived us. You've deceived us. You've deceived us so horribly.
Yes. Dance puppets.
I'm
Dance.
sorry, we got to get around to other shows and other topics.
This is true. So we have to pre-record. So a lot of other people do it. Not nearly as pre-recorded as I do, but I like to think I'm proficient.
Yes. You are OCD proficient.
Oh, yes.
All right, everyone.
So, we will be back in season 2, and I believe Graveturtle was going to join us for season 2.
I am.
She better.
So, Xeiren, where can people find you?
Links down below.
Graveturtle, anything yet?
Nope, I'm still a ghost.
Awesome.
And she'll probably continue to be so. She doesn't like being followed. Makes her paranoid like Keiichi.
And of course, you can find me here under Ten-Tailed Ookami here on YouTube. And we will see you in season 2 for one big reunion. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ow! You're tuned in to the Wolfston Podcast, and we return once again with Higurashi Month. Now, it's starting to feel that way, yes.
Actually, no. With the start of this new season, it's more like It's good. God.
This read like an episode of the X-Files.
Oh, so hard. Anyway, one thing at a time.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting.
So yeah, chapter for us this is chapter 8. For the show, it's season 2, chapter 1. Reunion. And oh boy, is this something. It's something. Joining me, of course, is the lovely Xeiren.
Hello.
And also joining us in this train of madness is, as I said in the previous episode, as we announced, the equally as lovely Graveturtle.
Hi, everyone.
So,
We,
reunion.
we now have a +1 on this journey.
Yeah.
More pain to distribute.
Oh, I
Reunion.
got on at the last station and they wouldn't let me leave.
How many times have I told you, don't follow weird entities in no masks offering you gold?
But gold.
Bad Graveturtle.
So, reunion. This is.
Wow. Well, not the most, like, entertaining episode. Good God, the exposition dump you have to, like, take on.
Yeah. For those who don't, who will need to know, this episode in particular, this is a single chapter. There are 4 chapters in this season, and the one episode is chapter 1. And it is, in fact, the answer arc to chapter 4 / an alternate ending to and chain of events to chapter 6.
Which in and of itself is confusing.
Wrap your mind around that one.
I'd rather not, like, just to kind of give my opinion on the entire episode, I really hope this isn't the line of logic they decide to go with throughout the entirety of season 2. Like, there are elements of it that I find intriguing, but the moment they started bringing in the aliens and their, like, contagion bacterium virus theory, I'm like, no.
Yeah, okay, no. I'm gonna
No.
I'm gonna relieve you right now. That's just for this story.
Yeah, because it's like they bring it into the whole, like, file 34 thing, and I'm like, wait, we have a mysterious file with a coded name, because the 34 that is used to number the file is also a Japanese wordplay thing that means Mio Takano,
Yeah.
which just made me want to slap myself stupid.
Yeah.
We got a coded we've got a coded file and it involves aliens. That's why I keep making X-Files references. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Well, that and you pretty much get Mulder and Scully, but not Mulder and Scully, coming to revisit a case that he came across in his youth and was never really able to let go. And then,
Yeah, I'm just like, they turned this guy into fucking Mulder.
This clearly took its. I honestly would be surprised if some of this took inspiration from X-Files.
Well, and what's even worse is that it's a case of this happened because this is harkening back to that detective episode when he was there in 1978, and it's like however many decades later. It's like, did he say 2 decades? I think it was something like this. It's been like 20 something years at least.
I did the
So what's
math, and it was
What's
like
even
almost
what's
30.
even worse is that, just like X-Files, this current episode takes place in the 90s.
Actually, no. If it's 20 years later, it's 2007.
No, because he was there in 1978. when-
78?
Yeah,
I
when
thought
he
he
was-
said I thought he said it was actually 30 years later.
Maybe. I don't know. Now I'm
Yeah.
confused. Never mind. But at the time when I was watching it, I was just thinking, oh god, this thing's even set in like the late 90s. This is so dumb. But I could be wrong. Strike it from the record if I fucked it up, but whatever. But yeah, no, just wow. The parallels, I could not unsee them.
Yeah, no, it was 30 years later because they basically have been trying to say that this takes place when the ending takes place when or whenever they go into the future, is when the series came out.
Yeah, that would have been 30 years later.
Yeah, which was like
'Cause-
mid 2000s when this series came out.
Right. No, you're right. You're right. That makes total sense.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's get into the things that actually did matter about the episode beyond file 34 and all of my riffing on this particular subject.
Okay. So what do you want to cover first? Do you want to cover Rena first before we get into the meat of this episode?
Oh. I think we should just start at the beginning, because like right away, like you start the episode, the word reunion is flashed on the freaking screen, and then you go right into the new opening theme.
Yeah.
And all I could think to myself was like, oh, hey, there's Rika. There's a little Rika with horns. If that's Oyushiro, that is the cutest little demon in the world. Oh my god. That's all I could think to myself. Like, if that's Oyushiro, I'm just gonna die.
Okay.
And then you read the lyrics to the new opening theme, and it's just like, are they just already giving us exposition? Because the new theme, while the theme to the first half was very much in setting the tone for what you're going to see, it really feels like the new theme actually runs lyrically more parallel to what we're going to receive in the actual narrative. And I don't know, it's kind of hard for me. While I love the energy of the first song, I think the second theme is just a lot prettier.
Oh, I love it. Okay, I will tell you this. I don't think it's said in the series, but in the manga, yes, she is.
Because I was just like, if they're hinting that that's essentially Oyushiro, I'm just like, oh, that's the cutest little like demon I've ever seen. Oh,
yes.
So cute.
Yes, I have been teasing everyone in our Discord and Xeiren with a little image of a blinking. I will probably put it on screen. Of a little blinking Hanyu, as she is called.
Yeah. And so it's like
fucking adorable.
just like they were, hinting at the twins in the first opening theme. Now they're hinting at a new relationship that Rika has with this little horned, most likely demon character that we're going to see later. Although we don't see it at all in this episode. Hell, the only character we see from the gang of kids is Rena, all grown up.
Because the rest are dead.
And what's even worse is that adult Rena is so much creepier than her child counterpart, because she just comes off as if she's dead inside.
Because she kind of is at this point.
Well, if all your friends are dead, I think you'd be a little down.
And you've
Not
been
really
told,
not exactly the
Yeah.
recipe for a ray of sunshine.
and you've been told by all your therapists that you are just fucking insane.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like to the point where it's like she's bought into it. It's like when she's like trying to explain the past, it's like she's reading a script that she's
Well, at that point, she's probably, had to tell a story so many times to so many people who just look at you like you're nuts. She's like, okay, let me start my script again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am fine. I do not need to be committed. This is what happened. This is the most plausible, realistic thing I can say to get you off my ass.
This is not a recording.
But
So
no,
this
is a real person talking to you right
press
now.
2. If you think you're going to call, a psychiatrist, press 3.
no, it's
If you think I'm batshit insane, drop the phone right now and run.
because you're right.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. So yeah, Rena is clearly suffering after this shit.
She's in clear need of a hug.
She really is. Yeah, she's been dubbed Girl A.
Which you might as which you might as well just be subject
Yeah, subject A. Yeah.
at that point.
So, all right, let's get into the meat of things. The disaster. The Great Hinamizawa Disaster.
Which, by the way, in case anybody who is ecologically minded is confused, the first season we watched in dub because it was available. The second season doesn't have a dub, at least none that I'm aware of.
No, it does
And
not
so
exist.
And so we're now watching it in sub. If any of you are watching it in dub and then go into the second season to watch it subbed and you're confused as to why the swamp is now a marsh, it was always a marsh in Japanese, and frankly, it is a marsh in real life. Swamps in that particular area of Japan don't exist. And anybody who's been to an actual swamp knows what I'm talking about.
It was just an odd.
It was an odd
choice.
Translational choice,
Yeah.
And so when you say to yourself, "What do you mean they drained out the swamp and covered it with cement?" That's ecologically impossible. Yes, but it was technically a marsh the whole time, which that is possible. So if you're going into super heavy analysis, just know right there that was a translation error. But yeah, the now that I've prefaced that, we can talk more about what actually took place.
Yeah. So supposedly it was volcanic gas.
That killed everybody.
Supposedly. They use the term bioterrorism, that it was possible, like, there's multiple theories that there was a virus that they were trying to, that the Sonozakis in particular were trying to utilize and failed miserably, and it just killed everyone. Others were saying that yes, there was volcanic, a volcano had erupted, it caused, mixed with the marsh, and caused volcanic gas that seeped into the whole
Specifically,
town.
Specifically hydrogen and chlorine-based gases.
Yeah.
Which I'm just like, that's oddly specific.
And all I can think of, because I'm a dork that way, is just when I think of like, oh yeah, this gas just kind of went across the town, all I end up in my head is like, well, at least it wasn't that fog that turned everybody inside out.
One chorus like
The
a
people.
God, Simpsons references. I didn't think I'd be dealing with Simpsons references.
Oh, you know me.
Higurashi review.
I did not know I was going to deal with that either.
Every time I think about like the volcanic ashes, the volcanic gases, coming up from, because it's a weird thing they try to describe. Apparently, the gases come up from the marsh, so there's some sort of volcanic gas leak in the pond.
Yeah.
And it kind of just spreads over the village like a thick, vaporized, volcanic gas that just kills everybody just in that town. And all I can think to myself is like, well, the marsh farted.
Yeah, exactly.
And killed everyone. Like, gee, I hope nobody ate the fish from there.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, and you'd have more dead people.
Just, jeez.
Yeah, how the fuck is this an isolated? Yeah, that's where you start to go, how the fuck was this an isolated incident? It can't. It legit could not be isolated if that's what happened.
Which is honestly why
the wind would pick up the gas and carry it, and kill or sicken whoever's downwind.
Yeah,
exactly.
And how much it diluted by that point.
or again,
Even
the
if-
fish.
Even if the whole description of Hinamizawa is true, based on its real town counterpart, which is nestled in a valley, there's still other cities in that valley.
Yeah.
Like, why only Hinamizawa? Which I think is why the characters find it so easy to start conspiracy theorizing
Yeah.
like crazy because it literally only affected the closest town, not the entire like prefecture or
Well,
county as we would call it
in
here.
season 1, we had already established there was another town over.
Yeah,
So
like 10 minutes away
yeah, what Okinawa?
in the quarry where everyone worked at.
Yeah. I think it was Okinawa or something like that.
No, it was something else.
I
But
can't remember. It was something. It's where that fucking maid cafe was.
yeah,
But yeah, it can't be isolated, and that's again why we hear the buzzword bioterrorism.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind, folks.
terrorism caused by aliens.
You can
Well,
ignore
then-
that
then
part.
Honestly, if someone else came up and is just like, look into my pen to everybody else.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I
want you to stare at this little red light right here.
Yeah, so contrary to what was said at the very last minute, literally, of chapter 3, Kiichi did not survive.
Yeah, that was kind of the weird thing. Like when they said that there was a survivor and that was a girl, I'm like, okay, which one?
Yeah.
And then when they were like, it's Rena, I'm like, I thought Keiichi was the only one that survived that shit.
Yeah, they imply that Kiichi was the one to survive, and then you get to this, and it's like, no, there was just one girl, and she had held her whole class hostage, like, prior.
Yeah, it's very strange how the
Which implies to
endings
me...
tend to differ there.
Which implies to me she killed Kiichi on the roof.
Possibly.
It implies to me because they have established prior towards the end of season 1 and kind of hint in this, more beyond a hint. They just smack you and say, "Hey, remember, these have all been happening over and over again with different results, and things slightly tweaked each time." So I believe in this world, she killed him on the roof.
And it probably also means it was a different reality in which he didn't remember the end of chapter 1.
Yeah.
Because the only reason he's able to get Rena to not kill him on the roof is he remembers his sin from chapter 1, and then he's able to get her to realize some of her sins at the end of that season's chapter.
Yeah. So
and in that one they make some sort of progress. So this seems to be like the present day of a reality that didn't quite work out so well.
Yeah.
The present day of no progress.
Even Rika says it, and this leads into the final thing we really need to talk about. Rika's games. This leads into the fact that she remembers talking to Rika or a different Rika, and the officer, the detective remembers that. He remembers dealing with a different Rika whenever she was talking. Yeah.
I now sound like I'm 30 and used to smoke a pack a day in college, Rika.
Yeah, exactly. So she remembers talking to a different Rika who tried to give her a needle. I don't know exactly why. They never actually say it other than that Rena says, "Fuck you about the needle. I'm not going to take it from somebody who is probably going to try to kill me." Because she's like full on paranoia at this point. But afterwards...
Well, it's almost like she was trying to bring Rena into the reset.
I think
she
was.
And that Rena is refusing.
Yeah. And then she goes, "Fine. Whatever, this world is doomed anyways."
Yeah.
It's like, what?
It's like, if you want to continue on and deal with the fallout of this rendition of reality, be my fucking guest. But I gave you an out, so don't hold it against me.
Yeah. So, yeah, they flat out say, like, yeah, no, she has been jumping worlds, basically, and realities. This...
Yeah.
This game is over. And it doesn't have a good result. So it's on to the next game.
The thing is, it's kind of hard. Like, I can see why you would want to phrase it as a game, but it feels less like a game and more like experimentation.
Yes and no, because she has voiced it as games. And
True,
she will continue to voice it as games.
The whole thing feels like each bubble of reality, at least to me, comes across like putting new rats in a maze or changing the maze or even like building like a severely complicated Skinner box.
Yeah.
And just
it's almost like some kind of Groundhog Day loop where except nobody remembers, so you just have monkeys and typewriters until you get the correct result, and except people are starting to finally remember so they can try and learn from the previous attempts that didn't work.
Yeah.
And it almost makes you wonder, it's like, what is the end result supposed to be if you keep resetting things and people don't remember except for some, sort of weird past life regression sort of moment? It kind of makes no sense to achieve any sort of efficient progress this way, which makes me wonder, how particular of a result are you looking for, and why does it have to happen naturally? Because there has to be a specific reason for it, for there to be essentially so little manipulation taking place.
We'll just have to continue to find out. I am well aware.
It's strange. It's very strange.
You sound like you're trying to choke things back there. Like, I'm just imagining you like with like flailing gestures, like going like, ah!
Oh, I'm trying so hard. Yeah. Even though I never finished the series, so I don't know the end result. Well, no, I know the end result because I saw stuff afterwards. But I don't know exactly how it ends. I know what's causing things. And I know what she's trying to stop. And I know I know too much. So,
see, ladies and gentlemen, this goes further to prove my point that I torture this boy so much in real life that he's doing this just to get back at me.
Probably unconsciously, yeah.
No, I'm kidding. although that is a fun friend theory going around whenever I do go, ah! Especially after other reviews, which shall not be named. Anyway.
That hurt both of us, okay?
Yes.
It hurt me more than I remembered it hurting the last time.
Well, that one hurt you at the same time, but you still got to laugh at my pain, which is going to be similar in the situation in the future when we finally review the Full Metal Alchemist live-action movie, in which case Graveturtle will get to laugh at both of our pain.
Yeah.
I will. You will suffer as I had suffered.
But that is a future... That is a future event.
That's a future Schadenfreude.
Yeah, it's
Keep an eye out.
It's a future event. So, to wrap things up, you get a lot of answers in this. You're still left with several questions. But I think you finally start to understand what's going on.
It's one of those episodes I'm gonna have to watch again because it was the whole episode. It's my least favorite kind of episode. It's the episode I have to watch again, not because it was entertaining, but because the exposition dump was so big and so dense. I'm gonna have to rewatch it just to make sure I remember the details going forward.
Yeah.
It wasn't an exposition jump. It was an exposition avalanche.
Pretty much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing was like, we walk to this place, word vomit. We walk to this other place, word vomit. We go see Rena. Lies, word vomit, interrogation, word vomit. Like, they're like literally nothing happens in this episode other than
They walk and talk.
They walk and talk and regret the past.
Yeah.
Like that's literally it. And I kind of get why they did this right off the bat. It's like they start off real strong in that first episode with the new opening theme and like dropping enough stuff in the opening theme that you're intrigued to move forward. But it just kind of gets this part out of the way, so that way you can move forward with the rest of the season, or at least I hope there's not a whole lot of these episodes this season, because good God, I will tear out every last strand of my ginger
Well,
mane.
okay, here's the thing. Next chapter is 4 episodes. And I will tell you this. By the end of those 4, you will have a damn good idea more what's going on.
Fair enough.
Then 8 episodes and then 11. So, yeah, these chapters, they fucking build.
Good.
So,
Other than that, I think that pretty much covers it.
pretty much. So, as usual, Xeiren, where can people find you?
Links down below.
Graveturtle is around.
The ethereal plane.
It's where I live.
And you can, of course, find me on YouTube under Tintail Ookami. And in some previous episodes, this tells you that I do all of these out of order. I have been talking about... I am now on SoundCloud. You can catch the show like 2 days prior, usually at least a day, but I'm going to try and get it set up to where I put up new episodes Saturday mornings when I get off work, and then new episodes on YouTube Sunday morning or Monday mornings, like when I get up or right before I go to bed. Whichever, because I work. So,
He works hard for the money.
damn straight I do.
So hard, money.
And I guess we'll see you all in the next chapter. Where
in a new reality, in a new timeline.
a new reality. Will it be a disaster, or will it be the awakening that everybody's been looking for?
Same
Who
old
knows?
Rika, though.
Same old Rika. That will definitely happen.
All right, everybody. Later.
Good night, everybody.
Ow.
Oh!
Woof.
Who let the cat in?
Me.
All right.
抜け出してって抜け出してって悲しすぎる運命からあなたは奈落の花じゃない
You're tuned in to the Wolfson Podcast, and welcome back to Higurashi Month.
さあ忘れましょうその未来が 抜け出してって抜け出してって悲しすぎる運命から日差しがなく開かずの森へ後戻りはもうできない
So, we now move into Chapter 2, technically, I believe for us, Chapter 9, if we sum this whole thing up.
Yeah.
And, well, let's just get right into it. With me is, of course, the lovely Xeiren.
Hello.
And the ever lovely Graveturtle.
Hello, everyone.
And this is...
Confusing.
Yes, it is.
Fucking confusing. I don't know about you two, but I found this chapter fucking tedious to get through.
Disaster Awakening? Yeah. I mean, there was a disaster. There was technically an awakening.
It was very slow build, and I felt like we didn't get enough out of it.
This one really did feel like it. Okay, so far to me, none of them have felt this way until now. This one felt like filler.
Kinda. The one thing that this chapter actually did do pretty well, and I think in some ways its slowness actually helped, was kind of convey the feeling of helplessness. Because they,
Very true.
You can see it's like, okay, here, the ones who've given up, and this is one who, is like really, really trying, and you could feel her desperation as, she's kind of blocked at every turn and can, really, only just wait for it to happen like, everybody else.
Oh, yeah, no. Although I must say, Oishi's last sentence which it ends up being the last line of the episode, pretty much summed it up for me. And my feelings on this chapter, which was him screaming, "This is bullshit."
Right?
Like, yeah.
Okay, I will admit the slowness and the focus on Rika's actual state of mind that's been going on this whole time. Because it's like, we get to the end of season 1, we get the info bomb of she technically knows what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Then we get reunion, which is just fast forward 30 years, and this is what's still going on. In regards to... Anyway. Callbacks, everybody.
Aliens.
We get that whole, these are the theories everybody still considers to be part of the whole disaster that was Hinamizawa. And now we're jumping back into 1983 again, where you're starting to see essentially the rest of what has taken place, but from Rika's perspective specifically. And it keeps bouncing back between her and Satoko.
Yep.
And they are so far on opposite ends of the pendulum swing, because Rika's getting sick of this shit. She even says, I'm completely exhausted with everything that's taking place. This is just inevitable. But she still pays attention to those little flickers of hope that something might change.
Yeah.
And the one thing, it kind of similar to, I think it was chapter 4 in last season, where we dealt with Satoko and her trauma with abuse and everything else.
Chapter 3.
And her that was chapter 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
You deal with her PTSD and her anxiety and her emotional fits, through the abuse of her uncle. With this one, it feels like if you were going to give somebody a set of episodes from an anime to explain just how utterly desperate and yet nihilistic sufferers of depression go through,
Mm-hmm.
this would be an amazing example of that. But also because of that, if you didn't have the parts where Satoko was trying to shake Rika out of it and try to get answers and it was solely focused on Rika, period, it would have been torturous to get through. And you know, there's obviously parts of Rika that are like, wait, where did you hear that sentence before? Like, I don't know, I just thought of it just now. And she's like, oh. Or when they go to cut the tassel and she's like, they never done that before. Like, there's still those glimmers of hope of getting back to some sort of reality or retribution or revenge or some sort of revolutionary sort of change in the cycle. And yet when things don't change enough, it's just like immediately back to depression zone.
And notice she's seemingly not alone.
Well,
she's talking to someone.
We kind of got that from the opening and ending credits from the first episode. Let's be fair.
Yeah. This is that. This is, you're finally going, because you watch the opening and ending credits and go, who the hell is that? This is your first hint that somebody is there. If you didn't see those opening or ending credits, you would hear this and go, wait, what?
Yeah. Well, not to mention the sub we're watching kind of gives it away because all the subtitles are color coded.
True.
And it keeps switching back between purple and blue.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so funny because it wasn't until about like episode 3 into it I went, oh, everything's color coded to their hair.
Yeah, a lot of people do that.
But at the same time, like, you could tell that it's a different character because the voice is a bit different and the way the voice speaks is different.
Yeah,
I mean, even without the colored, text, you can tell that's a different character.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just the cadence and pitch of the voice is, it's clearly not Rika talking to herself. No. This is a different entity. And I really honestly thought that with as hyped as you got me last chapter, and with the way things were going midway through this chapter, we were finally going to get a proper introduction, and then we didn't. And I was like,
bastard. When it happened, I had forgotten. It is literally the very beginning of the next chapter where you suddenly see this person.
I'm giving you the look. You know the look.
Keep in mind, I haven't watched this in a while. It's all coming back to me, but...
And it's all coming back to me now. No, I'm kidding.
So, now that we've established all of this, let's cover a few key points. The first thing I want to cover... It's this season, okay, you and I both, we talked it over, and we had decided that we were going to just cover the first 2 seasons, because that is the main bulk of the story, and then at some point down the road, we were going to cover the rest.
Yeah.
And I also had pointed out that the rest, other than 1 chapter, is all purely fan service. It's all cutesy bullshit. This season and this chapter starts off showing exactly why they started doing that, or the kind of why they started doing that.
Oh
because
yeah,
it already starts here.
Oh yeah, the episode titled Tag, which was the first one, like that one was just a barrel of fun. Although you did get the whole, like, specifically Satoko realizing that something with Rika ain't quite right.
Yeah.
But most of it was cheeky, fun, cutesy stuff and
odd perversions.
Well, I mean, you also got to see, like, Rika kind of, sitting, going like, oh, I can enjoy this happiness when I can. because I mean it's going to be all downhill from here. And so you could see her, trying to not be completely, depressed.
Yeah.
You got to see Sadako manipulate Kiichi. So you actually got to see that from the other side of things, because this is clearly what was going on at the beginning of Curse Killing chapter.
Yeah.
This is that baseball game. So there's that. Which is, I believe, the next episode was where that happened, I think. But you got that game of tag, or zombie tag, as they call it. I just want to point out, I actually, before he finished, before Rena pointed it out, I actually did try to think of that math problem that he did to Sadako. And I just want to share with everyone here just this very mean math he does to Sadako. So he says, she tries to count to 100, and he says, no, that's too boring. You have to answer my question. And if you get it right, then you can chase us. So what he does is ask her a math problem. There's a 5th, a 6th, and a 7th of a cake on a plate. Sadako can eat one whole cake in 60 seconds. If she ate every piece, how many would be left? I actually got caught up in that problem for a moment, too. Until Rena points out, if she eats all the cake, there is nothing left. And it took her a little bit to catch on, too, because she's like, oh no, math. And she's like, no, none of the fractions are equal. So...
It's kind of like a cake version of that, famous riddle of, how many are going to St. Ives, where it just throws numbers at you to distract you from the simple answer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, and she's pissed when she realizes the answer.
The one I always grew up with was, quick, what weighs more, a ton of rocks or a ton of feathers?
But both of them are a ton.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that happened. That zombie tag was an interesting bit. They're very mean to Kiichi.
Although I really hope to see, like, in another piece of media someday, somebody actually say the line, like, as a zombie, like, going, no, it's okay. I'll devour you gently.
Yeah.
I was like, that's normally something you hear in, like, a vampire context.
Yeah.
But as a zombie line, I think that'd be kind of funny.
Yeah. So it comes, in the game of tag, it comes down to Kiichi and Rena. And they all team up on Kiichi. Rena bails. And yeah, right before he can catch her, the bell rings. It's over. Although she uses a dirty tactic. He's kind of goes stiff. But Tish.
You really didn't have to bring this part up.
Well,
but you gotta.
Yeah, she does that.
It's fan servicey as shit. It's like, oh, if you tickle me, it's okay if it's you. It's like, it's these moments in anime that I'm just like, I'm not surprised that that's a fetish.
Yeah.
But anime, why you gotta go there? Why you gotta go there?
So yeah, it came down to Rena, and in the end, it was Rena, Shiode, and Mion who won.
The other two won because they're fucking liars.
Yeah, because they're fucking liars.
Which, this is something that kind of struck me as on. Because
Mhm.
now I really have to wonder how many times has Rika gone through this. Because she's noticing all the little changes. Right down to, like, things Satoko's saying. You know, them cutting the fringe. Or bumping into people at times when she shouldn't be bumping into them.
Mhm.
And yet she never makes mention of the fact that in this particular cycle of reality, Shion transferred schools.
Yeah, it is literally a throwaway line.
It's complete throwaway. I'm like, what?
Yeah, she transferred schools so she could keep an eye on Sadako. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. And for some reason, she keeps bringing her pumpkin, and she hates pumpkin.
Yeah, just for some reason. I think it was just another cutesy moment. That's all it was.
This is going to be one of those things when we get into the later stuff where it's just going to be like Attack of the Moe blob, and I just know I'm going to be annoyed.
All right, so that's covered. Keiichi being the voice of reason.
For once.
Yeah.
For fucking once.
Suddenly, yeah. Because they're like, oh, they do the whole thing where it's like, yeah, we didn't mean to hide this from you, and we hope you're not mad. And it's like, dude, friends have things that they might not want to share about each other. That's normal.
Which is something he did say in preview. Here's the thing. It's like, when Rika's not around, you notice that there's been a lot of progress made. Like, Shion transferred schools, so obviously the bonds between her and Mion are fixed in this reality. She's being completely reasonable and not flipping out over, like, the missing persons and the killings.
Yeah.
Even quoting, you know, things from earlier chapters. You know, like, oh, no, of course, like, you know, it was the whole thing when Rena was hiding all those bodies.
Yeah.
It's like, no, friends, of course, are going to have things that they don't want to, like, talk about or relive or anything like that. And it's just like, and you see all the progress Satoko's making all the way through to, you know, Rika being dead and gone and her actually surviving past everyone else in this particular timeline. And
yeah, like
you have
the cutaway image for Rena was brutal.
Oh yeah. And I have to wonder, is it really about the others? Or is it about Rika observing the progress of the others? Because there's plenty of moments where you see progress, and yet because Rika's not there to witness it, it seems it has no purpose.
I honestly think it is and this is coming from someone who knows how this ends and everything, but it's never fully. There are certain things left unsaid, I believe, and that's one of them. I honestly think it really was just it is about the progress of the others. It's without Rika interfering, their progress.
Sure.
Like, they need to start coming to the conclusions. They need to start realizing what the fuck is happening.
Yeah.
That
Speaking
they've been
of
living this.
Speaking of what the fuck is happening, you better point out the big white elephant made from Ford in the room, or I'm gonna scream.
Big white elephant?
Yeah. The guys in the white van are back!
Yes, they are.
It's just like, wait. We haven't seen these guys since the beginning of last season.
They shoot a cop. Yeah.
It's like, okay, I figured they were gonna come back in some minor capacity, but then it's just like full blown. I'm like, seriously, who sent in the killing crew?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's you start to get this like whole thing going on in your mind of like, okay, so when it's time for system reset, they come in and just freaking, firebomb the town, essentially.
That is okay. The answer to that is coming in the next chapter.
Well, I'm sure, but it's just something like I was sitting here going like, what the fuck?
And you're probably going to see it coming, but at the same time, you're not going to see how.
I was screaming at the TV. I'm like, you told me nothing. You showed me everything and told me nothing.
Yeah, it's very good about that.
Yeah, this one is just like, okay, we have progress that isn't accomplishing anything, and no more answers than when we started. Awesome.
I mean, it would be like if you were watching The Wizard of Oz for the first time, and then as soon as they pulled back the curtain and showed you the wizard, your best friend hit mute on the TV and then wouldn't give you the fucking remote.
That would be a dick move.
That's what this chapter did to me. I'm just like, wait, I see everything that's going on. I can see how this is all going down, but I'm receiving no goddamn explanation as to what's actually happening.
Yeah.
I was so goddamn annoyed. I'm like, all this slow burn and all these emotions and all these feelings mixed in with these like high points, and I felt like these 4 episodes felt more like 6, and then we finally get to the climax, and I'm just like, I was right there with Oishi at the end of it. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
This is bullshit.
Yeah.
You finally peel back the curtain so I can see backstage as to what is actually going down, actually killing Rika over and over again, and yet I have no context.
It's like, it's not even like they peel back the curtain and then hit you. It's like they peel back the curtain and there's another curtain.
Yeah. Pretty much.
It's like, seriously.
Like, I'm gonna have to barge in on bitches in the green room just to figure out the answers to this, aren't I? All right, everybody, cover your tits. I'm coming in.
On a side note, this covers a little more of Sadako being a pariah of the town.
Yeah, I'm glad that they kind of showed that off a bit more, but this could just be because I know a little too much about that, the culture kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't feel real. It didn't feel real to me at all, because it's like they 100% still shun Satoko, and yet they still treat Rika like a princess, and yet they're constantly together. And if you associate yourself with like a traitor or a pariah or somebody like an entire collective society, this happens a lot in like Japan and China, where it's just like, if they single out a person as being bad that they don't want around, anybody who associates with that, it even happens here in the States, just to, it just seems to be more of that thing that sticks to the schoolyard and the playground kind of situation, where if you associate yourself with, the persona non grata, you soon yourself will become persona non grata. And yet they were still treating Rika like she was this wonderful little angel. And I'm like,
Yeah, because there's that saying, like, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. So whether you're the pariah or you're sticking out and sticking up for the pariah, you're going to find yourself in the same boat.
And here's Rika basically taking care of her, because they both suffered the same fate of now being orphans, and they take care of each other. And I didn't find that whole like thing with the adults, treating Rika all like lovey-dovey and, oh, here you go, or the guy was like only listening to Rika and not to Satoko bullshit. I didn't believe that for a second.
Yeah,
I'm like, no, that's not how that works.
I mean,
It was dynamic for the scene, but it felt it felt a little after school special
Yeah.
to me in execution. It really did.
I mean,
And
personally, what I saw was because we've seen her in the earlier we've seen her in chapter 4 where she's just this sweet little girl running around the town that everybody's like, oh, she's just so cute, you gotta let her do her thing. That it feels to me that they're still in that mindset of like, oh well, she's just so sweet, she doesn't know any better.
well, it might be a combination of that and the fact that she's essentially the last, head of the Furude family,
Yeah.
which still doesn't quite make sense because she's still tainting herself with Satoko's presence, with Satoko being a traitor. So it's like, there should still be sort of like a, oh, we don't understand why you take care of her kind of scenario. Like
Well,
we
yeah.
we still love you and adore you and think that you're amazing, but honey, you need to let her go. But there wasn't that. It was just the whole, we're gonna stare at you and glare at you and pretend like you don't exist.
Well, and there's your sign that something is not quite right.
Yeah, it just didn't feel realistic enough because the dynamic was too hot and cold, black and white. There wasn't enough gray area to make it feel real.
So I think that about wraps this up. Sadako is a survivalist. That was interesting. She's a survivor. She fought,
Yeah.
but yeah, then the plot caught up with her.
Yeah. But we're still not sure if Rena survives or not. Because she didn't die on screen.
No, she didn't. All that was found was her bloody hat in a place where it shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
So, and
So
even though
it still can fit into the continuity of the first episode
yeah,
of her surviving and being the only one to survive.
yeah, and even Noishi's like, yeah, no, volcanic gas, my fucking ass. Like, something is not right here.
Oh, can I just mention one more thing?
Go ahead.
I might be the only one in the group, but God, I hate his Japanese voice acting.
I know, right?
This is one of the few times where I'm gonna say this and just be like, dude, his gruff, grizzled American voice fit that whole detective shtick way better than this sort of like, oh ho ho, old man voice
Yeah.
that they seem to have gone with in the original language
Yeah.
recording.
He's just your friendly neighborhood detective who, shows up everywhere. Obviously.
I believe him more so as that more grizzled, I'm borderline heading into noir territory voice than
You don't like the rescues kittens from trees detective.
No.
because I don't buy it. I know
No.
Oishi's full of bullshit. Like, I know he wants to do a good job and everything, but he's also one shady motherfucker about getting his fucking job done.
Yeah.
And so
yeah. It just like one makes him seem more like, real grizzled detective man, and the other one, makes him even more shady because of how friendly and, sunny he presents himself as.
Yeah,
I mean,
I mean,
he's regardless of his voice, he's still, willing, falls in that like the ends justify the means category. One just makes him a lot more sly and sneaky about it.
Well, it's like when he shows up, like, he sounds all like, oh, hey, I'm your friendly neighborhood detective, and then everybody just glares at him.
Well, that's because they see through him.
They see right through him. Yeah, and you can see him like, okay, tough crowd. But, yeah, it's... this is one of those cases where I do prefer the English voice actor for that one.
Well, it's like I'm not really bothered by either voice,
Yeah.
but the choice of voice gives a different spin on this character. You know, depending on which one you're going with. One is a little bit more upfront with, you know, or makes him seem a little bit more upfront with what kind of person he is, and the other is, you know, he rolled like a higher, you know, score on, you know, deception.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've just never felt like there was such a drastic difference between character voices that just had me going like, yeah, I really prefer one over the other, but I see the validity of both. Like this is essentially a Cloud from Advent Children problem.
Yeah.
Because while both voices work in each native tongue, God, it goes for a completely different take on the personality. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Although I do find it interesting that in the original Japanese, they did decide to go with the more shady, sneakier take on the character. Because really what that's, you know, the difference between the voices is a different interpretation on the character.
Yeah.
You know, in the original conception of the character was for him to come across as more sneaky, more shady, more underhanded than in, you know, the English interpretation of that character.
Which is funny that in the English version, he's more of like the grizzled, stoic, like, I try to just like bend words to be sneaky.
But
Like,
that's also...
But his personality doesn't particularly shift all that much in the English.
I kind of wonder if part of this is kind of just differences in detective tropes.
I think so.
You know, when you watch a detective show here in the U.S., whether it's Law and Order or, you know, the film, like a film noir, you're expecting like a different style of detective, and it kind of fits very easily into that trope to have the more grizzled voice. That's what we expect when you say like, oh, there's this character that's a detective. You're probably going to think of like, you know, the more hardened, more grizzled character.
Well,
and
that you're expecting a voice that sounds like it drinks whiskey 24/7 and has a 3-pack-a-day habit.
Yeah.
Or you know, sounds like a voiceover from an action film.
Yeah.
So I kind of wonder if this kind of more friendly neighborhood officer, you know, voice, if it's in more with the detective tropes from Japan. And whether or not, you know, that's kind of the detective stereotype in that kind of media.
Considering how much I've seen of Case Closed, I think you have a solid theory there.
Yeah.
I really think you have a solid theory there. But I'd have to watch more like detective shows to know for sure. But in so far as like the few like detective-centered anime I've seen episodes of, I think you got a solid theory.
So part of me kind of wonders then if, you know, him being kind of sneaky and underhanded like this is supposed to be a bit of a subversion of that trope or a different twist on that trope, and just from the kind of detective media that we have over here, it's just less of a subversion because we already kind of expect the, you know, ends justify the means detective, you know, in mysteries.
Yeah.
Well, I think that about wraps things up.
Yeah, considering it gave us not much to work with.
Yeah. I apologize.
Well, it's like I'm sitting over here going like, okay, we got 2 more chapters to go. One has, I believe, 8 episodes. The other one has 11. And I'm sitting here going like, oh God, we got a lot to unpack in the next in the last 2 freaking recordings for this never-ending month of June, which fortunately for us does have an end.
True.
I hope. Who knows? We might suffer Hinamizawa syndrome and just constantly be stuck in front of our computers talking about this series until the day we die. Again and again and again and again and again.
Be
Or
the
possi-
never-ending story.
Never ending
story.
story. La, 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 la.
Fun fact for you at home. I share this with the group all the time, and I still find people in my group who are like, "Wait, what?" Like, yeah, I told you this. If you've ever heard that song, if you've ever seen the movie and you've heard that song, uh, don't be fooled. That is a man singing.
What are you talking about? I always imagine Chibi in my head, but that's another show.
Yeah, no, that is a yes. That was such a great cover. Oh yes. Oh, that is another show and another time. But the original song.
I'm a terrible tease.
The original song. It's sung by a guy who looks like a girl, but it is a guy.
It was the 80s. It was everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have told me it was freaking Boy George's left nut singing it, and I would have believed you.
So on that note, Xeiren, where can people find you?
Links down below.
Graveturtle is floating around.
You can find me everywhere.
In the ethereal plane, hovering above your bed as you sleep.
And of course, you can find me here on YouTube under Ten-Tailed Ookami, and on SoundCloud under Ten-Tailed Ookami, where you will find
Yay!
episodes coming up or going up about a day, if not
To
a
two.
little less, but two to a day early. So be sure
Just
to
in
check
case you-
that out.
Just in case you need your Monday fix on Saturday.
Exactly. Next chapter. Well,
Just don't save it for the agony in the future.
all right. True.
The future is, like I said, like they say, fight the future, fuck the past.
All I know is it's a complete massacre. So
Yeah. You're a terrible man. Now wrap up the show.
good night, everybody. Oh, oh,
Woof.
I never get sick of that.
抜け出してって抜け出してって悲しすぎる運命からあなたは奈落の花じゃない
You're tuned in to the Wolf's Den podcast, and we once again return with Higurashi Month.
さあ忘れましょうその未来が 抜け出してって抜け出してって悲しすぎる運命から暮らしがなく開かずの森へ後戻りはもうできない
So, chapter 10, I believe. And
Or season 2, chapter 3.
Yeah, or season 2, chapter 3. And oh boy, this one is a doozy. So let's just get right down to it. With me, of course, is my ever lovely associate Xeiren.
Hi.
Very nice. And we also, of course, have the equally as lovely Graveturtle.
Hello.
Excellent. Let's just get into this massacre chapter.
We finally get some answers.
Oh God, do
And the
we?
chapter lives up to its name.
Oh God, does it?
Okay, so 2 things I just got to get out there right now because I know other nitpicky people are going to probably do something similar.
Okay.
Believe it or not, like they bring up this whole thing of Hinamizawa syndrome, and although it sounds like they're using it wrong, they're technically using it correctly.
Yeah.
within the context, because most people think like, oh, they know what the origin of it is, when they just call it, a condition or a disease, call a spade kind of thing. But I actually looked it up, and it's a syndrome is a group of symptoms that consistently occur together, or a condition characterized by a set of associated symptoms. Even in the case of because every time they refer to it, they're always referring to a collection of behaviors that happen when somebody has this syndrome. And even then, it also works in its alternate context where it is a characteristic combination of opinions, emotions, or behavior. Like, example given, the not in my backyard syndrome.
Yeah.
Although it still sounds and reads kind of clunky in the subtitles, I just feel like it's one of those things where it's like, for the ultra anal out there like I am, believe it or not, they are using it correctly. The other one is like they finally talked about the thing I was talking about last time, where Shion actually being around makes a little bit of sense, because there is a point where they discuss, like, in other times past, like, they didn't always have like Keiichi around and stuff like that. Although I still find it a little too convenient that Shion's around all the time now, and it's just expected that she's there and nobody really takes note of it, considering how much in her storyline, where she goes around committing a bunch of murders, they put this real heavy emphasis on the fact that because she's the twin, she's not supposed to be there. And yet, in other worlds, it's just treated casually as if that rule doesn't exist.
I have a theory behind that, and we will get into that.
But yeah, those were just a couple of things that I'm just like, let me get this out of the way now, so I'm not interrupting the flow of conversation later.
In fact, it's actually okay. Do we want to go through this? We want to go through this beginning to end, correct? We want to go through this in order, not just jumping around on points.
Well, I mean, if we're following your OCD behavior, sure.
Radio. So, we'll start from the beginning, and this is where I could actually go ahead and cover that.
Ah, okay.
The rules of the worlds. We have established there is a set. There are set rules. By the beginning of the first episode in this chapter, we are establishing this.
Yeah, and each one of those rules has each one of those worlds has slight variance, but they all like have the same like major causes and major effects.
Yeah. See, my theory behind the Shion thing is that in a few of the alternate worlds that there are twists to the rules. For instance, when she is the one who goes nuts, it is a big deal that she is there.
Mm.
When she is one of the rational ones, it doesn't matter that she's there. It's like, okay, it's just her sister.
Fair enough.
Now, granted, she does start to lose it, but that
Yeah,
gets
well-
dealt with. In fact,
Real quick, in fact.
yeah, and we will definitely have to get into that because, yeah, a lot of things start to come together here. But yeah, the rules of the world, it is established that it everything ends in June. That is established. She will be dead before the end of June.
Yeah.
There was a couple other things that they had brought up, like the rules to people going insane. There was actually slight rules there to how
And the
that
main
happens.
storylines that she's been experiencing over and over again.
Yeah,
Yeah. And how in each and every one of those, there's always the 3 consistent deaths. Tomitake, Takano, and herself, Rika. And
though we find out there's a 4th consistent death.
yes. But
The doctor.
it's one, yeah. Irie, yeah. Although he doesn't come up, this was only the second one in which they bring him up as a consistency. Mostly because so
Third.
many of the chapters just don't focus on him as a major character, even though by the end of this chapter you find out essentially that he has been a major player this entire time.
Yeah.
It's just that whenever it's one of the in-group friends that goes haywire, there is always this whole need to rein them in and get them back on track so that way they can fight the plot at large,
Yeah.
which always consistently happens. But because there's always inter-group strife, there's absolutely no way to figure out what's going on and slowly encroaching in on them from the outside.
Well, also, like the doctor, with the timing of the doctor's death, it's kind of hard for them to figure out that that's happened because they're, 1, so distracted by everything else, and 2, the timing of his death makes it really hard for her to find out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Because he pretty much dies at the same time she does.
I find
Yeah.
it. Well, what I found it funny or interesting was when she has her breakdown. Yeah, she eventually gets sick of everything. Rika is pretty much she's tired. She is tired of constantly repeating. She is tired of things not changing or little things suddenly showing signs of change, but then meaning ultimately jack shit.
Well, and this is why it's so important that we're finally visually as well as audibly introduced to Hanyu, which it's like you kind of know she's always been there now, and you can kind of retroactively go back and sort of feel her presence throughout the entire series, but it still feels very weird to have this new character so late in the game.
Yeah. Well, I did find it.
But
I did like that. Towards the end of the chapter, she even accuses her, or turns around and says, like, "Yeah, you've always been there." Like, like for instance, constantly going behind everybody and constantly saying you're sorry. It's like, oh
Mhm.
yeah, that was one of the symptoms of losing your fucking mind.
yeah. Well, and what's interesting is like you finally get fully introduced to Hanyu right off the bat.
Yeah.
You get a rundown from Rika of exactly how everything's been happening from her perspective. Finally, a concise lockdown on her scope of the universe, which is something that up until now we've had some hints at, but not quite seen in its full scope.
Mhm.
Because we've always known Rika knows something, we always known she was special, but we didn't know how, or we basically just didn't know how.
Yeah.
We kind of had some inklings as to why, but never a full-blown how. And what's very interesting is when you actually are seeing one of her first conversations in the episode with Hanyu, that Hanyu brings up that, they've been at this for about 100 years or so. And earlier in the episode, Rika's remarking about how they only have 2 weeks to figure this out. Which brings, I had to pause.
Yeah.
At that moment in the episode, and thank God I'm watching this years after it aired, because I think I would have had an emotional breakdown had I been watching this when it first aired on television. But that means that the whole time she's had this older voice, she's been doing this round and round and round again. And when we did that flashback to 1979 or whatever it was, when that one detective showed up and Rika was itty bitty.
And we'll get into him too, because he gets brought back in this.
That means when she broke down and went into her mature voice, that means there were times when essentially Hanyu turned back the clock and took her back to when she was basically a kindergartner, and she had to go through those, 5-6 years over and over and over again.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, they
And I'm just
established that. It's yeah.
And then it just hits me in that moment. I'm like, oh God, to imagine being mentally and emotionally 50 years old and yet expected to play in the corner with coloring books and crayons.
Oh, yeah. That was my mind.
And and you're the only one that really knows what's up.
Yeah.
What the actual fuck? That is terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
falls
yeah.
in that fate worse than death category to be 5 years old over and over and over again.
And it's her window of time keeps getting shorter and shorter and shorter, presumably due to some sort of power limit that Hanyu has to keep making this happen over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
But to just know that for who knows how long she was going back years in time.
Yep.
Over and over and over again, and essentially having to relive your entire cognitive prepubescent childhood for who knows how many years out of 100.
Yeah.
It was probably a relief when it shortened up so she's no longer, having to be, 5-6 years old.
But it's just, ugh. That creeped me out more than the whole, wait, I only have 2 weeks. I understand the urgency of that fact, but when you think about it in the larger scope of horror of the rules that have been going on with this going back in time business,
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of thinking, Rika, I know you're feeling the time crunch here, but isn't this better than having 5 years of not being able to do anything for 4 of those years?
Yeah.
Because essentially that's what it was. She was going all the way back and basically not being able to do a damn thing until Keiichi shows up.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Which is a little less than a year before the current time frame of the main meat of the story.
Or if he even shows up. Because
Yeah.
she mentioned there were a few timelines where he didn't.
Yeah.
So, yeah, moving on. There is a moment where she does break down with them. She gets pissed off, goes off on Takano
And
and Irie, and flat out says, yeah, okay, you, Takano, you just go ahead and burn then. And you, Irie, go ahead and commit suicide. That means
Yeah,
she is
choke-
well
choke-
aware.
Choke on your sleeping pills.
Choke on your sleeping pills. Meaning she is well aware that he keeps dying as well. She is well aware of the fact that he quote unquote commits suicide.
Yeah. Well, she's also very well aware, and who knows for how long, about the whole thing that we're only just feeling like we're getting introduced to, even though we've seen like them in the shadows this whole time, the Tokyo organization.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's like, okay, so she's always known about the existence of this. We find out the whole reason that, her and Satoko are such close friends with the doctor and Takano is because they're both constantly supplying data to try and cure the Hinamizawa syndrome, which in and of itself is something that's kind of been alluded to a few times, but no one's ever really talked about.
Well, there was that whole aliens thing in the first chapter of this season.
Yeah, in the first season they bring it up a little bit, more in conjunction with that whole like aliens theory, which now just feels like a plant by Takano to cover up her own freaking tracks, which we'll get to in a minute.
No, we will get to that, very soon. That's going to be the meat of this once we get into it, because holy shit.
I mean, the fact that in the reunion one, that people are still chasing crazy conspiracy theories and not actually getting down to the meat and potatoes of what the Hinamizawa syndrome actually is, essentially because dun dun dun, you find out Takano is essentially in charge of all the chaos that is happening around the group of friends versus what's happening in the group of friends. She's actually heading up the big bad that we've sort of been aware of this whole time, but not really seen the movements of.
Yeah, but it's also taken, 100 years to find out, who done it.
Yeah. Like, it was always kind of this big question. It's like, oh, is it Takano? Oh, is it Irie? Oh, is it some other, tied to a government agency outside of the town? No one could really pinpoint, exactly what these people wanted and exactly who was in charge until this particular chapter. Although, I cannot imagine the absolute stress it would be to try and constantly rein in your friends and keep that group together, because that is literally the only chance you have at surviving the danger outside of that group of friends, and always knowing that there's constant possibility for danger from within, because that's essentially the problem. Rika has all the knowledge, but she's stuck in this 10-year-old body. She has to be able to rely upon, the 16, 17-year-olds around her and the other adults around her in order to move on and remember and get enough information to actually face off against the big bad that's really going to take her down in the end.
Yeah. So let's step aside from that for the moment, because I definitely want to talk about the finale of quote unquote, considering that's the name of the episode. We will talk about that at the end, because I want to cover that. But first, some minor things. Speaking of the reunion previous, Akasaka is back.
Yeah.
And his wife is alive.
Because for some reason in this world, he actually listened to her. Way back in 79. Which is so freaking weird.
Well,
like, so much about this particular world iteration is fucking weird.
Yeah.
Well, even like Rika was saying, like, oh my gosh, so many things are happening right in this one. It's off to such a good start. Why is it off to such a good start?
Yeah.
And then, she starts to hope, and then she, Hanyu crushes her hopes, and then she gets her hopes up again because Keiichi has, the master power of like cheer up everybody.
Yeah.
Well, that's the funny thing about Hanyu is that I get where Hanyu's coming from. She's been on this journey with Rika this whole freaking time. And so she's watched her get her hopes high and have her hopes dashed over and over and over again. And so there is this sort of instinctual thing of like, I see parents do it all the time with their kids.
Mhm.
Like, the kid has a really high hope for an outcome for something, and yet the adult knows that the probability of that is really, really, really low.
Mhm.
They'll be like, well, I'm glad that you're excited, but don't get too excited.
Yeah.
I mean, that's essentially what Hanyu is doing. She's trying to protect Rika, just in the worst fucking possible way.
Yeah.
Because in the end, Keiichi is right. You have to take that active role. You can't play the passive puppeteer and manipulator when your position in the world gives you so little power. You have to literally grab, people and destiny by the freaking balls when you're so small and make it listen to you. Because you don't have the resources nor the influence to do it from the background like she's been trying to do over and over and over again.
Well, we saw that in the last chapter too, just how passive Rika was, how depressed she was about everything. And, we got to see the moments where she could have said something, to her friends and made some change.
Well, and even in season 1, it's like a lot of the change she tries to have and the influence she tries to have is very much, from that whole, I need to be a believable 10-year-old kind of thing. And so she does these like little things from the background, or she tries to slip in little pieces of knowledge here and there, or she gets very fucking cryptic.
Yeah.
Like with the whole cats in the barn thing from season 1. And I mean, in this particular, go round, it's like Keiichi's like, nah, just take it. It's right there.
Yeah. Yeah, Keiichi is the voice of reason. Oh my god, the things Keiichi is able to do in this chapter. Okay, we have talked about before how in the previous chapter how we're like, yeah, the whole like hatred of Sadako felt like so forced and fake. It's still here.
Mm-hmm.
They bring that up in the fact that her uncle comes back. Yeah, that piece of shit comes back. Also, Reina, whatever, Ritsuko,
Rena.
whatever the fuck they call her name.
Oh, Rena.
Yeah.
Rena,
Ritsuko, the bitch, dies off screen. So she's destined to death.
She gets ambushed on screen,
and
then you hear about her death immediately after.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, she's destined to die. Okay, nobody cares about her.
Nobody gives a shit about the money hungry slut.
No. And then there's her uncle, who fucking comes back. As everything is finally going right, her uncle comes back.
Which, by the way, I do find it funny that both of those plots happen in chapter 3 of each of their seasons.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems to be the go-to at chapter 3. Much worse this time, honestly.
Well, yeah, because before there was all this alluding to his abuse, and in this one, like, since it's even more central to the plot, and basically Keiichi taking a completely different approach instead of him trying to handle it all on his own. In this particular go-around, he's all about, that collective power. No, if I can get the entire town behind me, if I can get the Sonozakis behind me, if I can get the school behind me, if I can get Ookami, the town next door, whose name I can never remember properly. Okonomiya. Yeah.
Yeah.
if I can get somebody, some people from Okonomiya behind me, we'll make them listen and, make child services, which
Pervert from the previous episode comes back from the previous chapter.
I know, right?
Well,
I know.
I'm like, okay, so we have established that all happened.
And it's so funny because it comes back to that, that whole like cultural thing of like, always work in a team, everything's about the betterment of the team. It just seems like whenever somebody in Higurashi goes completely off the rails and tries to do everything by themselves, pardon me.
Yeah.
Whenever they try to do things by themselves, that's when things really go to hell in a handbasket. But if Rika can get a few of the members to work together, if she can get either Keiichi or Rena or Shion or Mion to like lead up the group,
Yeah.
things always have a less tragic ending. Or at least some progress is made.
Yeah.
Well,
learn
the whole
something-
point of this chapter was that, but like no one person can change fate, but if they work together, they can be in enough places at once and rally enough support to actually break through and change fate.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This is like the first time we actually see them, talking about the experiences and things from the previous go-arounds to more than one person, if they even do.
Yeah.
Which is why I think it's interesting they all talk about it as if they're reflecting upon dreams. Because one thing I actually, when I was talking to somebody else about this series, they're like, so wait, are they rebooting the same people over and over and over again, or are these just brand new versions of the same idea of a person? I'm like, no, I think it's rebooting the same people over and over again, because there's this whole thing when Keiichi remembers something. Well, what if he's the only one? Well, in chapter 3 they prove nope.
No, freaking everybody, pretty much.
Everybody's got these like memories from past storylines, but they all remember them as some sort of like weird deja vu or dream they had once.
Yeah.
Well, you also kind of see at the very end of this, before things reboot again, that you see all of their ghosts or spirits or whatever together, and making a brief plan for the next go around. But the problem has seemed to be that Rika's the only one who actually really remembers everything.
Yeah.
Which I'm wondering if that's... Okay, here's the thing. I'm going to go ahead and say it, because I think I did say it before. This is as far as I watched before. I watched the very first episode of the last chapter, and I know how it ends. I know the end result. I do not know the lead up.
You don't know nothing about chapter 4.
I know nothing about chapter 4 other than how this series ends and what happens kind of in the first episode.
Wow, you really are Rika.
Pretty much. So,
because she's known everything up to this point. Yeah. But now the next Hinamizawa is her oyster. She has no idea what will happen next, but damn it, she will remember.
So let's just go ahead and cover the ending to this.
Because when you really get down to it, like the whole chapter was very interesting.
Yeah.
Especially the way they have to go about, rallying everyone together and getting the child services to actually fucking do something.
Yeah.
Which, believe it or not, is more true to life about that organization in Japan than I care to admit. They have really interesting rules. Like a lot of people like I was talking to about it this week were utterly surprised that basically the Japanese version of CPS didn't just march in there and take her. And I'm like, they can't over there. It's a little different than here. It really is, because over here it's like you hear like the slightest suspicion from a neighbor, and all they have to say is like, "Oh, I saw marks," and then before you know it, CPS is coming in and doing interviews and threatening to take kids like that moment.
Yeah.
They have a lot more power here in the States than they do over in Japan, and that has a lot to do with cultural norms surrounding family over there versus over here.
Yeah.
But you also have to keep in mind it's 1983.
Yeah, that's another thing you
And-
got to keep in mind. Yeah.
So, somebody was actually telling me like that doesn't seem very realistic that they'd spend like 3 episodes of this thing, trying to get child services up off their ass. I'm like, actually,
Yeah. You're
And
lucky
it
it
is
was only
interest-
3.
yeah, it was real interesting to see that whole process play out. But once that subplot happens, like immediately after that, you start getting into what's actually going on.
Yeah.
Because once they get that subplot over, everybody's on board to work together as a team after that.
Yes.
And once they have everybody working together as a team, that's when they can actually start taking on the big bad.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna go ahead and I just want to put this out there. When I wrote my notes, mostly it was just like little like words. It's like, okay, like rules of the world, Hanyu, shit like that. When I got the first 2 things I wrote were rules of the world, and then at the bottom of the page I wrote the culprit. Afterwards, I had to add 2 more. So I had to squeeze them in. We already slightly covered Tokyo.
That whole organization.
The last thing I wrote, and it's not inaccurate. We all fall down. Because yes, that's what happens to them at the end of this chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, the chapter's got to live up to its title, right?
Yeah. Oh, God. So let's get into the massacre here. We find out that Takano is the one behind all of this. She has actually been weaponizing fucking Hinamizawa syndrome.
Well, yeah, she thinks she's a god.
She thinks
Or at least
she
she's
is-
attempting to do it.
She's attempting to do it. She sticks Tobatake with the needle and brings him up to where as soon as he wakes up, he will be in stage 5, which is where people start ripping out their own throats.
Yeah.
Because, that's, a gruesome death. And what she wants to inflict on everybody in the village by killing Rika.
Yeah.
Well, essentially what she's doing is she's synthesizing it, taking control of that synthesized version of Hinamizawa syndrome, killing the queen, and then exterminating all the drones in the village, so that way she's the only one that is now in control of Hinamizawa syndrome. So that way it can
By
be
injecting
used
it in people.
by injecting.
By the way,
Basically changing the natural way it functions.
yes.
And then taking it outside of Hinamizawa, where obviously it's going to have a more immediate effect, because anybody who's within the region has a buffer for the symptoms
Yeah.
of it. But here's the interesting thing I kind of have to note about that when it comes to the reunion episode.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has their theories about Hinamizawa syndrome, how it works, where it came from, who had control over it, which obviously comes from, Takano's Rule 34, or not Rule 34. God damn it. File 34. You can tell I live on the internet. Whoops. From her File 34, like X-Files bullshit, which all those conspiracy theories are meant to like cover the tracks of how she actually took control of it. But here's also the funny thing. Outside of that incident, after Hinamizawa is destroyed, they don't have anything new to report about Hinamizawa syndrome happening anywhere else in the world. So part of me wonders if she does succeed at destroying Hinamizawa, but in the end her aspirations of godhood through controlling this disease winds up becoming completely futile because without the queen bee to gather people around and essentially keep creating more of the disease, what if she can't continue to synthesize it after the massacre?
Or it was an imperfect synthesization and she only thought she'd perfected it.
That's
Yeah.
both are a very good possibility. By the way, I only just recently started noticing these. Did either of you notice that at the in between on each episode, when it like technically would cut to commercial, I guess, when it pops back up, there's a little hint or quote in the corner of the screen.
Oh yeah, I've seen that from the beginning.
I never
Yeah.
noticed
Doing
them
that the whole
till now.
time.
And I noticed I'm like, wait,
Well,
if you kill the
your
queen, the drones will fall.
yeah.
What? And then I went, oh shit. And even the vegetable thing, which was dark as fuck.
Well, the funny thing is Ray's a subtitle reading machine. Like, I've seen her be able to like take down both, you know, the text at the bottom of the screen and all of the author notes at the top of the screen in like split seconds.
Well, damn.
So yeah,
I read fast, what can I say?
Eh? Nothing wrong with that.
and so like I was catching them, but I've also been noticing with this particular subtitle version we're working with, there's a lot more use of the natural language in the subtitles, so there has been quite a few author's notes in episode, so I kept glancing at the top of the screen anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, let's wrap this up. Let's get to the end.
Because everything's
Fall.
building up to it.
Yeah, the fall of them. One by one. Okay, they all gather up. And
they're gonna get Rika safe.
They're
And
gonna
then
and then
Well, first,
they
like,
get attacked.
you know, they raise you up with like, oh, you know, they're gonna get killed, and then the others, you know, rush into the rescue because they saw the guys not very stealthily hiding in the bushes.
Yeah. Sadako's
And
traps
only-
are working great, by the way. I fucking love all of that. That's all coming.
Well, the interesting thing is like at that point in the episode, like I'm like, okay, all her friends are there. There's guards outside the door. She just called Oishi, and so like the police are gonna do their thing and all that, and then Oishi gets gunned down. And at that point, I'm like, this is gonna end bad.
Yeah.
It's gonna end really bad because
once Oishi was gunned down, I'm like, okay, so yeah, chapter title's coming.
like at that point, I had to question how big the Tokyo organization actually was, because we've only really seen a handful of guys in a van, Takano, Irie, and Tomitake. So we're talking less than 10 people.
Well, there was
And
also
then
that
out of-
mention that
and then-
all the guards that are supposed to protect Rika, you know, in case anything happened, when she was still, you know, trying to, you know, make sure nobody died.
Yeah.
You know, there was mention, Takano said, like, oh, they're all on my side. So there's, you know,
Yeah.
who knows how many guards who are all traitors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's even worse is like once I saw that whole sniper thing take him out, I'm like, this organization's bigger than they've let on.
Oh, yeah. And even
Like-
at the end, you still only get a hint as to how big they really are.
Yeah, because they keep getting reinforcements out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Out of literally fucking nowhere. And since their uniform is either gray or white utilitarian worker, you know, like for like the communications or a painter or anything like that, you'd think you would notice that many men working in those industries just idly hanging around town. But apparently these guys are masters of fucking stealth in their white uniforms in the middle of the fucking
Yeah.
woods.
They're like, man, that's the fifth time I've seen that dry cleaner truck this week.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody's got a lot of laundry.
Which,
Whatever.
I want to go back to something real quick. This is just a thought that popped into my head while watching this. The outfit was very similar to the guy the mystery man, the mystery worker from the cat killing chapter.
Yes, the guy who worked in the quarry.
Just a thought, because we were like, oh yeah, I don't see how this fits in anywhere.
Actually, I did think about that at one point.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I think the offices that were abandoned at the quarry is where they actually set up the labs to synthesize the syndrome in mass.
Yep, and
Because
then,
clearly she has access to more than just a small sample size that Irie was aware of in his own institution.
yeah. So yeah, I think that was like another hint as to some shit going on in the background.
Well, and also they're shady enough that it wouldn't be beyond them to knock off some people who kind of got in an area that they shouldn't have.
Exactly.
Which because Shion and Mio were like little kids during that time, it's like, how long has this organization been working on this? Like, seriously. Like, again, it's one of those things of like, how many years has all of this been going on? And essentially, right under Rika's nose.
Yeah.
The whole freaking time.
Oh, it's very much
Like,
implied.
this is not something that just happened in like the 1 or 2 years prior. This has been years in the making.
Yeah. Oh, very much implied that it's years in the making. So, okay, yeah, let's go back. Let's go forward, I guess, actually.
Take 2 steps forward, 2 steps back.
Okay.
I swear, it's not an episode unless I break out into some weird song. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This has become a thing lately. I apologize to the audience for my random brain.
So everything seems to be going good. They're like knocking them down back and like left and right. Rena comes in with that fucking like fucking like machete or whatever the fuck it is.
The hook blade.
The hook blade, and nails the guy, and you're like, oh shit. I think you can even hear the connection.
Oh yeah.
And I love Keiichi going like, you didn't kill him, did you? It's like, nah, I used the back of the blade. Like all smug and happy about it. It's like, okay, that's beautiful.
That still hurt real bad though.
Oh yeah, several things are broken. Several ribs are in fact broken. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And everything's going great. And they're finally, you think, okay, they're finally gonna be able to stand up to him. Hey, they freed up a vehicle, they can go. Then a shot rings out, and Keiichi falls.
And all you see is the silhouette of Takano, and you're like, you bitch.
Yeah, Takano shot him.
Which is another thing. It's like, of course they save the gun death
Mm-hmm.
for the worst of all the characters. To be wielded by the worst of all the characters.
Yeah. So this starts a chain reaction. They all start
Dropping like flies.
They're all like trying to get Rika out of there. Let's see. The next one to go was
Mion.
Mion. Was it Mion or Rena?
No,
it was Mion.
It was Mion because she instructs Shion and Rena to take care of the two small girls. And then, at that point you realize, like, she is so heartbroken. Like, she did not want to leave Keiichi to die.
No, she didn't.
By himself.
I mean, she's still covered in his blood.
And, she actually, stops, looks at her hand, which is soaked in his blood, and is like, I'm going to be a decoy. You 4 go. You, the 2 big ones, take care of the 2 little ones. I will distract them, which only buys them, 2 minutes. In real time, and only a few seconds of screen time, to be fair.
Yeah.
And she even waves bye at them when they take off running. And I'm just like, God damn it, Mion, you're gonna just sacrifice yourself, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, and that's essentially what happens. Everybody sacrifices themselves one by one until, there's only one left.
Yeah. The killing of Shion and Sadako was fucked. That was some psychological bullshit she was pulling.
Yeah, but
It's
she's
like,
a
oh,
cold-hearted bitch.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, her last, like, let's do one last little test, Sadako. And,
Mhm.
yeah, it's like, which of these vegetables is green?
And of course, it's two European vegetables, not even native.
Yeah, the cauliflower or the broccoli. And she starts to say cauliflower, then she says broccoli. She's like, that's correct. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
And Rika standing up to her. I love, even defiant to the end, even if she's about to be chloroformed, and says, no, don't do that. Like, what, you're gonna struggle now? No. I want to be able to see and memorize you for the next time.
Which has really been the problem this whole time.
Yeah.
Is that she always knew she died. Probably because Hanyu told her so.
Yeah. But Hanyu didn't even know who it was.
Because she was chloroformed each time, she didn't remember who the heck killed her.
Mm-hmm.
She just knew about, like, all the people who actually died. Including herself.
Yeah.
And, Hanyu would know because Hanyu is the one that resets everything.
Yeah.
But because Hanyu's a big fraidy cat.
Yeah.
Because she's chloroformed each time. They couldn't figure out for this whole time who keeps killing her off.
Yeah.
And for what reason.
So that's taken care of. That ends. She gets cut open after, like, all the ghosts gather around her.
Which, honestly, both Rika and Hanyu are super surprised to see there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and everybody else calls Hanyu a fraidy cat who doesn't
Pretty
try.
much.
Yeah.
It's like, everybody was trying but you.
Yep. So
It's so funny because it's like, I love how it's like, we get introduced to her at the beginning of the chapter, and then by the end of the chapter, which granted was 8 episodes this time, which is twice as long as most chapters, we basically go, oh, here's this introduction to this new character. Oh, by the way, you've been the secret to ending this all along.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, well, good thing this chapter was long, because if this chapter was another, like, 3-4 episode chapter, God, that would feel like the most, like, rushed set of character development ever. Which, by the way, I love the fact that the little joke they make at the beginning. I know we're, like, yo-yoing at this point, but
it's fine. We're wrapping up,
whole,
so
like,
go ahead.
The whole thing of, like, their senses are linked. And she's like, no, that's too much hot stuff. My tongue, my throat.
Yeah, she starts downing the curry, and then she downs the alcohol.
Which is funny, because the whole time in chapter 2, I'm like, that could be wine. That could be grape juice. I don't freaking know, but she's drinking it real late at night. And then she's, like, drinks the entire cup way too fast. She drinks that entire cup way too fast. And Hanyu's like, I feel sick. And I'm like, Rika, you're drinking, at minimum, 8 ounces of wine in 3 gulps, and you're 10 years old. You are a hardened alcoholic at 10 years old.
She's been doing this for 100 years.
Yeah.
I don't care. Her body resets every time, even if her spirit has gone on. That's a lot of alcohol to be downing for a little scrawny 10-year-old Japanese girl. I'm saying.
She also thinks she only has 2 weeks left to live, and she's not wrong there.
No.
Which gives a whole new level to the whole, like, when she gets sad about things and just kind of, like, becomes a lump on the floor, and I'm just like, but you probably wouldn't be that depressed if you hadn't drank so much, you little boozer.
She's a depressed drunk.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But yeah, no, everybody calls Hanyu a fucking fraidy cat, and it's just like, if we had just had your help all along, and then Hanyu gets peer pressured into the whoa Bundy at the very end. Which, by the way, if you don't get that reference, you're too young.
Well, I mean, if they actually had her help, it'd probably make a huge difference because it's already been established that she can follow other people around
Yeah.
and report back to Rika.
Yeah.
She's just been, hanging around, not doing much of anything.
Yeah, following behind people, constantly apologizing, making them go crazy.
Yeah.
Like Rena had said in season 1, have you ever heard the voice of Oyashiro behind you constantly telling you, I'm sorry, over and over? Yeah, that would be Hanyu.
Yep. She's been referenced this whole time and just nobody really knew.
Yeah.
Although by the with all the stuff they set up in this particular chapter, in reality, it's less that Hanyu is Oyashiro and more that Rika is Oyashiro.
Well, I mean, they've been saying that, she's the reincarnation of Oyashiro.
But that only really came up in this chapter. Like, in season 1, no one ever said that about her at all. And this is the only time they've really brought it up in season 2. Like, they've always referred to her as, being, psychic or possibly a prophet or just really spiritually inclined. But, no. That's just her many, many years of experience plus Hanyu spying for her that's been going down this whole time. But the actual curse itself, her being a biological pheromone trigger, I don't have a better word, for everybody else to go nuts, which I think is kind of crazy. It's they kill Rika, and then they start gathering people up in buildings and start knocking them out with gas and guns.
Well, that way they don't turn into, crazy berserkers and kill everything around them. It's because you start talking, it's oh, well, we can either kill 2,000 people or it'll even be worse. So they just round up everybody in town because Rika's dead and, just murder them all.
I just find it interesting that they kill her first. It's round up everybody, kill all the potential crazies, then kill the ticking time bomb.
No, they killed her first, and before everybody could completely go crazy, they kill them.
I know.
Her death comes before.
I'm just saying, if it were me, I'd round up the entire town and kill them all first before I set off the bomb. That's all I'm saying.
They wouldn't be able to get approval to do that unless she was dead and they were all potential targets. Because, even shady organizations have to follow bureaucracy sometime.
I know. I'm just saying I'd be more efficient about it if it were my bureaucracy.
All right. Yeah. So, to wrap things up, because, this is hitting an hour. Like I said, there was a lot to cover in this.
Oh, God, you think this was a lot? The next chapter's 11 episodes long.
True. So, to wrap things up, this series I still recommend it. This is really, this chapter especially was really interesting.
Well, it's very clear that everything's gearing up for this last chapter. Because now with Hanyu on board, they can really go to town and do some crazy fucking shit. As long as they can stop her from being a fraidy cat all the time.
Wait, I don't know why she's so scared, because it's not like anybody can see her or touch her.
I think it's more so a case of she is also sort of an embodiment of the depression that Rika's feeling, going through this over and over and over again. Part of Rika's helplessness, or should I say in this case, learned helplessness, is her falling into the same learned helplessness that Hanyu's fallen into. And Hanyu does mention that it's I've been around long before you were in this world, but at the same time, I've been by your side ever since you came into it. So I'm wondering, that seems to be the one thing that hasn't been answered. What is the link between Hanyu and Rika? And why them two specifically are they on this journey together?
That's a good question. Maybe
And hopefully
we'll get an answer.
Hopefully chapter 4 will answer that for us.
Yep. So,
because I swear to God, if they save the explanation for the OVAs, I'm going to scream.
Don't worry, we'll record that scream.
Well, I mean, who's to say? It might not even be saved for the OVAs. It might have been saved for the manga.
Don't toy with me like that. You've already made me go on this journey with you. Don't toy with me like that.
But if we don't toy with you, what's the point?
Look, you guys already stuffed me in a crate and you've been dangling shit between the wood slats, making me do this from God knows where. I'm just glad you brought my microphone.
Wait, we never took you out of the crate?
It's dark in here.
Okay. So, next chapter we will have her out of the crate.
Yeah, because it'll finally be over.
Xeiren, where can people find you?
Links down below.
Graveturtle.
I'm hanging out with Hanyu.
That's perfect.
Well said. And of course, you can find me here on YouTube under Tintailed Ookami. And you can also find the show on SoundCloud, Tintailed Ookami. And all new episodes go up at least a day or two prior to release. So, with that said, we will see you in the next chapter, Festival Accompanying. I have no clever tag for that one. Believe me, I thought really hard on that and couldn't.
It's a festival, it's a party. Next chapter's party.
And see what all accompanies it.
It's a dead man's party.
Who could ask for more?
All right.
2-song special.
Yep. There's a treat. Good night, everybody.
Ow.
Ow. Ow.
Woof.
抜け出してって抜け出してって悲しすぎる運命からあなたは奈落の花じゃない
You're tuned in to the Wolf's Den podcast, and it's time for us to finish up this year's Higurashi Month.
さあ忘れましょうその未来が抜け出してって抜け出してって悲しすぎる運命から暮らしがなく開かずの森へ後戻りはもうできない
So, we are on the final chapter here, people, of season 2. Yes, I am well aware there is more to the show, but that is for another time. This is the main story. And oh boy, we got a lot to unpack here.
I mean, oh God. Anyway, Intros.
With me, of course, is the lovely Xeiren
Hello.
and the ever as lovely Graveturtle.
Hello.
Can I just start from like the beginning?
Go ahead.
So yeah. This chapter is unlike any others. One, it's 11 episodes long. To anybody who's seen Juose, you know that's as long as an entire season of anime. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like we unpack the final chapter of this story in the most long but detailed way possible. I'm glad that they did it that way, but at the same time, oh god, to get through all of this in 1 week. To watch it all in 1 week was heavy. By the end, of watching it, I felt drained. But
You think
like,
you were drained? I watched it in one night.
yeah, I was only like 3 episodes ahead of you, and we were watching shit pretty much like right behind the other Sunday. So no, we know each other's pain.
Yeah.
On that one, but I had to unpack it all real quick because I'm planning that trip, and I'm not gonna have a whole lot of time to do anything this week. But in the second season opening, everyone who watches it carefully, you'll notice that Rika is waving at the camera at the very end before it gives the show title, and then it moves on into the show. But what I didn't realize is she wasn't waving in a westernized gesture. She was actually doing a more I wouldn't call it traditional. It's more like regionally appropriate beckoning gesture. That little wave she's doing with her hands is the same gesture like a maneki neko, the little cats you see at like restaurants and stuff.
Yeah.
It's the same like little beckoning gesture. And dun da da da, for this part of the season, we got Hanyu in the opening credits.
Yep.
And that was just so adorable, first off, because Hanyu's just made of adorable. Even when she's scary, she's adorable.
Yes, she is.
She's like a pissed off kitten. But
who will wreck your shit?
But no, when I realized that she was actually making the little beckoning gesture to Hanyu, I was just like, okay, this is how you know from the beginning of the end that you're wrapping things up. Like now everybody is in on the opening credits. And it certainly feels more complete.
Mm-hmm.
So you go into the final chapter feeling like, okay, it's time to gear up.
Yeah.
The gang's all here. Let's get moving.
And here is an interesting thing that I noted about this particular chapter. At the end of each episode, after the credits, is a very important piece of information. It doesn't stop after the credits. You still got another 2 to 3 minutes after the credits of just, oh, by the way, this is what's going on right now. And it jumps back and forth in the timeline. Because I look back and it's not on any others. It's just this.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that makes this chapter in and of itself so unique. They give you a lot to work with.
Oh,
They also
yeah.
give you a lot of answers that you hadn't had up until this point.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So if like you were ever wondering if they were ever going to answer why everything's happening or who's the real antagonist and everything, and what's actually going on beyond like what the main group of friends has been experiencing. This is the chapter that answers all that.
Oh
Mhm,
yeah.
definitely.
And speaking of antagonists, that's pretty much where this chapter begins. You get Takano's backstory. And I'm not about to say that Mia Takano's backstory is one that I felt was terribly original as far as tragic backstories go, but it was done in such a way that it felt very real.
Yes.
She loses her parents in a bus crash, and her father makes it clear as he's dying that because of the war, which they just refer to it as the war, and when you keep in mind that the modern setting of the show is in the 80s, and Mia Takano is probably close to my age in the 80s timeline. So,
Yeah.
her parents are dying in either the 50s or the 60s. It's never quite clear. But that means her grandparents and all of her other relatives, other than her parents, died in World War II due most likely to the bombings.
Yep.
Once her dad goes, she's literally alone in the world. And that is not a good place to be
No.
at that time frame in history. Just no. So few people were willing to take on any more than what they already had trying to bounce back from World War II.
Yeah.
And so she winds up in a terrible orphanage. There's a lot of abuse going on there, mostly just physical and mental. Luckily, they didn't take it the ultra creepy route, which at one point I thought they were. And I was like,
Actually, I gotta say, some of the things that even though they didn't show anything, several things were implied. They went beyond just being like, oh, it's like that could possibly be. No, several things were implied that made me go, there's fucked up shit going on at this place.
Oh yeah, no. It's just with Higurashi always having that thing of like throwing it in your face.
Yeah, this was the one time where it was subtle.
This was one time where it was subtle and restrained, and I appreciated it.
Yeah.
Because abuse is a very it's not a topic it shies away from.
No.
At any point, but at the same time, it's like if they had gone too overboard with it, I would have felt like, okay, now you're just fucking trying to emotionally manipulate me to a point where I feel like this is beyond storytelling and you're just trying to rip my heart out for no good reason.
Yeah.
And eventually, through very roundabout, long drawn out plans and means, she actually does escape and gets in touch with her father's teacher, who is trying to put together a study proving that there are parasites in the world that can control human behavior. This is a very controversial topic at this time, and I'm glad that they brought that up, because during that time in history, the idea of an organism being able to control human thought, parasitic or bacterial, viral, or otherwise, was something that science absolutely did not want being true. And a lot of theories at this time involving neuroscience, biology, and psychology all over the world, studies that were trying to look into this were being squashed left and right, because no one ever wanted to basically have an excuse to forgive the enemy.
Yes.
Because, oh, Stalin wasn't evil. He just had a parasite in his brain.
Yes, but they go another route with that too,
Mhm.
which intrigued me. They they're like, yeah, not only would you be able to explain away all horrible behavior, possibly,
Mhm.
but you'd even be able to explain away the idea of religion
Yeah.
as being like, oh, well, they came up with this because they have a parasite in their brain.
Yeah.
Oh, people are following this because they have a parasite in their brain.
Yeah. Anything that could come along and basically explain away any sort of unwanted behavior,
Hmm.
not good, because then you have to question all the systems that human beings put in place in order to make society work. Oh, are we
Yeah.
all a bunch of dancing meat puppets, or are we really thinking for ourselves?
Although the show doesn't really, well, this is important to, like Takano's backstory and her motivations, this idea isn't really explored in the series really other than a motivation and other than that, and like the Hinamizawa syndrome exists.
Yeah.
Its wider implications for the world and for the universe that this story happens in aren't really explored.
Not to
It,
the extent that it felt like it could have been, no.
Yeah.
I think it would have come across as kind of a tangent and beyond the scope of the story they're trying to tell if they had been.
Oh yeah, but at that point, it actually does. The one thing it does, bringing the whole religion thing into it, and are human beings really in control of themselves? This brings back full circle what started being shown to us in the previous chapter of Takano's megalomaniacal idea of becoming a god. Because if you can control the parasites, or you can control the disease that controls the people, you now control humanity. Like,
Mhm.
it's one thing to be sitting there, like, having ideas of delusional grandeur, thinking that you have control over some curse. But the ideas that she learned from her adopted grandfather, because he's essentially her grandfather once he takes her in.
That's how she got the name Takano.
Oh, yeah. It takes her from that I'm an evil villain, ha 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 ha, hear me roar, down to a very dangerous but completely rational at that point evil antagonist.
Hmm.
Like, I tend to split up villains and antagonists into two groups because, like, with villains, it's like they're evil for evil's sake. They do things because they're either completely despicable human beings and want nothing but misery for everyone else or everything for themselves. And then you have antagonists where it's like, you know what, you don't have to sympathize with why they're doing what they're doing,
Hmm.
but you can at least identify how they got there and why they're doing it.
Yeah. Well, once they explained it, yeah, once you like found out her backstory, it's like, okay, you're not so much a villain anymore. You're
Yeah.
basically somebody who got sick of being stomped on by the world and started to stomp back, but then got so like empowered by it that you couldn't stop.
Yeah.
Even when you are clearly stomping on innocence.
Yeah.
Well, she constantly makes, comments about requiring an iron will and, unflinching resolve, and that's something she definitely has, but she has that to the extent that she's willing to remove anyone who gets in her way by any means necessary. She's basically taken ruthless to, levels that most people would not recommend taking them to.
No. Yeah,
I mean, because
there's one particular moment when she's talking. I think she was talking to Irie about cutting up Sadako, I think is what it was. And like getting it all set up to be able to do that. Just the look on his face just summed up that whole fucking scene.
Well, I mean, she was also discussing it like with the tone that most people would use for like buying a new stapler for the office.
Yeah. It was just like, what? Did she really just go there? I'm like, oh yeah. Yeah, she did. It's
No,
fucked up.
she just go there. She had already prepared the paperwork.
Yeah, she'd already prepared it. Like, holy shit.
She's like, everything's all ready to go. You just need to get your scalpel.
Yeah.
Well, because basically the reason she does get this way is like they literally stomp on Hifumi's ideas about this as they're walking out the door. And this was the person who saved her. I mean, he might as well have been, her own personal Jesus, to quote one of my favorite songs. And this group of men walk all over his ideas, break his spirit. And not only is proving Hinamizawa syndrome exists make her godlike, but in a way, as he states at one point, if his research is taken seriously and people study it from that point forward, because he was right about something, then even if he's dead and gone, he's essentially revived through history.
Yeah, and this is like her quest to basically legitimize his work, essentially revive him from the dead because he's been taken seriously. His work has, been taken seriously.
Exactly.
And it's as much like her mission of revenge on his behalf as it is, her trying to change the world through his research.
As well as never be in a position where she's powerless ever again. And so, while I'm not really sympathetic to Takano as an antagonist, you get some real deep insights as to why she is so determined to make this happen. And oh boy, does that just make everything about it just even more heavy, because she actually has a showdown at one of those end credit scenes with Hanyu when she goes to just say a prayer to be like, I hope I am successful. And it's like Hanyu can see right through her shit.
Yeah. Like knocks the coin out of the air and it's like, no, fuck you.
Fuck you. I don't want your prayer. I don't want your offering. I didn't leave that 10-cent coin in the phone booth for you. kind of look. And it's just like, I was just like, God damn it. Like, anime, how is it that you can take these two characters, one who is like this towering adult blonde figure and this chibified little angry fluff god of a village, and yet somehow turn it into this epic showdown of wills, like
that is the magic of anime.
like man shaking his fist at Zeus
Yeah.
kind of moment. It was so over the top, but it was like, honestly, out of all the end credit scenes, I thought that one was the best.
Well, because I loved her reaction when Hanyu made herself visible. It's like, you're I can assume you're the god of this town,
Village.
of this village. Oh yeah, Shiro. Okay. And after a little bit of a chat, she's like, yeah, no, you're not gonna win. She's like, And then you basically practically just spit at her. Like, yeah, no, you're not gonna, you can try and stop me, but you're not gonna. And it's like, oh shit, Takano. Damn!
And when you realize that it's these two personalities facing off against each other, you realize why Takano gets as far as she does. Because, I mean, when you're the little guard dog of the little village in the middle of fucking nowhere, yeah, you're gonna have big brass balls in the beginning.
Yeah.
But as time goes on, and Hanyu keeps trying to save her village over and over and over again, it eats at her will.
Yep.
And it is also kind of like, it reminds me of one of the themes that happens a lot in one of my favorite book series, where it's like, while like supernatural things and, you know, gods and goddesses and the like will always exist, they do draw a lot of power from their worshipers.
Mhm.
And it's not until the entire Scooby Gang gets behind Hanyu
Yeah.
that they actually take the entire, you know, idea of fate away from fate and actually give Hanyu her gusto back.
Mhm.
Well, that's because like the members of the club are basically like the morale brigade, you know, and the provide like spirit and motivation for both Rika and Hanyu. I mean, it's not, and that's not because they forget every time. It's because they just naturally have that kind of, you know, drive, will, and spirit.
Yep.
I mean, there's a reason, you know, Rika and Hanyu have been like huddled up against this group, you know, this entire time through all these, you know, repetitions of the same year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, moving forward, Rika starts making her moves. She lets certain people know what she needs to. We do get to see her parents.
Yeah. And the fact that basically once Takano starts trying to prove her grandfather's research, she gets hooked up with Irie through essentially government ties.
Mhm.
And everything's set up sort of militaristic. And you know what? I would have been just as pissed if it's like, here's my research, here's all this information, I'm the closest one to it, I graduated with all these alma mater, like, you know, cum laudes and all this stuff from college, so that way I could prove my grandfather's work. I go get funding for it, and then I'm made second in command.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she's a woman, and you
And
know that's way back when in, you know,
oh yeah.
70s.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, no wonder she has like this tremendous hate boner for Irie. Oh my god. And to top it all off, compared to her, he's downright spineless when it comes to their research. He's very conservative about how he'll go about researching it. And so the, you know, Tokyo group in the, you know, this whole government agency that sets them up in Hinamizawa, like, they've got her playing freaking second fiddle. And I almost have to wonder at a certain point, especially because of how conservatively she dressed and modestly she dressed in her own downtime, if the nurse's uniform with the goddamn thigh highs was also given to her as her quote-unquote uniform when she's on the job, because good god, that's the only time you ever see her dressed like that.
Yeah.
Like, the only time Takano looks even remotely sexualized, it's when she's in this particular position. And I'm just like, if there's one thing I actually can sympathize with Takano on, is that bullshit. It's the whole like, oh no, you have this wonderful idea, because I know this isn't like this like in every church, but every time I had like this great idea for something for like the drama troupe to do or anything else, I would always get some older man watching over me who is actually quote unquote in charge. And it drove me insane. So whenever she's like trying to be a go-getter or trying to push her research forward or trying to be like, no, this is how it needs to be done or else we're going to get nowhere and you're going to make us waste the next 3 years without proving a goddamn thing. yeah, I can sympathize with that shit.
But at the same time, she's advocating murder and commits murders so they can do their research.
Yes, no, like
She takes it too far.
Yeah.
oh yeah, when they get Sadako like in the hospital for like, what was it, like 2 weeks or something,
Yeah.
like she starts getting all these ideas which scientifically based, have some merit, and it's like, okay, if she's going to die anyway, if we can get things working right, yeah, we can vivisect before she dies and prove it, bada bing, bada boom, it's done, if the worst were to happen. And then they find out about the whole like queen bee thing with Rika, and this is when she actually like her saying like, oh, if things get down to the worst and she's not going to survive, I drew everything up so we can vivisect before the parasite dies. That didn't creep me out so much. I'm like, Irie, come on.
Yeah.
Like, if the girl's gonna die anyway, I kind of get where she's coming from. But when she goes so far as to be like, wait, we got Rika as a subject to study her as well, and then she gets one fever and her parents are like pulling her out of the study, when she takes that long walk by herself and brings herself to kill Rika's parents so she will not lose her test subject, that's when she made the wrong left turn in Albuquerque for me.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even before they had Stoko in the hospital, it never showed it, but it kind of heavily implied that she arranged for the guy that they actually did dissect, to kind of end up in that position and in their possession. She might not have, actually killed someone there, but it kind of felt like they were heavily implying that she arranged for that situation to happen.
See, I didn't get that from that one. Like, for me, that was like what I picked up was, no, the boss went fucking nuts, and because of all the stress of being under from the whole town being at their throats for trying to make the dam. And then the other guy snapped as well. Like, I didn't see as her manipulation, just her seeing that and going, ooh, opportunity.
I'd have to rewatch those scenes again, because that was one of the parts that was like, it felt like they were implying it, but they didn't outright say anything. It was one of those things where it's like visual language versus like script.
Yeah.
Well, it's like you have this part where like Irie is like looking at her, like going like, "Did you have something to do with this?" And she just like smiles and goes like, "Ah ha ha," like doesn't like confirm but doesn't deny either. And it seemed to me that while she might not have raised a hand or anything herself, she somehow helped this situation along.
Yeah, that is highly debatable. The fact that she killed Rika's parents, not deniable at all.
No, that shit happened.
Not even a little.
That shit happened. There's no denying
that shit fucking happened. They never quite answer what happened to the Hojo parents. They heavily imply that.
Oh no, we know exactly what happened.
Well, I don't know. It's like they imply at one point that because Satoko was level 5, she pushed them. And it's just like, but you never actually see it happen. And I'm like, okay, I'm okay with that one being a mystery, but still mostly everybody logically kind of figuring out, like, yeah, it was probably her and she doesn't remember. Like,
there seems to be moments where she seems to remember it when it's brought up.
Yeah, but that just kicks her Hinamizawa syndrome into high fucking gear every goddamn time.
Yeah.
So you never get a real answer.
Yeah. So I just kind of took it at face value. Like, yeah, no, I kind of took everything that was given to me and went, yeah, she killed him. She doesn't remember it, or she doesn't want to, but she did.
And so those 5 deaths aside,
Mhm.
which those were all considered what I would consider to be past death problems. Like they're not part of the repetition story proper.
Yeah.
Like outside of those 5, which we knew were going to happen no matter what, can I just say I am shocked that we had both a satisfying ending to this story and yet a deathless one.
Yeah. Yeah, we did.
Okay, so long story short, there is a lot of shit that goes down in season 2, chapter 4. A lot of, setting up pins, knocking them down, plans going well, plans going south, people jumping in and saving the day and whatnot. And I'm sure we can talk about that quite a bit in a rather sporadic manner, but just so we can finitely say, even with all that crazy shit that does go down in chapter 4, even Takano survives at the end, and you feel like you get a satisfying ending.
Yeah, no, it felt fitting to me that, like, she got broken down back to her base of where she started, went a little below it, and then got the offered hand out by the one that she was going to murder originally.
Yeah.
That the Toмотake actually was like, yeah, no, she doesn't deserve death.
In the end, he did feel some sort of pity for her at the very least.
Well, because there was clearly, because it's very much implied earlier on at that point too, there was something going on between the two of them.
Well, and I think regardless of whether or not they had a fling going on, even through all of that, he was close enough to her to understand that deep down what she was doing was because she was just a very, very flawed human being.
Yes.
She wasn't a monster. No.
She was on her way to becoming one.
But yeah, she was rapidly on her way to becoming one. However, even Jiro, with being on the ass end of her treatment scale so many goddamn times, understood that in the end, she was doing this because of her vulnerabilities and her desperation and her feeling of helplessness.
Yeah.
It's not that she was doing this because she was some evil maniacal monster.
Well, they even mention a couple times that, someone is pushing her to this. That someone in, like, Tokyo is, like, manipulating her into basically enacting the failsafe.
Yes.
Yes. And that's the part that's never really answered.
Yeah, the chick with the purple hair is never really explained. Not Hanyu, the other one.
Yeah.
The chick who shows up in the freaking limo and is just like, oh, no. Oh, they don't want to back you up anymore? I'll back you up.
So, okay.
She must be either, one of two things. Either they explain her in an OVA later on, or she is way better explained in the manga, because she's in, she's out, she serves her purpose, and, like, you feel like you got a grasp on what's going on. But other than that, you don't know jack about this woman other than she's an agent to further poke Takano towards the goal.
Okay, so information time. Okay, so while the OVAs are, other than like one of them, the rest of them are all like just cutesy fan service. One is an actual part of the manga. It is called Dice Killing Chapter. The part that has me about that, first of all, as far as I know, she doesn't get any more explanation. She might get some explanation in the manga, but there are several chapters of the manga that never got adapted.
Yeah, and with a series as layered and in depth as this, that's not surprising.
Yes.
I mean, good lord, we just watched the adaptation for Angel Sanctuary. Trust me, that is just the shaving off the top of the iceberg with
No.
that series. Because when you have these really dense, really elaborate world building sort of stories with a lot of side stories that actually fucking matter, that's hard as hell to adapt. And Higurashi, it has probably been one of the best adaptations I've seen for such a series.
Well, here's the thing also. Not only has several of the chapters not been adapted, several of the chapters have not been translated. We never got them.
That's terrible.
Yeah. On top of that, there is a 5th OVA, which I grabbed. We will be watching that the next time around. Yeah, we're not out of Hinamizawa yet. We're just taking a vacation away.
You need an entire year-long vacation away from this. Good God.
Yes. And hopefully we won't be completely insane by then. But
Oh, I'm sure we will be.
oh yeah.
I thought we had to be completely insane in order to get this job.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it says right here on the application.
Wait, you got an application?
You mean this isn't from you?
I totally didn't write that in my sleep as a joke just so she'd fill it out because Tiki.
Well, it's binding either way. So,
I know she signed in blood like an idiot.
You told me it had to be blood!
So, back to my point. The 5th OVA is a 1-hour special that ends in a cliffhanger, by the way, from what I know. Because there's supposed to be a second part somewhere down the road. And it is called Outbreak. As far as I can tell from what little information I've gathered from it, Tokyo makes a reappearance.
Okay.
Tokyo comes back for them. It's not done.
Oh, I figured not. I mean, you get to Takano's arrest. And that's pretty much it. The full-blown strategy team, technician team, or whatever he calls it, comes in and just puts the kibosh on the little outpost team for Tokyo that she and Irie were running up. And that's as far as you get. And considering all the implications they were making towards Hinamizawa's syndrome being used in, political gains, war as a means of terrorism, all this stuff, I can totally imagine shit with Tokyo's not quite finished.
No. Yeah, it's not. As far as I can tell, it's not.
Yeah, because you can't just reveal the villain behind the villain and then, not do
Walk
anything
away.
with that.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you can and say that villain no longer worked specifically on that particular piece of the puzzle, but there is a much bigger story that could be told about Higurashi completely outside of Hinamizawa.
oh yeah.
Because there is some twisted dark shit happening
Oh yeah.
in that universe, in the politics and the military and law enforcement and everything else. Fucking clearly.
So, a lighter note before we get back into some of the darker shit that happened, more serious shit. Akasaka's back, and that motherfucker kicks ass.
Oh my god!
Oh!
More than that, I swear to God, he was channeling Ryu. I was like, what the fuck? It turned into a Street Fighter movie for a second there.
It's funny because Graveturtle and I were actually talking about this 2 days ago.
Yeah.
We were on the phone and we were both like, Akasaka, man, dude, you were eating your Wheaties since 1978. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, just holy shit.
went
Oh
from
gosh,
this,
well, like the part like when the guy punches him and like practically breaks his hand punching him, and he just looks at him and goes like with this expression of like, did I feel something?
yeah. Well, it's like, okay, Akasaka gets introduced as, a young detective, clearly in good health and everything. He's about to be a father. Yeah, very mild-mannered sort of dude, but for some freaking reason, in this particular instance, when his wife survives, his child survives, in this iteration, something about Rika saving his wife and child either puts him on a workout regime to end all workout regimes, or he is somehow empowered by fate in this universe to be the tank of all tanks.
I don't know. But
He's super fast. He gets everywhere in a goddamn flash. He acquires the bulletproof car.
Yes.
You know what happened? He
Immediately-
took off his Clark Kent glasses. That's what
That's
happened.
exactly. Fucking
Yeah.
Superman showed up here, and I was okay with that.
Oh god, the way Rika is just like, I'm glad they didn't go too into it, because I have another lighthearted moment that's kind of connected to this whole moment I was thinking.
Yeah.
Because this is the point when he comes along and he saves her, and because of her internal dialogue right before then, I was just like, if little Rika grew up fast enough, I could see her trying to be a little homewrecker and steal Akasaka
Yeah.
later, because he is like Prince Charming on the goddamn white horse
Yeah.
in this universe. Oh my god. Which, speaking of that conversation she was having with herself, they're taking the ladder down the well so they can hide in this little alcove and try to find a tunnel to get the fuck out.
Mm.
They're hiding in the Sonozaki prison. And she's climbing down that ladder, and she's like, it's okay, I'm gonna get out of this, I'm gonna make it to July, and then I'm gonna grow up, and I'm gonna get taller, and I'm gonna have bigger boobs.
Yeah.
she's like, I'm not gonna be a child anymore.
It's like she was just trying to being able to just going like, and I can drink legit.
That's the one and only time in the entire series that they have her talking about that outright after you realize how old she actually is.
Yeah.
But I just thought that was freaking amazing. I'm just like,
It's like victory was so close, she could taste it. And she's just like, I'm gonna do this, and this will happen, and that'll happen, and it will be glorious.
Yeah. But I
it's
love
just
Oh, go on.
this is like all I could think to myself is like, watch, she grows up, she stays flat.
Yeah.
Like, that would just be
She'll
the
at least
worst.
She'll at least have an adult body, though.
Yeah, she'll be
She
able
would-
to tower over everyone that she once, looked up to. But
Yeah.
oh god.
Yeah. No, what I liked. Okay, the first time we actually get a hint at what Akasaka is capable of, because he's getting chased
God.
down. First of all, he tears the fuck out of that building. Like, he just
Yeah.
rips open that door and is just gone. And they're like, "Oh, motherfucker, come back here!" And they're chasing after him. And then he finally they're like, "Yeah, we got him." And he's like, "Okay, guess it can't be helped." Turns around and flies right at them, and it's like, and they're like, "What?" And then they cut away. But I'm like, he just knocked the fuck out of that guy.
Oh yeah.
Like, he
Like
just
I
came
said,
around and just
he-
full on to the fucking face.
Either his wife surviving gave him superpowers and he went from Clark Kent to goddamn Superman, or he was just like, nope, I'm gonna be a dad and all this shit, and this little girl saved my family, and I have no idea what dangers are ahead of me. If that could have happened, that's it. I'm gonna get on this beast. Like, it was like he was doing P90X every day for a solid 5 years. Eating nothing but raw eggs, rice, and nori.
Well, yeah, then I love it because, yeah, he shows up, and that whole scene was just amazing. Like, he shows up and it's like, hey, what, like, because they're about to do away with, or deal with Rika. and suddenly I can't remember exactly how it went down. I know he hit someone in the throat. I remember that.
Oh yeah.
And it's just like, yeah, what the hell are you doing? And
and
it
for-
like turns out, yeah, he rips off the hat. And it's just like, yeah, I'm not not one of you guys.
It's like
Time to
for
go.
all the ass kicking he does, he doesn't actually kill anybody. Same thing with Kasai. Like
Yeah.
he goes in like a freaking madman when they're trying to rescue Satoshi. Oh yeah, they actually cover that plot hole.
Oh yeah, Satoshi. Let's cover
gotta come
that.
back to
Let's
the-
get to that. So
But yeah,
Kazai.
so Kazai is just tearing ass down this corridor, and he's just like, screw you, I'm going to shoot you, blah 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 blah. If you do not comply,
The fucking shotgun, yeah.
goes into full blown,
Yakuza.
Yakuza mobster mode. In the end, the idiots who initially turned on the alarm turn off the alarm, and he's like, okay, here's your reward. Pistol whip.
Yeah.
And he's like, I am so sorry, my lady show. I hope you never see me like that again. And I'm just like, guys, if you had only known the violence we had been dealing with up until this point from Shion,
Yeah.
you would know that we are not fazed by a pistol whip to the chin.
Yeah.
But yeah, this all happens when they're trying to show Shion what actually happened to Satoshi. Basically,
He's not dead.
we finally get the answer. It's like he got all paranoid. He started carrying the bat around. Yes, he did kill his aunt. One of the deaths that we knew was going to fucking happen regardless.
Yeah, but we didn't know if he had actually done it. But this was officially confirmed.
It was officially confirmed. He beat the shit out of his aunt with a bat because he thought, okay, if I can take my aunt out of the equation, Sadako can come home, they can stop fighting, and I'll have some motherfucking peace. Which is actually funny, and I'm actually glad they went that route.
Yeah.
Because everybody built Satoshi up to be like this saint of a man, when really it's like he killed his aunt just so his sister would stop driving his aunt crazy, and his aunt would stop driving his sister crazy, and just so he could have some bloody peace.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was the only reason he did what he did. He's like, I can't take this anymore.
And unfortunately, he did not get it.
No, because lo and behold, just like Satoko, he's got it too at higher, levels, because once their father fucked up and made them the town pariah, he put so much stress on his family that even his own children started experiencing higher and higher levels of Hinamizawa syndrome symptoms.
Yep.
And it led essentially to his own demise if Sadako actually did push him and his wife off that freaking cliff, and eventually drove his son to murder his aunt.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been weird if he didn't have Hinamizawa syndrome, at least at some level, if she had it that high, because they were both being put under the same kinds of stress and dealing with the same awful uncle and everything.
Yeah. It was kind of a shock that he actually held out as long as he did. And honestly, when they carried him off into the institute because he had reached level 5, but he hadn't started tearing out his throat yet, I honestly thought at that point, I'm like, she just carried him off to some secret room and just dissected his brain.
No.
That was my
you
first assumption. And then when they pick that plot line back up, I'm like, wait, what? He's still around. Irie, you brilliant bastard.
Well, yeah, because he was experiencing those syndromes when Irie was right there. It's obvious that Irie was able to save him somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very possible that he might have never, told Takano that, oh, hey, we have another specimen.
Oh, most likely Takano had no idea.
Yeah, because he was way down and hidden in a basement corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That even she couldn't get into.
Not only did he save Satoshi from the syndrome itself, and that he did confirm that Satoshi would slowly get better. And bless Shion, you want to talk about somebody who just had total character reform outside of that one chapter. She's just like, I can wait. It's like,
Yeah.
girl, you are so in love it hurts.
Yeah.
Well, like she just asked, like, oh, can I visit and read him books? And
Can I read him books? Can I talk to him? Like at one point, like she's about to say, and hug him, and all these things. Like she just wants to make sure that he's going to be okay. And he's like, of course you can come do all those things.
Yeah.
Like he's just like at that point you're like, Shion, stop, my heart.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
like she's so
I shed
devoted.
a tear. I shed a tear while watching that scene.
She's so damn devoted, and you're like, girl.
Yeah.
Girl. You one crazy bitch when you're mad, but that just goes to prove like whether it's on the negative end of the spectrum or the positive end of the spectrum, Shion wins most passionate character.
Oh yeah.
In the story. Like, had she actually had to face off between Takano head to head, Takano would be pissing her pants.
Yeah.
Because Shion don't fuck around.
Yeah.
well, she ain't as forgiving as some of the other characters.
I mean, good God, she's like a 16 or 17-year-old girl who can operate a Kalashnikov.
Yeah.
Shion don't fuck around. Like, I know people listening to this are just going to be like, when did that happen? How do you know that? You're just going to have to watch it. So much happens in such great detail over these 11 episodes. There's absolutely no way we could cover it all, even with 2 hours to spare for recording.
Yeah.
Just know that you learn a fuck ton in these 11 episodes, and it is a ride you don't want to miss. If you skip around certain parts of Higurashi, which I do not recommend, but if you did because you got bored with one chapter or another, for the love of God, do not skip a single goddamn episode, even when it's an exposition slog.
Yeah.
In season 2, chapter 4. Do not do it. You will miss out. You will fuck it up.
Yeah, trust me, I thought about doing that several times, because the scenes between Irie and Takano were good. My fucking God, they were a slog at times.
Well, that's because they both have very soft, relaxing, pleasant, monotone voices. It's like I'm sitting here watching these scenes where they're talking about all the research they're doing. I'm like, I can feel my ASMR kicking in. I'm falling asleep. Like, that's not. God damn it, these Japanese voices. Wake up.
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
I had to rewind some of those scenes a few times just to catch all the dialogue, because it's like, it's all the soft lighting and cicadas in the background, and they're talking so nice.
Well, yeah, like
What about vivisection?
Yeah.
No, Takano still just sounds like the sound of her voice is smug. And
Oh,
every
very.
word that comes out of her mouth sounds like smug.
Yeah.
And then like you have Irie going like, what? So those sections just sound like smug, 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 smug. What?
Yeah. That was yeah. All
Oh
right.
God, yeah.
So, let's briefly cover this. We will have plenty of time to anything that, okay, just so that everybody know, this isn't the end. After we're going to do a 2-part analysis. So anything we missed will be covered there.
Oh yeah. Because
So,
season 2 as a whole needs to be talked about.
yes.
But I know what part you're getting to, man. We gotta talk about that epilogue.
Yeah. So first, let's just briefly gloss over. Everybody teams up. Everybody's skills come into play. Sadako
is
makes some amazing
glorious.
fucking traps.
It is. Sadako's past lives were all being ninja.
Yeah.
In some form or another, throughout history, if reincarnation exists, all her past lives, she was some form of a goddamn ninja.
Yeah.
She is freaking awesome.
Yeah. And then the rest of them, they all have They all do stuff. Hanyu even uses her dark voice to try and to fuck with Takano, while Keiichi pretends to be a screaming little bitch, which was hilarious.
Well, he is like the master of words.
Yes.
Yeah,
His
master
voice
of
acting
words.
skill were pretty good there.
Yeah. So let's just get to it, so that this doesn't run too long. uh, that epilogue. Let's cover the ending and that epilogue.
Well, ending being what it was, Takano gets arrested, good guys win, they tear off the calendar page, and boom, it's July 1st. People can move on with their lives.
Hanyu's still
Everybody
living with them.
happy. Yeah. At that point, I kind of figure Hanyu is just going to be by Rika's side until Rika dies.
Pretty much.
And it's a good question as to when she might die, because that epilogue, though.
Yes. Okay. So the epilogue is speedy and weird. Basically, it goes back to when Takano was apparently running to meet up with a friend. And this was the point when the accident happened.
The accident where her parents died.
Where her
on
parents
the bus.
died. She goes to run to that friend, bumps into someone who suspiciously looks like an adult Rika.
Yep.
I wouldn't even say Hanyu. More of an adult. Well, maybe. I didn't quite catch. I can't recall how dark the hair was.
It was
adult Rika.
It was the same hairstyle as Rika.
Yeah. It was like an adult Rika.
And no horns either, so it couldn't have been Hanyu.
Yeah. So.
I mean, it's even the same, like, older adult voice.
Yeah.
Of Rika. It's not Hanyu's.
So it talks to her, says, or tries to figure out what she's doing. She's like, oh, I'm gonna go meet up with my friend. It's like, she's not gonna be there. If you, it says, would you like? Oh no, she asks her, would you rather live or die? She's like, well, I want to live. So I could go meet up with my friend. Like, oh, your friend's not gonna be there. Oh, then I'd rather die. She's like, oh, okay. And so there's this weird dialogue between them. And she goes home. There's the whole getting. One of the things that little Takano liked to do was to collect little mini flags from across the world. She liked those.
Little restaurant flags that you find when you do touristy sort of meals.
Yeah. So they get her one, I guess. The next scene is them getting ready to go on a trip, and
all three of them
get on the bus. All three of them get on the bus. Then you see the bus driver have a heart attack, crash. Then the next scene is her at home putting away the new flag. So
it's all very odd.
They didn't die on the bus. What I gathered is that they got off at a different stop.
Or got on a different bus.
So that bus crashes. Her parents are not on it. She's with her parents. And they get whatever food. She gets a new flag. And she's all happy. Cut back to Rika. And basically what it comes down to is her saying, so a new turn of events. Let us see how this goes. The fuck?
Yeah. the previous, the ending before this epilogue kind of implied that, hey, we're done turning back time, and now we have this, which is way further back than any of the characters were alive. We have what looks like an adult Rika. No explanation as to her time travel powers, apparently, because she's not a child. She's not going within her own lifespan.
Mm-mm.
And zero explanation for any of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing that I have kind of theorized in time since I watched it was that during the last chapter, you hear both Hanyu and Rika say quite often, "This is probably the last go round. Everything is perfect. We don't know if we could possibly even have the ability to go back after this." It's all these possibly, maybes. They never say that this is definitely the last time they go back in time, but it's heavily implied that they're not going to repeat this again. But it leaves it just open enough to where I think, okay, perhaps they do make it out of June. Rika grows up, but everything that still happened in the perfect iteration of that 1 month of June, something goes terribly wrong in her later years. And she's like, well, the only way to fix this is to essentially figure out what got Takano on that path in the first place.
But how would she even find that out?
That's a good question. Since Takano does survive at the end of the story, it could be a case that, maybe in the end she wrote a memoir from jail. Maybe she doesn't go into jail and she winds up in a psych ward and they somehow get information from that hospital.
Okay.
I don't know. There's a lot left open to how Rika would find out how Takano got where she got, but maybe she went back in an attempt to change Takano's path to alter everything.
Okay. From the OVAs, and one in particular, I can tell you right now, she never goes to jail.
Okay, fine.
What he said was they were going to keep her there so that they can test her.
Let's not bring that into it. I mean, we'll get there when we get there, dude.
Okay.
The problem I see with your theory, though, is she's never been able to go back in time further than her own lifespan before. It's always been like, oh, she's a little tiny child, or she's a slightly older child. How would she go back to a time that she's not alive? She's had to relive things up to this point, and everyone's had to relive up to the point where they.
Well, that's the way it's always been done, but there's never been anything outright that said that they couldn't go further. And that's the thing. I see where you're coming from. All evidence present shows that this is how it happens, but the opposite of doing that was never really explored either. So who knows? Maybe Hanyu could only take it so far. Maybe Hanyu becomes more powerful in the future. Maybe Rika becomes attached to some other deity. Maybe she somehow awakens some other ability within her, being the queen bee of the village. I'm not sure. But
another possibility is that's not Rika.
That's possible. Can I run my theory? So, my theory, based upon several things that have been said and hinted at. For one, is that in the future, Rika is, for all intents and purposes, Hanyu's reincarnation. She is the will of Oyashiro. As she gets older, she is going to be able to do more. So I think it's very possible that it is an older Rika. What I think this particularly is finding, first she found out the point where Takano became who she is. Like the starting point of what started that.
Yeah.
Then, as adult Rika, who most likely now has all of Hanyu's abilities, plus whatever else that she had before, is like double the power. Does a controlled experiment.
Yeah.
An isolated world. Like a theory of like, I wonder if I could have prevented all of this. If this could have been all completely prevented from ever happening. And does that. And sees, okay, if you save Takano from becoming who she is later on, if you save her parents, what does the future hold for Takano? What does she become in the future? And what becomes of everyone else?
Yeah.
Because she is no longer this person. She no longer has a reason to be this person. Never has to even interact with her pseudo grandfather. Or maybe does meet him, learns about this stuff, but doesn't become that person because she has her parents still.
She's no longer working off of desperation and hopelessness.
Yeah, and never went through what she did at the orphanage.
Yeah.
And if these results are to Rika's liking, she just merges the two.
Perhaps. The thing is that for all the things that Chapter 4 answers, and even bringing Hanyu into the fold in reality, who Hanyu really is, what she's capable of, and why she's even so small to begin with. Because it seems like another thing I was thinking about was, okay, so you have the Furude Shrine, always run by the Furude family, and they talk about the queen carrier for Hinamizawa syndrome always coming out of the Furude family who runs the shrine. And a part of me wonders if Oyashiro, because of the time traveling ability, essentially, once a new queen bee is born, starts over its own existence. Like, Hanyu starts over. And then grows with the queen bee until that queen bee dies. And then a new one is born. Because why else have Rika and Hanyu be so close in size, age, body type, all of that? And so this also brings up another interesting thing, since queen bees do get reborn over and over and over again in the Furude family.
Mm-hmm.
Like Graveturtle was saying, like, it may not even be Rika. What if it's one of her ancestors doing this shit? Going back, and it's like a completely separate story. Or what if it's one of her descendants? Who the fuck knows at this point?
Possible.
That epilogue leaves so much open to question and interpret, And because time traveling powers are always a goddamn bitch in fiction,
Yeah.
and it's never really very properly explained in Higurashi as a series, we don't know. We just don't know. We just now know that somewhere out there, someone who looks pretty much like an adult Rika decides, well, let's just do this for shits and giggles and see what happens. It essentially is like, these shenanigans are never done. That's the answer in all of it. Yeah, we finally got to a point where everyone could grow up and move on with their lives. But the struggles, the questions, the theories, the answers, it never goes away. As long as Oyashiro exists, these things will happen.
I have some answers for you about Hanyu.
Do they involve future content? Because if so, I don't think we should discuss it.
We will talk about it in the
Full-blown review.
in the analysis,
Yes.
in either part 1 or part 2, because they are never brought into the anime. These are explanations that you will only get if you read the manga.
Ah.
And I know them. So we will
next time.
Yes, next time we will cover that. There is some interesting shit going on with this character.
And I think that's probably where we should leave it off, man, before we go too deep into anything else.
Yeah, this is already becoming one of my longest episodes. Not surprising.
True that.
So,
any last thing to add?
Just if you like a good murder mystery, if you like a good what the fucks type of series where the whole point is trying to figure out what the hell's going on, check it out.
Oh, yeah.
I highly recommend Higurashi. The first season is available in English. It is hard to get a hold of a physical copy because it is no longer in print and the company went under. But you can find it online. You can find it in plenty of places. I'm not outright saying pirate it, but I'm not saying don't pirate it.
I'm pretty sure it's also on Crunchyroll as well.
It should be on Crunchyroll. I'm not sure if the English is. And then the Japanese is scattered all over the place.
Yeah, this is one of those series that sadly got real big real quick and then petered out real fast in popularity, which is a shame because it's very good.
Yeah, season 2 is only available in Japanese. That is kind of the reason why I didn't add audio clips from it on this, because I would need to show context. And most of this is an audio review, so I can't. But yes, check out Higurashi. Glowing recommendation from me. And I'd say that's about it. So let's wrap this up. Xeiren, where can people find you?
Links down below.
Graveturtle, the ethereal plane as usual.
Yeah.
Floating with Hanyu.
Yeah, we're good friends now.
Well, as long as you can keep her from following me around telling me she's sorry all the time, because God, it gives me a goddamn migraine.
I'll work on that.
Excellent. And you can, of course, find me here on YouTube under Ten-Tailed Ookami, on SoundCloud under Ten-Tailed Ookami, where you can actually hear these 2 days earlier to 2 days prior to their initial release on YouTube. So we will finish this all up in our 2-part final analysis. Maybe 1 part. I'm aiming for 2 because there is a decent amount to cover. And until then,
you just want an editing nightmare.
yeah, I want to stretch things out.
Okay.
And until then, keep watching anime, and I will see you in the next episode. Good night, everybody. Ow!
Woof.
抜け出してって抜け出してって悲しすぎる運命からあなたは奈落の花じゃない
You're tuned in to the Wolfston podcast, and welcome back to the end of this year's Higurashi Month. Roll the theme.
さあ忘れましょうその未来が抜け出してって抜け出してって悲しすぎる運命から暮らしがなく開かずの森へ後戻りはもうできない
So, Higurashi. This has been quite the journey we've been on.
You're telling me I still have splinters in my butt.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Although it's funny because apparently I knew you were in there, was slipping stuff into the cracks, but then I completely forgot to acknowledge getting you out.
We let her out?
Actually, she broke out at the end. I know we did not.
It's okay. One day you'll find my revenge.
I'm sure we will. I'm sure there's another series down the road that'll hurt twice as much.
Sorry, I'll be professional.
All right. So, yeah. With me are my lovely co-hosts, Xeiren
Woohoo!
and Graveturtle.
Hello.
And today it is pretty much a wrap-up. We're gonna talk a little bit about this series overall.
Series wrap up.
Exactly. This is more of a highlights reel for those who were too lazy to watch my other videos. How dare you? This is for you, I guess. If you had just wanted to hear the highlights at the end.
Well, to those people, like, I get it, but this series is not about that. Like, how to put it? Like, there'll probably be some spoilers we talk about in here, but no amount of a highlights reel is going to ever spoil the whole thing for you. So I guess if you're trying to not have it spoiled for you, this is probably the best one to listen to.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about some characters. We're going to talk about our favorites. We're going to talk about our favorite scenes, chapters, shit like that. Things we picked up from it. And even probably cover some weaknesses we may have seen in this series, because there are weaknesses in this series.
Yeah.
No series is perfect.
I'd probably have to state, like, just in general, some of my favorite things about it. Sound design and music. Like,
Oh, yeah.
So, like, it's probably not the best, like, comprehensive soundtrack I've ever heard in an anime. But so far as its themes and some of its instrumental stuff, like, it's solid. It's certainly solid, and especially with those two opening themes, like, holy shit.
Oh, yeah.
those I put, like, on every anime mix CD. Yes, I still burn CDs. Don't judge me.
That's cool. I do it too.
But oh yeah, I know. I just know there's just gonna be some 18-year-old listening to this someday, going, "When the fuck's the CD and why does she have it on fire?" But no, like particularly the sound design itself, the Foley work that was done on this series. Like, is it just me, or is there a lot of like horror and suspense anime that just has like the worst sound design you've ever freaking heard? Like everything sounds like it's right up against your ear, and it's like every splat and squelch just sounds like somebody fisting a tub of Jello pudding.
You're not wrong.
I mean, like it's like I don't know. It's like in anime specifically, like the thing that ticks me off about a lot of horror anime is the sound design, because they rely on everything that makes you jump to be extra loud. So any sort of clatter or thump or even just that, like, you know, that wannabe Law and Order noise that they use for impactful moments and stuff like that. It's always too loud. It's too in your face, or
every spurt of blood sounds like someone turned on a fire hose.
Yeah.
Gratuitous. Sound design in horror animes is just too gratuitous for me most of the time, and it's what actually ruins a lot of horror anime for me. Like, and I love my horror movies, all my creepy culture. Like, I love it all. But I am not the biggest on horror anime because a lot of times there's just no finesse to the sound design.
Time out. We may want to save that discussion for October.
True. But
that particular part, like,
but in particular, if you have that problem, with horror anime like I do, Higurashi doesn't do that. Like,
no.
When you hear a step in the woods, it sounds like a step in the woods. When you hear, like, when you're supposed to hear these tiny little noises, you hear it. It is there in both the dub and the sub.
When something goes splat, it also goes crunch, and it's satisfying.
Yeah. Like,
they're not just bags of blood; they have bones, and things are crunching.
But yeah, like, Higurashi has one of those art styles that God feels really dated now, but I still enjoy it. And when it comes to story, even though it does have its failings here and there, especially if you've watched it multiple times, you can see the glaring plot holes. Because of how the story is set up, it's perfectly okay to have those plot holes there, because you're dealing with an endlessly repetitive possible multiverse issue.
Yes.
And so, because everything else about the story writing is so tight, so attention to detail, when you find those little mistakes, you just go, that's not a mistake. That's a question yet to be answered.
Mm-hmm. One thing I've noticed... Sorry, dude.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
One thing I've noticed about other reviews on this series, and I haven't seen too many, but one constant gripe I've noticed is people have a problem with the art design. They have a problem with the fact that you're trying to you have these moments where you try to make these cutesy looking characters terrifying and ugly, and it just doesn't come across. To me, I think it actually does. The moments...
Wait. Time out. Whoever the heck you're hearing that from is either so arrogant they're forgetting the time frame it was animated in, or is so new to anime they don't realize that pretty much that was the style in the late 2000s, right before like the 2010s kicked in. I mean, to make that argument, it's like, have you seen the first season of Fate Stay Night?
Yeah.
Everybody has that cutesy ass freaking style, right down to the biggest, baddest fighters in that fucking series, and yet they don't sacrifice the art design when trying to make those characters threatening. That was
Yeah.
just how it was.
Hey, it could have been worse. It could have been the 90s anime style.
Oh, I know, right? Like,
True.
the thing is like, when people make that argument, I'm like, look, we were coming off of the early 2000s Moe explosion. These people were fucking trying to get like some of the grittiness back into the anime, back into anime by the time 2010 hit. Because, good God, we had had enough of our Lucky Star and
Yeah.
all that other shit at the
Well,
time. K-On! And everything else.
Yeah. Personally, even though people tend to have this gripe, I've noticed some of them do. I don't. I honestly think that the cutesiness of the art of the character design makes things even more unsettling when shit goes down. Like, it gets uncomfortable to like realize
Well, I mean,
these cute characters are being just mutilated.
well, it's not so much like they're so cute and now they're being mutilated. You know, it's less like you're watching someone drown kittens, rather, and more like you're seeing some of these characters like snap back and forth between cute and adorable and terrifying. Because if you're really into the story, you're going to be less focusing on the art than on the story, on what's going on, and actually being immersed into it. Because if you're still focusing on a lot of the art style at that point, you're not really immersed in the story. You're not really into it at that point.
Agreed.
Yeah. Well, and here's my big thing. To me, it more feels like, you know, when you move to a new place and you're like, okay, I've met this person. Like, they seem like they could be like my new best friend in town. Everything's like all hunky-dory and peachy. And then you encounter the first really dark joke they tell you. Like, Higurashi to me feels like that. Where it's like you have all this optimism and all this, yay, newness, and it's so awesome, and blah, blah, blah. And then just something really dark happens, and it comes out of their mouth, and it's just like, did you just seriously make a dead baby joke? I mean, I know we're still getting to know each other and everything, but I thought I knew you well enough to not tell a dead baby joke. Like, that's what the twisting of the characters in Higurashi feels like to me. It's like, you're getting to know these characters in their new iteration of the world each and every time. And so when they do take that twist for the worse, it's like discovering like all the dark bits of your best friend. And you're just like, I'm uncomfortable now, unless their dark bits are exactly like your dark bits, in which case, well, I applaud you. And yes, that's most of my friendships.
I would hope so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but there have been a few times where I've gone to make friends with people and then they just go and say the wrong fucking thing, and then I'm just like, I'm blocking you in my numbers. And like, don't text me.
So, yeah, we got the art style out of the way. We got all that out of the way. How about, let's just start off simple. Well, maybe not so simple. Favorite character?
That's not a fair question.
I know, but that's what makes it interesting.
I'm going to say all the main characters. That's my favorite character. All the main characters.
You're a cheater. Pick again.
Nope, that is my final answer.
Okay, then fine. I'm going to snitch on you. She really digs the Sonozaki family's grandma. We've had discussions at length about Yakuza Granny.
Really?
I wouldn't say she's my absolute favorite, but I enjoyed her character a lot.
Like, even when she was like in full blown like, bitch, I'm gonna kill you mode.
But that's what makes her fantastic. She's this little tiny grandma, and she'll cut you.
She's like, give me my sword.
But I mean, I really like all the characters in, you know, the club. I mean, you get to like them all, especially after, you know, seeing them through like all the iterations and like seeing, you know, them try and struggle real hard. But you know, Yakuza Granny, she was so refreshing.
You know, oftentimes in like anime, like you get that depiction of old people as just kind of being there, or they're there to just be cute.
Yeah.
But she was fully realized. Like, one of the things I liked about her is that, you know, she was really, this was something Ray actually pointed out to me, was she was tough and imposing when she had to be, but when it came down to actually dealing business, she was actually a very level-headed person. Like when she went to go meet with, you know, the government officials and stuff when they were trying to save Sadako, or when she was talking to Mion about like passing the town on to the children and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, when she's in a confrontation, she can be a royal bitch and really like throw her power around for a little old lady. But when it comes to actually getting shit done, she's actually very level-headed, completely like serene about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's very much that personality is like, whatever suits the situation to get what I need out of people, I will do that thing because I'm a badass leader. And I'm just sitting there going like, goodness, like me, like if this is going to be like what Mio and Shion are going to be like when they're old, and then you got them playing twin games on you, they could take over Tokyo. Oh God, favorite character for me? That's tough. It's really tough because there's two characters I'm really drawn to, but then there's like the characters that are really fun to watch.
Okay.
So I'm kind of torn. I'd love to watch Rika, especially second season Rika.
Mm-hmm.
Just because she's a puzzle. You're just trying to figure her out like it's a freaking puzzle box, and you're just like, show me the Cenobites already! But when it comes to like characters that I feel like I identify with and like I resonate with a lot, I'm sorry, I just both really dig like Mion and believe it or not, Tomitake.
Okay.
Like, with Tomitake, it's like he is in this situation where it's like he's not dealing with the best people, but he's trying to be his best person throughout it. And he has always felt very, very warm and human that way, even though he's surrounded by a bunch of murder and crazy. And I always felt bad that he was one of those ones that died over and over and over again. I'm like, he really doesn't deserve this. And then at the end, to still treat Takano with humanity after everything that she did to everyone, but also especially after everything she had done to him.
Yeah.
I was just like, boy, you're my heart. Like, damn. But at the same time, it's like, I know when I'm around my friends, they look at me like Mion.
Yeah.
Like, super protective, kind of snarky, tries to deny her girlhood, you know, all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like I'm cheating by saying Rika's my favorite, but I also feel like there's a lot of characters that are my favorites for different reasons. But if I was going to say, watch the series for blah, blah, blah character, it would be Rika, just because, good God, that is a character that I feel like a lot of people want to write, but they can't because they don't quite get it right.
Mm-hmm.
And this series definitely got that kind of character in that situation right and made her very both sophisticated and cute and complex all at the same time. And that is just, like I said, you just gotta pick her apart.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. That makes sense. Okay.
What about you, Josa?
Well, that's easy. My favorite character is Takano.
I thought for sure that was not what you were going to say.
I know, right?
Well, even though she's like a villainous character, she is a very interesting one.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
There's plenty of characters I like. I like Rika. I like Rena. I go a little beyond liking for Hanyu.
That's because that's because you look at her and go, I want a plushie of that.
Yes. Yes, I do. And well, what's his name? The doctor. Why am I forgetting his name? This is horrible. Yeah, anyways, he's a cool character too.
Eerie seductor.
Yeah.
Irie. Yeah.
Irie. Yeah, Irie. And even fuck. Okay, I'm going to admit I am, as of this recording, I got very little sleep today, so I am tired. So names are escaping me. But even Rika's favorite. The one who she helped his wife survive.
Oh, Akasaka.
Akasaka. Yeah, I like him.
You know what's funny now is like since watching this, like every time I think of Akasaka, I can't help but remember like how badass he was in the last chapter.
Oh yeah.
And for some reason, like instead of it coming out like his name, just Akasaka, it comes out Akasaka, like the old Chuck Norris joke.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Nostalgia Critics stuff. It's like it's not Akasaka, it's Akasaka. Because that man, oh boy, by the end, I'm just like, oh, somebody went from Kit to Superman.
Yeah. But back on track, the reason Takano is my favorite, she's my favorite partially because I love to hate her. She makes it very easy.
I'm kind of worried for your love life. But I get what you mean.
Yes. She for me is one of the like kind of one of the more complex characters, at least for her reasoning of doing the things that she does. She
for one of those like megalomaniacal kind of villains,
mm-hmm.
the way she gets there makes you feel that anybody could get there under the right circumstances, because hers were exactly the kind of circumstances that could lead down that path. I sort of feel like if she had had sort of a stronger foundation with her own parents, like say if it had been a few more years later that they passed away, she would have been less vulnerable and would have had a little more of that inner scaffolding to like maintain her integrity as things went on. But it's like in her development, like all of her integrity got attached to Hifumi.
Yeah.
And it became the thing she built her own integrity off of. And so it all became, everything was just built on this really shaky foundation. And she felt like she had to reach the sky before everything came crumbling out from underneath her. And that's something I feel like everybody can understand.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not like she's kind of the exact opposite of one of my least favorite villains, and I know my Disney freaks are gonna like be so pissed when I say this. Like, I can't stand Jafar as a villain.
I get it.
It's like, you're the one whispering in the ear of what has to be the most sponge-headed sultans to ever fucking exist. You essentially rule all of Agrabah already, and you're so goddamn power hungry that you're like, no, I must rule it with an iron fist. Bitch, you already rule it with finesse. Just be fabulous about it and embrace it. Like, I can't understand his megalomaniacal bullshit. Takano, I totally fucking get it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so that pretty much sums it up. That is because I could see anybody who went through that being in that same exact position in life, becoming that type of person.
Yeah.
I could totally see it. So, moving on to least favorite character.
The game store owner. No.
He did nothing.
He did nothing to further the plot. Nothing. I tell you. Honestly, their homeroom teacher, Miss Chi.
Really?
Yeah. She's kind of spineless and pathetic, and I really can't stand those kinds of characters, especially in anime.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, yeah, she did go to the Hojo house, and she, did talk to him, but it's like, this child is possibly being physically abused. You're her teacher. You're a mandated reporter. You have weight to throw around, and the moment Hojo raises his voice, you crumple. And then the only time you manage to, get some sort of a spine back is when the principal steps in, and he looks like freaking Nobunaga with a shaved head. Like, what the flip, lady? Like, you deal with one of the scariest things on the planet. You deal with a classroom full of kids every goddamn day, and you can't stand up to a man and be like, I'm coming in to check on her. Like, seriously, what the flip? What's even worse is they bring the principal character in just to give her a spine. Like, he's referenced in all the other chapters, but he doesn't show up for any other reason than to back up their homeroom teacher. That is like the biggest pile of chauvinistic bullcrap I've seen in an anime in a long time, especially a modern anime in a long time. I'm like, oh, now you're showing up just to handle this situation because her delicate ass can't. Fine. Hate you.
There's so much more that she could have done, just knowing what she did about what was going on with, with Satoko and everybody. But she didn't. I mean, it was kind of like an open secret. Everybody knew that's what, Satoko's uncle was doing to her. Everybody knew it. Like, even before, like, Keiichi found out.
I mean, at least Irie tried
she,
like hell to make her happy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she could have reported that a long time ago. And maybe by the time that the story started, with how slowly the Child Protective Services moved, they might have actually been at the point where they could have done something even without everybody campaigning at that point. If she had only reported it way back when everybody found out and it started and everybody knew.
Yeah. I mean, Satoshi may not even be knocked out in the freaking hospital bed if that were the case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck their homeroom teacher. She pisses me off.
I
I mean, she's
Yeah.
cute and everything, but that's pretty much what she exists for, is to be a cute homeroom teacher. And that really makes me mad.
I can't argue any of that. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I feel like there's certain characters in certain stories that simply because I'm a woman, like, specifically there are many female characters I freaking hate for reasons that most people don't freaking catch,
Mhm.
except for maybe other women. And even then, that's about 50-50. But yeah, like, oh God, like, I'll have to tell the full story in some other time with you two, but like, I got to a Shakespeare festival in Ashland, Oregon when I was in high school, and it was something that was on my bucket list for a long time because I was one of those nerdy girls in high school.
Yeah.
And the chaperone that went with us, she's like, "Oh, did you like it?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, the staging was great and all this stuff." But fuck that ending. And she's like, "What?" And we went to go see what was that? Troilus and Cressida, which is essentially Shakespeare's retelling of the Trojan War. And yeah, Cressida basically at the end goes into the enemy camp, becomes completely overcome by Greek soldiers, and essentially is forced to marry Ajax at the end. And she's like, but she was completely overwhelmed. She was completely outnumbered, blah, 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 blah. Can't you sympathize with her for that? I'm like, not when she didn't at least attempt to bite one and escape. They just came at her and she crumpled.
Yeah.
Fuck her. I'm like, the least she could have done was at least try to scratch someone's eyes out, but no. Like, I totally get it wouldn't have changed the ending, but dang girl, fight for yourself. Just a little bit. Just a little. And that's sort of what characters like Chia remind me of. It's just like, the moment somebody looks at you with any sort of anger, you just go,
Okay. Yeah. I gotta agree that mostly for me, she was like the most forgettable character to me, and that's actually kind of one of the worst things you can do for me is be completely forgettable.
hell, freaking Keiichi's mom sticks out more
Yeah.
than her, and we never see Keiichi's mom's face. It's just because she's just better written lines.
Yeah. So that. Yeah, I agree. Chi, worst character. Graveturtle. But do you have a different one?
No.
We all agree. Homeroom teacher sucks.
Yep. Yeah.
Like I said, like I hate the homeroom teacher because there was a lot of things that she could have stopped or, made situations less horrible, but she didn't. Just because she didn't have, she couldn't even be bothered to try, really.
Yeah.
I sort of have this feeling like you should flash up a screen of just like her in a screenshot with a big like round red circle with a slash through it, like.
I probably will. Yeah, I'm gonna have like a little buzz behind it, like. Yeah. Yeah. So, all right.
Oh, favorite chapter.
Yeah, favorite chapter. Let's get into the meat of this.
Because this is when you really get into the meat and potatoes of what the series is actually about. Like, everybody's got their favorite chapter.
And I'm gonna be nice with this one. I'm going to give you, if it interlocks, if it has flat out connection, then you can have up to 3, but usually 2.
Oh, I don't need that. I can tell you right now.
Okay.
It's the second to last chapter, when how everything has been going, and in reality, like that whole thing of just realizing Hanyu's there, realizing the fullest extent of what Rika's going through. And even though it's still a chapter where they fail, it's the one chapter where everyone learns the most.
Yes.
And it does, it has a lot of tiebacks to chapter 3 from season 1, which by far that one was my second favorite.
Yeah.
Because good God, that chapter was raw.
Oh yeah.
but it was done so well. And with this second to last chapter, it's very eye-opening, and then you're having all these like aha moments throughout it, like, oh, when you hear Oyashiro's voice, and then you hear like Hanyu talking about, you know, like going around behind people and apologizing all the time and all this stuff. It's like, wait, that cute little bastard was the reason you were like bashing in windows in your school? Rena. Like, come on. And then you just kind of see how all the characters finally interlock and how the whole, like, it finally just fits all the pieces together. And even though it doesn't have a very satisfying ending to that chapter,
It has an
the
optimistic ending.
yes, it's a very
It's like
optimistic. Yeah.
they fail, but they succeed in a way because they're more prepared than they were before. The last 2 chapters were my favorite, but if I had you know to pick between the 2, I would agree the second last one, because it's so satisfying to finally find out what's going on, finally get some answers, and then it's like you get the answers, and then you get to see them actually finally start fighting back against the fate.
It's the perfect platform for the ending. And it actually comes off to me more satisfying than the ending because it so perfectly sets up the ending.
Well, it's like you end with, Rika going, no, I'm not going to, let you knock me out with some gas. I'm going to see your face and I'm going to remember your face.
Yeah.
It's like, it's where everybody comes together and essentially rallies for the grand finale.
See, little Miss Homeroom teacher, that's how you be a badass. Even in the face of death, you're like, I will remember you.
All right. Well, I've already said before what my favorite combination is. And for the combination, it would be chapters 1, 3, and 6, because they do have interlocking themes in them. They have interlocking scenes. But if I had to pick, it would be, for all-time favorite, it would have to be chapter 6. It's the middle point. It's the middle of the road. It's the end of the first season. You start to get some answers. They actually, for once, Kiichi actually remembers something that he had previously done. This is the first time an instance of that happening. And it sets you up for the next season.
Now, because I had only ever seen season 1 before, if I hadn't watched season 2 ever, I would totally agree with you.
Correct. Yeah. It's
like, because that roof battle is amazing. How little things start coming to light, also freaking amazing. And just, I think that's the chapter where like Keiichi really shines, at least in the first season. Like, Keiichi is like up there in my favorite characters. He's definitely top 5. But like, it's kind of hard for me to debate like which like makes him shine more. That second to last chapter where he's teaching Rika about changing fate, or chapter 6, because it's like I don't know what it is about seeing Keiichi be the hero, but when it comes to just watching young boys be the hero, like I usually can't stand that character because I just think like, little boy, you got a big head.
Yeah.
But with Keiichi, there's just this realistic sense of his optimism not being bigger than life, but just big enough to make you hope.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's a very grounded character when you really think about it.
Oh, yeah, he definitely is.
And I adore Chapter 6 for that.
Yeah, Chapter 6 is the one that I went out of my way to cut the ends off of where needed and piece it together to make a cohesive film.
Yeah.
And it's on, I have it burned to a DVD. I call it, Higurashi Atonement. Yeah,
Nice.
It is my favorite. And even after finally seeing the ending, because yeah, keep in mind, this is my first time seeing how this show ends. I still have to stick with Chapter 6. It just, to me, was the perfect chapter. For me.
No, it was the perfect climax for the series.
Yeah, for those who had no idea that there was another season.
Oh, yeah.
That was the perfect way, and it left you questioning stuff, going, wait, what? This just keeps repeating? And I could have been fine with that.
And, like you said, it would have been perfectly fine if they ended there, but at the same time, it didn't fail to set up the second season either.
Exactly. Because, yeah, there is a change in the way things go at the end. At the very end, during the credits, things have changed. It is now Rika being talked to.
Yeah. Oh, God. I'm trying to think of, like, what else we could... Favorite scene?
Well, real quick.
Like, would be a good one.
What is your least favorite chapter?
See, I know because you phrased the question that way that it must exist, but I'm tempted to say I don't have one.
Really?
Okay, like, even episode 1, chapter 1 of season 2. Like, that was just a big exposition bomb of what the fuck. But at the same time, it sort of knits together, like, how if one universe goes through the complete fallout, like, how it's still such a paranoia-driven event. And it still makes you ask some really amazing questions. And so even though, like, I didn't like watching it all that much because it was kind of boring and tedious, because I'm still engaged by the content of said exposition, I can't call it a failure.
Compared to the other chapters, that one's pretty weak, though. I mean,
Yeah.
And
I sort of feel like that's the chapter in the Choose Your Own Adventure book. Like, that's the chapter you get when you make all the wrong decisions and then everybody just is standing around talking, going like, yep, this is all the ways you failed.
Oh, no, I'll tell you exactly what that was. That was basically Higurashi's Silent Hill Aliens ending.
well, I mean, it did have the aliens.
Exactly.
God damn it, Ookami. How many times do I have to tell people don't talk about the Silent Hill alien ending? Just why? Why Silent Hill? Why?
And each of them have that ending too.
Fuck.
Anyways, so for me, it'd either be, that chapter, because it's kind of boring exposition fest. Either that or the cat killing arc. Just because it didn't really go anywhere either. I mean, it's not that, those chapters were bad, but it's compared to the rest of them, they're the weakest.
Okay, yeah. Also, Xeiren, if that hurt, I mean, what if I just go with the dog did it ending of Silent Hill 2?
I'm actually perfectly fine with that one.
It was you the whole time.
Oh.
Alright.
Yeah, reunion sucks.
Yeah, reunion. Although I also kind of have my problems with Disaster Awakening.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
I have my problems with it, and it all gets summed up by Oishi at the end.
Well, I just
This
don't
is
know.
bullshit!
Oh, well. Okay. Like, it depends on how you define, like, least favorite chapter, because there are the chapters that are really entertaining but have shitty endings that piss you off, or have, like, shitty scenes that piss you off. And so it's like, I don't like that. But at least it was entertaining. Like, with Reunion, it barely passed for being intriguing. I mean,
Yeah.
at least with the cat killing chapter, I found that whole, like, are you afraid of the dark? Like, let's tell a ghost story setup entertaining. With Reunion, it's just like, you just got a bunch of old cops going around going like, well, some people said it was this, and some people said it was that, and we have this weird mysterious file because, numbers mean things in kanji that make names, and because puns. And I'm just like, okay, where's this all going? And then they get into the whole alien theory, and I'm like, oh god. But it's not until you get to Rena at the end, and then you're like, okay, no, like there's some interesting questions being proposed here. And so it still got my brain going, but the way it was done, the way it was animated, the just setup for all the exposition, it just wasn't entertaining. And so that's why it's the weakest one for me. I mean, at least with Disaster Awakening, it was fucking entertaining. Even if it has glaring problems in it.
Yeah. So, okay, moving on, it was favorite scene, correct?
Scene, yeah.
In this case, again, I'll let you pick two. If you feel like you need to pick two, I will give you two.
Oh. Both of mine are really terrible. Oh, God. I don't know what it is about animes and movies like this, but my favorite scenes always just wind up being those ones that are so gut-wrenchingly emotional, and you just can't help but, like, bask in the, like, actor or voice actor's ability to just get across how gut-wrenchingly bad this is.
Mm-hmm.
And top one for me has to be when Shion kills Satoko.
Yeah.
And she just realizes only after Satoko goes limp, I did the one thing completely the opposite of the last request my love asked me to do.
Yeah.
Instead of protecting her, I got jealous and I destroyed her because I could. And just for her to like come to terms with that and watch that complete and utter mental fucking breakdown.
Mhm.
I'm just like, because I've actually gone back and watched that one both in Japanese and English, and I'm just both voice actors for Shion in that moment. I'm just like it's the kind of emotional gut wrenching scene that actually wrenches your gut.
Yeah.
Like you feel your stomach go up in knots because it's just that intense. And I think I'll go light for the second one because, god damn it, Akasaka, when he goes full blown Rambo and
Yeah.
comes up
Yeah.
and saves the freaking day, and like, Rika, get behind me, boom, punch to the gut. I didn't even feel that. Nani, punch.
Yeah.
like that was satisfying on a completely different level. Like that was almost like jump out of your chair, like fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kind of moment.
I totally have to agree. That is definitely one of my favorite scenes also.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like anything that can get me to feel massive amounts of feels in either direction.
Yeah.
Like is like you hit it nail on head, boom. Just pound that scene into me over and over and over again, please. Because it's just so satisfying.
Graveturtle?
I feel like I keep stealing all her answers.
I know you're doing it on purpose, so it's okay.
She's on to me. Damn it. No, not really. I don't know. This is one of those series that I'm pretty sure if her and I were watching it together, you could just like have a camera in the corner and we'd be having the same reactions on our faces the whole damn time. People would be just like, you know, take the freaking auxiliary cable out of their ears. They're connected.
So, one scene that you did not name that I thought was, you know, some of my favorite scenes was the part where you have after like, you know, Shion and Irie have broken back in, you know, in the final chapter, and you find out kind of finally what happened to Satoshi, and then she's talking to Irie, going like, "Well, can I come and visit and you know, read him stories and you know, just be there and stuff?" And you're just like, "Oh, the feels." He's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
like, yeah, you can come visit, and then when he's better, you know, he can, you know, take the teddy bear to Satoko, and you're just like, "Aw."
Well, see, and that's why I determined like in that scene right there, if we were gonna have like an anime awards kind of like list off, I'm sorry, even though Shion gets an entire chapter to herself to go on a murderous rampage, Shion wins best girl for the entire freaking show.
Yeah.
That level of devotion, especially at the young age she is, it's just something like, man, I wish I like was driven by such things when I was that young. Like she, for as terrible as she is in her "I'm gonna kill everyone" chapter, she's like the most passionate, the most non-frivolous person.
Well, that, and you know, she's also, you can also tell she's always thinking about, you know, her friends and the people around her.
Yeah.
Because, you know, when they're in the tunnels and, you know, people are coming in and breaking into the compound, and she, you know, makes sure she's one of the people who stays behind to make sure everyone else can escape. And, you know,
It's like, oh yeah, Kasa is backing me up, and I know how to fire a Kalashnikov. And then Keiichi's just like, why do you know how to fire a Kalashnikov?
and she makes sure that he doesn't, you know, do something stupid and stay behind, because, you know, then, you know, Mion would be sad.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's like, I've already lost my love. If my sister can keep hers, then that's what I'll do.
Okay. So, real quick, honorable mention, my just favorite sequence as a lover of Chapter 6 is that roof scene. It is that whole roof fight. That was just glorious. Every bit of it. Her...
I love their
slow-
little.
Hmm?
I love their little interaction where it's just like, oh, well, if I win this, you're gonna do this, blah blah blah, and you're gonna wear this, this outfit. Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, the interaction was beautiful. The
Like
slow
the snark
just
was
the,
so.
the s- yeah, the snark, the climax of that scene. It was gorgeous. Now, if I had to go with favorite scene, number 2, Akasaka! Yes. Fucking channeling Ryu and taking a punch. Yeah, like, what the fuck? But my favorite scene also coincides with my next question, which is going to be favorite kill from favorite death from the show. Mine, this is also my favorite scene. It's from Cotton Drifting chapter. It is the ending of that chapter when Keiichi's in the hospital. And out of nowhere, Shion or Mion, we're still not sure who, comes up cackling from under the bed. Going, you didn't really think I was gonna stick to that, or I was gonna abide by that last wish, did you? Silly boy.
Yeah.
And then takes the nail, takes the hammer, and smashes down. And all you hear is a blood-curdling scream and a crunch. End chapter. That was beautiful. It comes from out of nowhere. And unless you go by my theory I gave, I think either in that chapter or I gave it one of the later chapters we talked about. Unless you go by my theory, it makes no goddamn sense whatsoever that it ended that way.
Oh yeah, that's definitely one of those what the fuck endings. You're like, meh.
Yeah. Like, unless you go by my theory that this was the world unraveling at this point, this world was unraveling, so crazy shit happened, then it makes no goddamn sense, but it is glorious nonetheless. You don't even see his hand get smashed. You don't see any of that, but it's just that sound effect, the build up to it. Beautiful.
Just mwah.
Yeah, yeah. So you two, favorite deaths?
This is not a fair question. No, I'm not picking one. It's not a fair question.
Xeiren, can you choose one?
I don't know. What is love, baby? Don't hurt me. No, actually, it is my favorite death.
Oh,
Because-
it's great.
Because it's the first time you realize, like, you sit there a lot of times and you're just like, something's not quite right with Rika. Something's not quite right with Rika. That's the first time you go, something's wrong.
Yeah.
Because she takes that death by the freaking balls.
Yeah. She
And
went on
goes
her own.
at, like,
Yeah.
as far as like suicides for the sake of others or for like advancing plot or anything like that, that is like the most badass one
Yeah.
I've ever fucking seen. She's like, well, yep, you've mucked this one up so goddamn hard. Let's see, I can either wait around for death. No. Let's just give this a shot because, frankly, I'm not going down because of you.
Let's make this an interesting death.
Yeah.
Let's change things up. The original way is getting boring.
And it's just like, just that look of utter shock on Shion's face.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck are you doing? And then just not having any other resort, like any other like reserved emotion to like properly react to that.
Yeah.
All she can do is laugh
Yeah.
because the fact that it's even happening is so goddamn redonkulous that that's the only proper reaction she can have.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what the fuck? Just what the fuck is going on? Like, well, I was only gonna kill you because you were getting in the way. All right, but if you want to get out of the way, I mean, go for it. But at the same time, as an audience, like that was a death not for the characters. It was a death for the audience.
Oh, it was. It was a death designed to catch the audience off guard. Completely.
And it's still just one of the most iconic scenes from the series, period.
Oh yeah, you see it twice.
Whoever thinks that an anime is gonna go to this place where it's like, no, fuck you. We're gonna watch a 10-year-old girl murder herself.
Yeah.
Not commit suicide. Literally murder herself. Slasher style.
Yeah, that was for all intents and purposes, that was Rika's swan song. That was her going out on her terms. That was amazing. And you get to see it twice. One without context, then you get the context and you're still just as shocked.
Oh yeah. No, as far as I'm concerned, it's the best and most iconic death in the entire series.
Yeah.
And it's not even, perpetrator victim.
Yeah. It's the one that always makes the lists of most horrifying anime deaths.
Yeah, I think if I had to pick an honorable mention or a second place, it would have to be, Rika talking no, fuck you. Fuck you and your gas. I will sit here while you rip out my intestines because I'm gonna remember your fucking face. Yeah. And yet again, it's one of those things of, there's this whole thought in some philosophies, like, everybody should, imagine their perfect death. And it's just like, God knows how many perfect deaths Rika has.
Yeah.
By the time it's all said and done. But it's like, instead of it being dumb ways to die, it's fantastical ways to die.
Yeah, that even brings up, we don't even fully know if that was the first time she'd done something like that.
They allude to it being that way. Because the only other time the only time she mentions killing herself, she goes, yeah, it was in that one world where Shion lost her freaking mind.
Yeah.
So even if, I'd have to say if it happened multiple times, it was always in that iteration of the universe.
Yeah.
Because, good God, when Shion goes crazy, she really fucks shit up.
Yeah. Graveturtle, you still saying
She's-
no?
She's
Nope.
like- She's like, I refuse. Nope. All the nope.
All right.
Mhm.
All right. I don't think we have much more we can really say that we haven't already. I know I had said that this was going to be 2 parts, but yeah, no, we very quickly decided afterwards it's only going to be 1. We can't drag this out anymore.
I mean,
We're not done with Higurashi, technically.
damn
We will come back at a later date.
it. Who am I kidding? There's too much of this shit to cover. We literally just covered the main story of this epically long series.
Yeah, we still got all the fluff left. So
Yeah, it's like all the fluff episodes. If any of us can figure out how like to play through the game, the films.
yeah, we're gonna be
I
looking
don't-
at the live action films.
And I swear to God, if you try to make me watch its spiritual successor, I will run.
I thought you agreed that you would at least give it a couple of episodes.
I think you're just trying to trick me because you know I'm technically a goldfish and you're trying to guilt me into it.
We'll see. We'll see.
I don't know. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Graveturtle, are you willing to do that one with me?
Don't do it. The art style's terrible.
No, I've seen the first couple episodes of it. I am well aware of what the art style looks like.
So bad.
I mean, we would cover that. Probably that one would be covered all in like one review, anyways.
Maybe we can start out as like a hit, skip it or something.
We could
Maybe.
do that. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But that's for next year.
I mean, when it comes to fucked up anime, I'd probably say this is definitely in that top 5.
Oh yeah.
If fucked up anime is your bag and you feel like you haven't watched a good one in a long time, or you feel like, you know, fucked up animes are not your thing because of like cheap tactics, you know, bad sound design or whatever, like I would still highly recommend this one to people who don't like gory shit. Because at the end of the day, it's not about its gore factor. It's not about its kills. It's not about any of that. It's a story of determination through seemingly impossible circumstances.
And kind of a crazy time travel. Because they're in a loop.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, because like everybody has those times in their lives where they feel like the same shit keeps repeating over and over and over again, and they feel like they'll never get out. And
That's my job in a nutshell.
oh, that's what you get for working at the Depot. But
Oh no, I spoke ill.
the gods will come after you. No. But I mean, it's one of those things. It's like, even though she went through it over and over and over and over again, and a lot of things were similar, things were never exactly the same. And it may take, you know, relying on other people. It might take a stroke of luck. It might be building someone else up that gets you out of that situation. But it's pretty much, in my opinion, one of the most uplifting stories about feeling trapped.
Oh yeah.
Because it doesn't downplay the horror of being stuck in a constant cycle. But it shows that even in the times you fail, sometimes you succeed. And you at least make progress, so that way when you go around again, you know, you have a better chance of getting off the wheel completely.
At the very
And-
least, not making the same mistake.
And yeah, the story is complicated and some of the shit's convoluted, and yes, there's some plot holes I am still coming to terms with. But in the end, even with all of its gory bits and everything, I would have to say it's definitely one of the most uplifting animes you'll ever see if you see it all the way through. Because it doesn't pretend to be heartwarming and uplifting like some sort of Hallmark movie.
Mm-mm.
It gets right down to the horrible nitty-gritty of it all and then says, guess what? There's still a way out.
I mean, let's face it, the anime legitimately it starts with one of our main characters beating two of our other main characters to death with a baseball bat. That is how you start your series. Then you go back and explain how you got there.
And by the end, it's all good. At least we think it is. But this is another story for another day.
Indeed. So, check it out. It's got my glowing recommendation. I believe I can speak for the other two that they also agree.
Oh,
Yeah, pretty much.
And I'd say that just about covers it. So,
To borrow our friend's catchphrase. Good night, everybody, and keep watching fucked up anime.
indeed. Xeiren, where can people find you?
Links down below.
Graveturtle.
I'm falling right
Real.
behind you saying, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's why my
Just-
headache's gotten worse.
She just refuses to take part in the social media space. And honestly, I don't blame her.
That's okay. I mean, I have a Twitter. Oh, shock. I have a Twitter. Yes, I have a Twitter. Do I check it? No. Do I use it? No.
I
Now
poke
you
it with
know
a-
everybody's going to, start sending messages to you now.
I poke it with a stick every once in a while to make sure it's still alive. It's not.
Yeah. I may start using it to advertise the show. I mean, people keep telling me that's what it's supposed to be for. Like, really? I thought it was used to just say, hey, I'm doing this. I'm doing this stupid thing. I'm doing this. Great. I don't fucking care. I'm gonna go back to eating my dinner now. Or, hey, I don't care. Let me sleep.
But you are doing this. You are doing this now.
Yes.
Next on Ookami Rants.
Facebook. Oh, fucking Facebook.
Okay, I was joking. I was fucking joking. Jesus Christ. Don't make me make you get an Instagram.
Oh, please God, no.
But how else is he supposed to take pictures of his lunch?
I
know, you
already
need
do that.
you-
That's called Ookami Tries.
Dude, your diet is horrendous.
Yes, it
Oh
is.
God, this is gonna be one of those conversations that parts of it wind up being on a blooper reel.
Oh, probably, yeah, probably like a best of at the end of the year. But
Okay.
not even just a best of the show, just a best of the fucking channel. Because I could think of some moments where I screwed up in my other videos.
All
So-
right then.
With that out of the way, keep watching fucked up anime. Keep watching anime, good, bad, mediocre, whatever. And we will catch you. I believe you'll have 3 more episodes after this, spread out throughout the summer. Then we'll get into the nitty-gritty with October. And that's gonna be fun.
Dun dun dun.
Still looking forward to October. It's gonna be glorious.
Oh yeah.
Because that's when we're gonna get out of Higurashi Land and then go into one of your favorite horror series of all time.
Well, that and the movie. I'm
Yeah.
so
Oh, yeah.
excited.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Super, super excited.
We'll even be looking at some horror music. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be really fun.
So
But
it's
it's not the end
just,
of-
just so the audience knows, like
Yeah.
this might be an anime podcast and we might cover twisted music, but quite frankly, everybody, fuck Christmas. We're all about
Yeah.
Halloween around here.
Hell yeah, that is our Christmas. That is our Christmas.
I mean,
that pumpkin died
basically,
for our sins.
I feel like an apex predator most of the time. And when December comes around, the one thing that can actually devour me, Christmas shoppers, comes out of its hibernation, and then I have to run and hide.
How do you think I feel? I work retail.
You work graveyard retail, you don't count.
I have to stock all the Christmas crap. They also bring us in early during that time. I'm having war flashbacks right now. I'm not blinking.
We should probably sign off before Ookami has an aneurysm.
Yes. This isn't the end of Higurashi Month. It's the end of Never Ending June. For now, it has reached an end.
Until next June.
Until next June.
I need to go recharge.
So with that out of the way, good night, everybody. Oh!
Woof.
抜け出してって逃げ出